Namaste, Guten Morgen, good morning cricket lovers, and welcome back to Austria. I'm Rico Full of the European Cricket Network, and this is the Seebahn Cricket Ground here in Vienna. Well, yesterday we had a sensational start to the series, 4 teams battling it out, and it was Pakistan CC, the team that finished on top of the table after day one, after 2 good victories against Indian Vienna. Then we saw a battle between the home side Vienna CC and the Austrian Cricket Tigers, and that was another close encounter, and it was settled 1 apiece. Today though is a big day. The team Donnerstadt come into the equation. Let's see what they bring to the party. They were last year's winners, playing under the name of Vienna Afghan. It's going to be another sensational day, so sit back, get comfortable, because there's a frenzy of action about to come your way. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series, and the action starts right here, right now. Hello again, looking forward to the start of today. Like I said, we've got the champions from last year coming back here at Donnerstadt, and they're taking on Indian Vienna in the first match. I think this is going to be an exciting blockbuster of a match, and it's happening here in the middle at the Seebahn Cricket Ground. Let's talk about this surface so far. I mean, yesterday was the first time that I saw it, and I really enjoyed what I saw. I think there's something in this deck that suited the bowlers. We certainly saw some lively pace being generated, but at the same time, I think if batters get in here, there's also lots of runs to be scored. I think Indian Vienna, they were unlucky yesterday. They lost both their matches, but very narrowly with 3 balls to go. So one thing I think they're looking to do is just get about another 15 runs on the board. I think if they can do that, they've got a chance to pick up some victories here and get their campaign off and started. But they are up against the champions, the team that beat them in last year's finals. So they know all about Donnerstadt. Of course, last year played under the name of Vienna Afghan. They will not be in the mood to give any charity away. They want to win this first 2 matches as well and join Pakistan Cricket Club there right at the top. It's going to be an exciting game, and we're going to hand over here to Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, and the 2 men, the captains for the coin toss, and it's going to be Abhishek and also it's going to be Razman. But in the words of a very famous Hollywood legend and also born in Austria, I'll be back.
Okay, Donnerstadt's call. Head's the call. It's tails. Okay. Good luck. How are we going, guys? Cheers. Good luck. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello and welcome back. Yep, I said that I will be back, and I am back, and I'm looking forward to the action that we're going to see here today. Certainly looking forward to see Donnerstadt and also Indian Vienna to see how they can bounce back. As we just look at the aerial view there of this ground, is absolutely sensational. Yes, hello, good morning once more. Yep, and of course the actor, the famous legend that I'm talking about, is the man who did films like The Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he was born here in Austria. And Austria, we always tell you some facts about where we are, and a few more coming up today. But also coming up today is this classic account. I think it's going to be a thrilling match. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard, and we also get a chance to look at some of the things that happened yesterday at this beautiful Seebahn Cricket Ground. Of course, there's some of the images here of this beautiful place. There's so much to see. Yesterday had a stroll around and saw some fantastic things as well. So this is a quick summary of the matches, and we saw that Indian Vienna yesterday, they just couldn't get enough runs on the board. They lost to Pakistan CC with 3 balls to go on 2 occasions. On that occasion, 100 to 101. But we did see good performances from the Iqbal Hussain and also Dod Zadran there. But one man that really did impress me was in the second match. I think Ranjit Singh, he put some good runs together. I think he'll be looking to come back well as well. And also somebody who hit the ball dynamically, and that was Gil Shamsher And yeah, in match 2 there, Manchester 25-16. He was unlucky when he got out. And you see, when you look at some of those matches, you just think there were places where they could have just got those from George Shamshar. I called him Shamshar the Basher because he smashed the ball all over the place. And well, those two finished in favour of Pakistan CC. That's why they are right up there at the top of the group. But in the other matches, it was time to welcome the host club, and that was Vienna CC. And it was an interesting, once again, you have a look at those scores, you can see, and even in the last match, which was a thriller, very close. Akib Iqbal, he's the man with the fancy hair. He did a good job as well. Miza Ashan, 20 of 16. Keep an eye out for those two names. They're going to go big at some point. It was also, you saw that Vienna CC, Abdullah Akbarjan, he just couldn't do anything wrong, could he, with the ball and with the bat. And you're going to see his name a number of times. You see there again in match number 2, he took 2 wickets as well. Nice to see also Mark Simpson-Parker. He was in the act there with the bat and with the ball as well. But yeah, Akbarjan, 32 runs as well. And Jaweed Zadran, well, that was the purest and finest bit of hitting that you see. It was really fantastic stuff. But of course, it's Indian Vienna that needs to bounce back, because when you have a look at those tables, they're at the bottom, and it's so important for them not to fall too far behind. They would love to be able to pick up some points here today and get their campaign started, but it won't be easy against a team. Donnerstad, remember, like I say, they were Vienna Afghan last year. So that means that we're also the champions, and Indian Vienna will know all about that because they lost to them in the final set. It's not going to be easy. I mean, we mentioned some of the names on Vienna, Indian Vienna, but on that other side, well, I mean, Razman Shigwal, this man, the captain, he's amazing. Also look out for Sahel Zadran, Mohammed Safi, so many good names there as well. Wali Khan as well. This is really going to be, I tell you what, if you wanted a good start to the day in terms of a cricket match, this is it. And the bat versus ball wall, what does it have to say? Well, it's saying that Donnerstad are going to be 111 to 105. So, well, if you're an Indian Vienna supporter, you won't like the look of those stats. But that's only a comparison that's made with the previous performances between these teams, etc. And I think with Donnerstad winning that final last time round, I think that's why that sort of tipped in their favour. But either way, it's going to be a cracking match. A very good morning to everybody that's tuned in already. Also, good morning to our match officials. And that's Rajinder Kumar and Lakvit Hira, which are out there to get us off and running. And you saw from the coin toss, thank you very much, to Stefan Gooch as well, joint referee and third umpire, for giving the information there that it will be Indian Vienna batting first. And yeah, as you heard me say at the introduction, they just need to find a way to mastermind maybe another 15 to 20 runs on the board, get to that 110, 120 mark, and I think they'll get a victory to their name. First ball, no run. Zadran. Oh, that's a good delivery. You see the batter's trying to create room for himself. Zadran just follows him, says, I'm not going to let you hit me over there. Yeah, once again, good morning to everybody that's tuning in, firstly via the YouTube channel. Nice to have you with us first thing in the morning. And, get involved in the chat, of course. We'd love to see the conversation that's generated on there throughout the day. Jima trying to get started. Gets an edge and it races away. The man at third, he can't stop it either. It's too spicy for him to handle. And runs on the board, and that's Shanwari. It swings everything hard at it. It flies past Udmanzai. And also, it's too spicy to handle for the third man. Runs on the board, courtesy of a boundary. Hachima, Vinny Sandhu, who will be joining us later, was talking about Chima yesterday and saying when he gets going, he seems to be a bit out of touch at the moment, but once he gets going, he's a dangerous batter. This one's hit pretty well as well, back-to-back boundaries. Well, this one doesn't come out the edge, and he finds the door open there on the picket fence. And well, it goes out towards some of the fields of wheat that we have here. Nice shot. Well, there's somebody else who's wearing the Arnie shades. Well, that ball's been terminated. Nice shot. So Zadran got some thinking to do here. Sahil maybe just a tad short. Nice to see if he can come back with a fuller delivery. And it's a pitch that's true, it bounces good, but therefore batters can bat with confidence. Outside the off this time at the fielder, no run. Namaste, Assalamu alaikum, Sastri Akal, Aibawan to all of our viewers watching by FanCode, the sub-Indian continent. Very, very warm welcome to you all as well. Once the single, takes on the fielder and we'll get there. Very picturesque ground, as you saw on the shot early this morning. Have a look at the top batters. Let's have a look at that side of the non-start. We'll come back to this as well a bit later if we don't get a chance to go through. I mean, Shigwell was one of the captain. He's in awesome form. And just have a look at that. 1,003 runs in the series that he's played here. And Uthman Zai, 554, and just behind him, Noor Ahmadzai. He was the player of the match in the final last year, scoring valuable runs for his team. He got into the 40s and also picked up 2 wickets. And top batters in Vienna, and Hussain, it doesn't surprise me there, him and Chima right up there. And Joshi, the captain. So of course, all of those guys have to shine here today. There's no Hussain in the side this morning, so that's probably why we've seen Chima right up there. And like I was saying, I like the introduction of Singh in the second match. I think he batted very well. Was a bit unlucky to get out. Khan will continue. This hit pretty hard, but straight at the fielder, and no run there. Yeah, he's looks like a classy stroke player, Ranjit Singh. Not necessarily a big hitter of the ball. It's not one that's going to smash every ball to the boundary, but certainly capable of playing some very nice shots. We did see a bit of that, demonstration of that yesterday. Can't. Nice shot, cut shot, that's a tremendous shot. And Chima, well, he gets this away, no hassles. What a beautiful cut shot this is. But we've been treated to 2 lovely shots in that part. Look, makes the room for himself early. That was a key to that. And this time, I like what Zidane was able to do with the ball earlier. Not able to follow him, not able to get the bounce in and tuck him up. It gives him the freedom to play the shot. And it's played very, very well indeed. Lovely execution there of the cut shot. Chima seems to be in the mood to go big here. Slower delivery, good change up of pace from Basir Khan. Ranjit Singh now taking guard. First ball of his to face. Once again, it's a slower one. Just deciding just to take a bit of pace off the ball. That's the clever thing to do. New batter hasn't faced the ball, so just try something different. Khan. Singh once more. Singh, wow, is he going to get off the mark the same way as what Chima did? It does look like the third man has disappeared from there. It seemed to be that they went with Chinwari much wider, almost sort of at a backward point, left that right open. We saw a lot of runs go in that area yesterday, and I came to the conclusion that on this pitch, with the speed of the outfit and also the bounce that bowlers are getting, I think you're far better off just having that third man back all the time. Of course, difficult one in the power play. You can only have 2 men out. Nicely played, trying to get it in that gap between pointer backward, and that's a wild throw. They think about taking the second, but throw caution to the wind there, because they see that the fielder is coming through to back it up, and that was Ahmad Zai. End of the over, and it's a good one. They've made a positive start here, 19 on the board. Two overs gone, so 1 more over left in the power play. Maybe just get a chance to sneak at that table once more. Yeah, there it is. So you can see Pakistan CC, 2 out of 2 at the top. Vienna and ACT, they shared 1 apiece between each other. So an opportunity that has to be taken by these 2 teams here to try and get points on the board, especially in Vienna, having that they've already played 2 matches and not being able to get on the board. Bit of inside edge on this. There's the fielder up there. We'll do the fielding. Yeah, just look at this field. I'm not sure if it's going to change at all to Ranjit. Doesn't look like. So hell is it done? Well, hang on. There is a little change here now, and then yeah, this makes sense to the hard-hitting Chimo plays, or has played so far very well on the offside. So they have put the third man back on the boundary, and they've put the backward point on the boundary as well. So they're inviting him to go across the line. And he goes straight, and he's been sent back. Well, I think there is a single there. I think Chimo wants it, but it's Ranjit Singh that says no. And you see there, not really backing himself at all, Ranjit there. I think that's probably a couple they've missed out on. Now remember what I said at the beginning, that they need to find a way to get between 10 and 20 more runs on the board to avoid losing these close matches. You've got to take those singles. Oh, he stops the shot, gets done with, I think, a slower short delivery. So Sahil Zadran now, he's in the act. Just taking the pace right off this one. Bangs it in slow, gets into position so early, could have gone anywhere. Sort of stops the shot. See, just stops the shot. I think if he's carried on with this and he's crunched it, I think he's going to get it over the mid-on or mid-off. He does go for this one, and this time there's more hesitation, and that would have been out. If this hits, I think Ranjit would have gone. Yeah, they're just not running very confidently together at all. Look, there's the hesitation. It happened on both ends. Watch the throw. Yeah, he's not even in the shot. I think they need to sort that out. It's almost like these two have just been plucked out of the stands and said, yeah, you two can have a bat. No communication there at all. So first opportunity perhaps goes begging. Plays this nicely, trying to get it in the gap. Doesn't. Well fielded. Nice safe hands there from Mohammad Safi. But they do take the single. That is better. Good over from Zadran so far. Can he finish it well? Just a 12. Come off his spell. He's got boundaries at the first one, wasn't there? One was a sneaky one, an edge. But hasn't he come back well? And it's all about the change and the variation. Full swings about at this. The ball is racing away. Fielder has done really well. What a lovely pickup that is. That's the way you patrol the boundary. Does so well. Gets down, takes it cleanly. And that's the end of the over. And also the end of the power play. 23. I think they want to really push on. I think you'll see that the last over went in the wrong direction. It wasn't a bad start. The second over was a good one. And that one was a good one if you're going to start supporter. Going to be a lovely day here today. The temperatures at the moment around about 16 degrees. Gentle breeze. There was that storm did come yesterday, though it hit some parts harder than others. But where we were based, which is about probably 20-minute drive from here, it didn't It wasn't that heavy, that amount of rain, but certainly in the distance we can see the thunder and lightning. But probably as a result of that a bit fresher, but it will be around about 24, 25 the highs later. This one's hit pretty firmly. The throw comes in, and I think on this occasion batter had made it in, Chima. Just trying to say, well, okay, we're not going to be hitting these boundaries. We've got to take the single. It's a little bit sluggish getting the bat down, though. Ishak Safi is the bowler. I think he's first. So do like the headband. Nice ball. Full. Takes a single, and you can notice now the field has been spread. Give you a chance to have a look at where those fielders are now. So remember, outside the power play after the first 3 overs, the field can be spread. So 5 men are allowed out now. And most teams seem to follow this sort of field. Got the 2 on the leg side. You can see third man backward point is back, and also long off. And this is work that long off the man I just mentioned. They'll have to do. They look for 2. They do. In comes the throw. He's going to be out here, is he? Well, I think it was really close. I think if this was taken, you see the bowler is just having to try and reach for it. I think if this was taken cleanly, there we go. Here comes the, yeah, look, yeah, if that's taken cleanly, he would have had it. And you can see the reaction there from Uthman Zaid, the keeper. Hands on the head. Slower delivery, a very slow delivery. This one, I think, well, this is a case of a slow delivery from the bowler, and the batter hits the bouncer back at the bowler. It goes over his head. He'll take a single. Yeah, have a look at this. I'm sure he spangs it straight into the ground. Watch. Boom, boom. And he says, there you go. We saw one of these yesterday go to the boundary in the third man area. Nice replay there. Very good morning to Andis, Dennis, and also Edwards, the Spring Productions crew here. Swing and a miss. And this is turning out to be another productive over. So the rate has started to go the wrong direction here for Indian Vienna. They need to get going again, need to find these boundaries. Just bowling a good line. I mean, Chima, they know that he's ruthless if he's given width. They haven't. And Ranjit at the moment hasn't really got going. Up in the air, but once more, should be stopped. Well, does it quite awkwardly in the end. Does the fielder. Didn't look too comfortable, Mohammed Safi, stopping that one. End of the over. And well, got yeah, that's absolutely true. Highlights, funny moments, and a lot more. And we're now on TikTok as well. And yeah, European Cricket Network. So much happening at the moment. And look, I just want to give an early shout out to all the team that are here that have been doing a great job. Sam Williams, Barry Eaton, Mazbaji, Maka Guntilaka, and also Diana Oroz. Diana Oroz, some of the photos she takes and some of the video clips are fantastic, and there's a number of places that you can watch them. But yeah, on TikTok now as well as Instagram and Facebook. So yeah, get on there, and of course you can always go to our website as well, EuropeanCricket.com, and loads of information and stats there. If you want to know anything about some of the results already, some of the matches yesterday and the performers, click onto the links, click onto the player stats. So now a whole amount of information there for you to get your teeth into. Well, he's trying to get his teeth into this, but I think he just put it straight into the hands of the fielder. It's a slower delivery, and the batter there is sort of asking the question about whether this is a no ball or not, and then decides, well, if it is a no ball, I better get myself in the crease. Well, make your mind up about this, and I think they will be having a chat about it. Let's see, I mean, he's standing just outside his crease, and, well, yeah, I think, yeah, it has been called. I think that's a good call. Nice to see the umpires, Rajinder Kumar and Lakveer Hira, working together there, and I'm sure the third umpire, Stefan Gooch, came into play again to see that. And no damage done. That was the free hit. It's a swing and a miss. So even with that one extra and getting a free hit, can't get going. Safi come here to bowl his first. Wide, hit hard, and it's wide off the fielder as well, and that will be 4 runs. Well, one thing that they've done pretty well after the sort of the first couple of overs, if they've kept the ball out of this zone to Chima. And the reason they've done that, they know he's very strong. This one was there and it had hit me, written all over it, and Chima did. 4 more runs, 4 carreras más. Está muy bien, pero esta hombre, te gusta la pelota cuando tiene poco de aire libre ahí. Once more, very similar, but this time he doesn't really get himself in a good position. Gets a single. That gives the opportunity, I think, to Ranjit Singh. He needs to play a few shots himself. The only boundary he's got to his name was that edgy one. 1-4 to him and 4 to Chima. No Maximo as such as yet. It's this sort of not out in the middle of the bat. Gets another single. So I just think that Chima probably is sensing that this is an opportunity because it's not the best of starts from Mohammad Safi. Just struggling with his line a little. And gets it past the infield. They will push and should push for 2. They do. The throw comes in now. And once again, just struggling to make his ground. This time it's Ranjit Singh. See here again, a direct hit. Yeah, he's gone. Not running the first one quick enough and then having to really scarper through on the second. Slower delivery and another opportunity maybe, but this time the fielder, Ali Khan, just not able to get the ball in his hands. So, bit of acceleration, you would say, but at the halfway point, it's 40. No wickets down, and that's probably why you're going to see now both these batters probably swing hard. It's yesterday when we saw their matches, they only lost 4 wickets getting to 100 against Pakistan CC in the first match, and then they lost 6 wickets getting to 98. In both of those matches, it was the last over where the damage was done for them. They really accelerated over. I think the second match 15 came off the last. The last one I think went magical. Probably was about 20 runs of it. But they need to try to do that a little bit earlier. Can they? They've got the wickets in hand. This is hit pretty well. And well stopped by the fielder. Again, good delivery to Chima, no width. And this one is hit into the ground. But he's not able to bounce the bowler. Safi pull back, another full delivery, and once more not able to pick it up cleanly first time. Mohammad Safi, I think he was able to. He probably had time, or would have had time, to throw it back to the bowler, Safi. Another opportunity missed. All of them coming in attempted run-outs. Well bowled, really good bowling. This is something that I think if on this pitch, when you know that batters can get in and be dangerous, this is the line you've got to bowl. It's so difficult. Watch where this is pitching. See, look how difficult that is to get away. Perfect delivery, well bowled. Ishaq Safi, gold dust. That's what dot balls are. Slower ball, and it was not a good one. He's down the leg side, but he's not been able to put it away. He tries to guide this to the boundary, just Ranjit Singh. And well, this is one. You've got to be thumping this. Just goes to guide it. And it doesn't get any power in the shot at all. Fielder does well. But yeah, I mean, this one had to be sent, didn't it? Look, right at the last, he's just getting bad onto it. Plays a nice enough sweep shot. But the fielder there maybe gets a little bit fortunate, but does stop it. And that was Sadiq Mohammed. this one should be stopped. It has been in front of us and keeps it to 1. Mohamed Safi just been moved to a different part of the field this time. No issues stopping that. Issues at the moment are all with Indiana playing the 3rd match in this series. The finalists last year. At the moment struggling to get their batting game going. No wickets gone here, but they really haven't run away with runs on the board. And you just get the feeling here now. I mean, okay, there's no Hussain in the side, but I think when you got something like Gil Shamsha sitting, and he's an explosive player, this is now the time for me that he has to come in. That's 6 overs gone. The score is 44. Okay, what do you do? Do you say to somebody like Ranjit Singh, okay, Ranjit, good effort. You've had, what's he had now? 13 deliveries, 13. He's going to run a ball. I think this is the time now that Ranjit just has to turn around and say, okay, I'm out of here. And the point I was trying to make before, they lost 4 wickets and 6 wickets yesterday. They were never bowled out. They've got big hitters still to come. And, well, Gil Shamsha yesterday, I think he was absolutely exceptional the way he hit the ball. I think you just got to go with it. Maybe someone like Iqbal Singh as well can give it a good crack. He made some important runs for them as well. It's time to make a change. You've also got Dawud Zadran in there, made 23 not out of 17. Make that call. That's what I'm saying here now. I don't know what you think on the chat and wherever you're watching from. Goes for the big one down the ground. Ranjit is just struggling, so that's 14 deliveries now and just 13 runs. And we said yesterday that he seems to be a classy batter. Probably does prefer to play the longer version of the game. He goes for this one. It should be an opportunity, and well, there you go. That's probably just as good as being retired out. And the first wicket that Donnerstadt have taken in this series goes to Shigwali, or Shigwal I should say, and a man that we know all about, and, the captain Razman Shigwal into the attack and gets the wicket. Good catch taken by Ishaq Safi. Had to come round to his right along the boundary, and nice safe clean hands. So the first opportunity they get, they take. But look, I really don't. You heard me talking when he was on 13 of 13 balls. He ends up being 13 of 15. So he stays here for 2 extra deliveries than what I would have liked, perhaps. But he does go, and that gives an opportunity for them, another batter to come in and have a crack. Sometimes it's just the way it is. I mean, we've seen it with you saw it in Hungary with some players. And I mean, go back to Hungary. Stefan Gooch is actually here as the tournament referee in that first match, the Blinders versus the Royal Tigers. Up in the air, and the fielder coming in and not able to take the catch. Just dipping. Yeah, going back to Stefan Gooch. I mean, he just couldn't get going. He was going to run the ball as well. And I think he got double figures. Probably the same situation as Ranjit was in here and thought, yeah, I'm retiring out of here. Then a few batters came in, got important runs on the board, and they ended up winning just by 6 runs. And myself and Vinny do believe that, okay, there were other things that come into play as well, but that decision to do that got them that victory. He's hit pretty hard, but bobbles along the ground. And, it is Gil Shamsha that has come in. And there he is with the yellow helmet. Well, I called him yesterday, Gil the Basher. This bang into the ground. Still 2 balls, 2 runs. Quite easily. We saw this a couple of times. Ball actually goes on to stumps. On both occasions we've seen it lately. They will stay on. Well bowled, but I think this is going to be called a wide. Yeah, just gets a little bit too much moving away. And there, you see, that's the sort of shot that Chima, if he stays set, he can be playing. I mean, that was probably would have been too wide, but that's the area where he likes it. And now you're seeing even Chima, because he knows they need to try to get runs on the board quickly. even he's trying to do something different. He's trying to charge down at it. Edge, gone. And the captain takes his second wicket. That's really well bowled from Razman Chigwell. This one's a little bit quicker. He got the one before that just a little bit too wide. And Chima departs now as well. So both the openers gone. Chima 31 of 26 deliveries. That neatly taken catch behind the stumps by Utmanzai. Nicely done. And well, give you an opportunity to have a look at where me and the crew will be going to next. And of course, we have got that Italian summer coming up, starting off with Milan. So once we finish here, we're packing our bags and get bizzed away. Milan, Brescia, Bologna, Rome, and then the Super Series when those winners come together and battle it out. And then after that, we've got a bit of time in Germany, 2 weeks in Dresden and Krefeld, of course. Some of you would have seen the T20 Ice being played there. It's a lovely setup as well. And then one more added to that schedule, Belgium in Brussels. So plenty of cricket to come your way. And of course, don't forget, we've also got the European Cricket Championships coming up, which is like the Euros of cricket. And, that will be in Khartoum in Malaga. A bit more Khartoumania coming your way. So Shamsher deep inside his crease. Still not being able to find the middle. That's run the ball, but they think about it. And Shamsher, I think if he was alert to the call, maybe they could have taken that one. Just to highlight the bowling there of the captain, Razman Chigwell. 2 for 4 in his first. Absolutely brilliant spell. I say spell, he's still got an over to go, so he's looking to add to that. Well bowled, slower delivery. This is Basir Khan coming back to the attack. Tiki-taka at the moment here. It's, well, the Indian Vienna. They're in the Indian tuk-tuk at the moment. The 2-cylinder is going tuk-tuk-tuk-tuk, tiki-taka, tiki-taka, tiki-taka. And they need more than tiki-taka. They need a bit of boom-boom. It's just not happening for them. And once again, good fielding there from Ishaq Safi. Supporting that delightful headband. There's no 2 to this arm, he says. And there's the throw. Beautifully done. Good bit of cricket. Inside edge. Once more, fielder gets down. They think about 2, and it's not going to be. So just tightening the screw. And see here, just leave, just get ready to go, and then send back. And the keeper was right there. Now he leaves this one, and that's not a good call, not a good shot from the batter. I mean, look at this, it's a beautiful delivery. I mean, it's not even like close. It's just complete misjudgment. Shamsher. This is a different Shamsher to the one we saw yesterday. And now, well, he's been terminated. And that's well bowled from Khan. It just wasn't happening, and I suppose, well, maybe he doesn't use up too many deliveries. Well, yesterday he was smashing the ball all over the place in match number 2, 19 of just 6 deliveries. But they just don't let you get going, do they? Donnerstad, champions last year when they played under the name of Vienna Afghan. Donnerstad, by the way, for those of you who don't know, is an area in Vienna. And that's why they changed its name. They wanted to be supporting, now that they had several players from the area, wanted to be supporting the name of the area that they're all from. I like that move. I think it's always nice to be able to put a name of the area to your team name in some format or another. Donnerstad looking like the strong team that we know that they are. The third wicket goes, and it's Shamsha who gets bowled without hitting a boundary this time. Well, this one is a boundary maybe, and well, it does take a bit of a nasty bounce, but Ishaq says no boundary to me. Ishaq Safi, well, he's got the headband on. Maybe he's doing his early morning aerobic exercises. Well, today is the International Yoga Day. I don't think he's doing yoga, but he's doing his own little workout. Yoga, a day that celebrates the physical and spiritual powers that connect body and mind. So have you done your yoga this morning? That may be why Vinny's Sandu's a little bit late. He's doing his yoga before I think we'll see him at some point during the second match. Tries to get funky, doesn't get a bit on this. The bowler and the keeper think he has. I think the two umpires may be coming together to have a chat about this. I think this is a case of, I don't mind this at all. I think Rajinder and Lakvir are going to come together. Maybe he's going to say, well, I'm not sure. What do you think? Does he touch it? Well, there's the decision. Well, yeah, I must admit, watching this again, I think there may have been just a little bit on this. And tries to get funky, not able to. It's another wicket that goes. And the captain, Kunal Joshi, he has to go for a disappointing duck. And, yep, 3-ball duck for Joshi. So, well, that's another one that's going to go into the Danube River. And he's going to quack himself off, and that's not what the captain wanted to do. It was, I mean, it was there to play the shot. I mean, there's nobody back there, so I can understand the thinking, but it doesn't get to execute it. And that's a simple dismissal or a simple catch for the keeper, Lukman Zai. Pace off. What a clever player Shigwell is. And now maybe, no, there's good running. And yeah, Razman Shigwell just saying to the fielder there, come on, we need to get to that quicker. Razman Shigwell, he is also the national team captain. Big player here in Austria, and you can see why. And this one, it's width, and this is hit all the way. Maybe are we going to get the maximum here? And the umpire's checking, put him up in the air. Manos arriba, says Guerreras. Well, we finally get it. It was a short delivery, banged in wide, and finally you get a batter that finds the middle of his bat, and finally we get a boundary. And that is a long time in coming. Then you have to go all the way back to inside the power play. The last time we saw one, and there's another. Well, this is more like it. And Iqbal Singh, dare I say it, and that I was talking about. I was saying that Iqbal Singh and certainly Samsha the Basher were the ones yesterday that found their range pretty well. Well, Shamsha didn't. One of them had to click, and we see back-to-back boundaries. They're a team that do it late, don't they? But what a great bit of bowling. Unfortunately, I mean, that's 10 runs off Shigwell's spell have come off the last 2 balls he's bowled. That's quite incredible. 3 for 14, which is still outstanding, but it could have been so much better. Where are we at? 62 for 4. It's the last over. This is where Indian Vienna managed to do special things. Is it going to happen here today as well? Mohamed Safi, he's bowling to Zadran. This is being sliced up in the air. Opportunity, gets away from the fielder. Will they try and take 2? They do. In comes the throw, and it's well run. The wicketkeeper had a lot to do. And gets a hand. This is a difficult one. It's always going away from the fielder. And unfortunately, he goes for the catch. It hits his hand and gets away from him as well, so has to chase it before he gets a throw in. 2 taken. 70 something maybe, but even that you would think is not enough. Doesn't get the timing on this. Fielder comes across and maybe Iqbal Singh will say, okay, let's just set up for that room now. They take him on, and this one could be going over the bowler. They're going to get another. Oh, dearie me. Whoopsie, what's happened here? Oh, well, it should have been one. They take the dicey second because of the misfield, and oh, it's called one short as well. This is European cricket in a nutshell. Well, how about this? He said, here you go, you okay there? Yaar, main la lamba kidda ho gaya, kidhar mari ball. But the batters, they do the fielding side a favour. That's criminal, really, from Indian Vienna. Should have been 3. 1 short called, only 2. Iqbal, the bowler then tries to stop this with his foot. Take 1. Well, Iqbal is ready to go again, and why not? Because he's not the one who's going to be left at the danger end. And you see Iqbal is having a word, I think, here with Zidane and saying, hey, we've got to go. And saying, oh, yaar, why aren't you waiting? Wakey. Short, hit, hard. Where's this one going? And where's this going to end up? Well, it's gone past the boundary. It goes all the way, I think. The square leg umpire is saying that 6 runs. And they're still waiting, not giving it yet. He wants to check. Well, let's have a look. It's hit this pretty well. It goes all the way up in the air. Where does it land? That's what they want to check here. And yeah, I think that's 6 runs. So come on, put them up in the air. Let's have it. 6. Still waiting to give the signal. And yeah, I think this goes over the field. You can see the square leg umpire is saying 6. So there we go. Finally, Shaka Lagya. Well, the umpires, they wanted to make sure. Don't mind that at all. And the fielder been saying, I want you to go just where that one went. Okay. Well, apologies that we just seem to have lost the score for a moment. But I believe that they're now, with that 6 there, probably in the 70s. He'll be up pretty soon, I'm sure. This one's will be a single. Here comes the throw. Well, I say it should be a single. I've said that a few times. Should be just this, and it isn't. Iqbal will want to finish with a bang. Well, I think it's a word that's been said in the ears of the umpire from the third official, and I think they've decided that was it, maybe. Looks like, because looks like everybody is departing. And now the 2 batters are saying, hey, are you sure? Iqbal is saying, I only needed 1 more ball. Give me 1 more. Go on, give me 1 more. And the 2 umpires are saying, that is it? Well, is it? I don't know. Well, the players seem to think it is. And, well, there we go. That is it. We get the score back right on time. Thanks, guys. 77 they end up with. I said it looks like it's going to be a 70-something. They do get to 77, so I suppose they do get that. It's true to Indian Vienna style. I think that means that they got 15 off the last over. So they're doing that, or keeping up with their trademark of getting good scores of the last. So I think they've had a 20-something, 15 and 15 in the last 2 matches that they've played. But still, you'd have to say, as we have a look at these highlights, this is well below par. Especially when you think of the opening partnership. I mean, this was the first wicket. That was the go. But remember the openers, Chima and Ranjit, well, they batted all the way into sort of the 7th over, more or less. But they just didn't take the chances early on. They couldn't get the acceleration on. They did get a bit of luck. And Shamsher comes in. He wasn't able to get going, and that was the dismissal of Chima. And Rosmal Chigwell, one of the introduction he's made. Just another bowler that's picked up 3 wickets. I think we saw that so many occasions yesterday. And well, that was a good delivery to get rid of Shamsha there, who just couldn't get going. And then the captain, well, Kunal Joshi decided he wanted to get funky. He gets a little bit on this. I think he knew it as well, really. I think the body language of the captain, Joshi, said it all. And the two umpires, they came together. Did Rajinder Kumar, Lakvir, Hira had a chat. Maybe the third umpire, Stefan Gooch, got involved as well. And the finger went up. And well, then these two came together. And Iqbal was able to get the acceleration with this. Well, how about this for a throw? And then the batters, they did also let themselves down, because the umpire then says, that's one short, guys. And the two batters look at each other and said, Mani kita tu kita, Mani kita tu kita. It was one of those, but in the end, it was a good performance from the team coming back to defend their title. Donnerstad, and led well by their captain, not only the captain of the club side, but the captain of the national team as well. And just have a look at the scorecard. But for me, the most important thing was that opening partnership. Both the openers just really couldn't get going. The first wicket fell to score on 44 for 1, but that was well inside the 7th over. And neither one of the openers could get going, really. Chima was the highest scorer with 31 of 26. Ranjit Singh 13 of 15, and he did eventually go. And I was calling for him to go once he'd chewed up 13 balls for 13. Gil Shamsha, I think, was the right call for him to come in for today in this first match. Certainly, he wasn't able to get cracking the way he normally does. That was a round 14 of 6 deliveries, and Iqbal Singh 12 of 4. They did get things moving slightly, but again, I mean, that's not a score that should challenge the very strong Donnerstad team. Just have a quick check and look at the bowling for you. And well, I think the one man that led from the front, Razman Chigwal, taking 3 for 16, and he will be instrumental, I'm sure, in the run chase as well. And there was a wicket there as well for Basir Khan, whose first over was a bit expensive, but he came back really well in the second. But nobody really went for too many. Mohamed Safi, he was wicketless for I think 24 runs, but Zadran bowled really well, and I like the bowling and also the fielding of Ishaq Safi as well. So a top quality performance there, and you'd expect the Donnerstad team to go out there and knock these off. I reckon they might do it probably in about the 7th or the 8th over. But look, cricket is a funny game. Anything can happen. One thing I do know, that Indian Vienna, having lost their first 2 games yesterday against Pakistan, so you see, they know that they need to get going. So this is a huge day for them. And let's see how things end up. Well, for the time being, it's time for me to just take a short break and just remind you that we'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. Hope you're enjoying the first match this morning. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series in Vienna. Volvemos en más o menos 10 minutos. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the beautiful Seabourn Cricket Ground. It absolutely looks well, that's a postcard image, isn't it? That looks fantastic, and it's a lovely sight here in Austria, in Vienna. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series. I'm Rico Full, and they're certainly enjoying the start of the day here, and we're going to enjoy it even more because we always like to have guests that come on. And well, I'm going to have a man that I'm going to get a man that's been instrumental in cricket here in Vienna, and it's Quinton Norris. Quinton, good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to have you in our ice cube at the moment. And well, the ice cube is doing its job. It's keeping us nice and cool. It's a lovely day here. First of all, congratulations yesterday on the performance of Vienna CC. I know that's your home ground, and this is the man who was behind the stumps, took a very good catch indeed, and it was a good performance. I mean, the highest run scored in the series so far, 135 I think it was, to beat the Austrian Cricket Tigers. Finished one apiece, and happy with the performance of the of Vienna CC?
Yeah, no, very happy with the performance. First game we floundered a bit at the end, couldn't chase it down, but that's cricket, and the boys bounced back and yeah, put in a good performance out there. So yeah, it's great. One apiece, we're happy with that. So rest day today and back on it tomorrow.
Yeah, rest day today. Look, while the umpires just making their way back out into the middle. How do you see this one going? I think India Vienna will be disappointed, right? I mean, they're a team that lost narrowly yesterday to Pakistan CC. They knew they had to come here this morning and try and get, well, ideally 2 wins on the board. It was never going to be easy, though, against the Donnerstadt team, who, as we know, last year were the champions. And they're a star-cast outfit, aren't they?
They're a very good team. But yeah, in India, they started off quite well, had wickets in hand, but yeah, lost a few. They won't be happy with the score they got. Good to see Razmal bring himself on to have a bowl and manage to get some wickets and change the outcome. So 76, not the best score. And yeah, from the get-go, we know that Donnerstadt will look to go big. So bowlers have to be on song from ball one.
Yeah, the openers, we've got Sadiq Mohammed. He's going to be facing the first delivery, and out there with him, he's going to be the wicket keeper stroke batter. It's Uthman Zai, and a good day behind the stumps there. Now, you would know a lot of these players, of course, not just through being playing here in Austria and in Vienna, but of course also part of the national team setup as well. So I'll be interested to have a chat to you about that, and also about something which is really, I know, on the up here in Austria, the women's cricket as well. But let's see the start of this one first. Going with Gil Shamsher. Wasn't able to produce the same sort of destructive hitting that we saw from him yesterday when he got his opportunity. And let's see if he can get the breakthrough. They need wickets, and they need him quickly here. Shamsher, as we just wait to start, tell me, or tell the viewers, a little bit about this ground. I mean, how did it start, and how does it become from what I believe was a turnip field to a cricket ground, and a lovely cricket ground?
Yeah, you should ask if Mark Simpson Pocket joins in next comms maybe. Yeah, he has it from the start, from being born here. Now his dad and a lot of other people put a lot of work into it back, yeah, long time ago. So they, yeah, man-made or lady-made as well. Yeah, so a lot of hard work was in the ground. We also had a second field in the early 2000s for the European Championships. But then when cricket grew, we had a ground in Vienna, so we didn't need that ground, and it got taken back into the farm fields again, unfortunately, because we would need that back now, but it can't quite get it back. Yeah,
it's one of those, isn't it? I mean, I suppose at the time cricket was on the up and maybe it was being utilised as much, and now you're in a situation, I think, the number of teams that you've got there that you can really do with another pitch here, right?
No, exactly. But yeah, we're still trying. Let's hope that one day we can get another ground back here, but for now we're happy to still maintain and still keep the other one.
Yeah, look, one thing that I might want to talk to you about, and while we've got a bit of time, maybe have a look at the European Cricket Championship coming up. Now, your group Me and you, we're going to be at opposite ends here because, of course, we know that this is going to be in Spain. That's where I'm from. And Spain and Austria in the same group with Ireland, Czech Republic and Portugal. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's well, there's all great teams there, but that's pretty much a gun group. I think that for fans is Spain coming up. They have some good players, of course. Ireland will be interesting to see who they would pick.
You'd expect Ireland maybe to. Would you expect Ireland would? You'd expect them to top the group. Of course, all depends what players that we are going to see. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's going to be a bit of a ding dong as we get started here. And he's got a wicket straight away. Chuck the footy style. Well, I started this morning saying that we're at home to a very famous, legendary actor in Austria, Arnold Schwarzenegger. And one of his phrases was, "You've been terminated." Well, he has been terminated. He goes right across the line here and knocks him over. Well, what a start for Shamsha.
Yeah, great start. Sadiq going for his 9 shot. Unfortunately, that was right on the money from Gill. And yeah, good start for ICCV. That's just exactly what they wanted or needed.
Yeah, I mean, you need, when you don't have big runs on the board, what you do need is wicket straight away. And that's exactly what they got. The target, just to confirm for you again, is 77. So the actual score was 76. I think there was probably the one short is what they were working on to get that updated. So 77 required, and boom, he knocks them over, chucks the fitness style with the first ball, and well, that changes things slightly.
That does. That brings Razmal to the crease, and yeah, he will be under pressure to get going. It's not that easy when you're chasing a small target, as we know. If you have a bad start, pressure sinks in, and yeah, let's see what happens to the next ball.
Classy player though, isn't he? Razmal Chigwala, you know him very well, of course. You've worked with him and a lot of the other players in the national team setup. Is he still the national team captain?
Yes, he is.
And, off the mark straight away, nice shot, just punches this down the ground. And, gets off the mark. One thing I like about Razmal, I remember seeing him in the ECC, what we were talking about last year. He just seems to be such a calm influence on everybody. He doesn't get too flustered. A really, really nice guy as well to talk to. But he's very knowledgeable, but he's a performer. With bat or with ball, he's always giving you something.
Yeah, he definitely is growing into the role as captain and leader. And also, as you say, the calm head is it's not always that easy around, but he's growing into it. And
away, Zai sort of plays a bit across the line, but gets away with it, gets a single. Now we know that the scene for the national team here, it's a good one. The boys are getting better all the time. Just narrowly missed out beating Germany. I mean, beat them once, which was I mean, what was the feeling in the camp with that after that victory? Must have been so huge.
Yeah, it was really great. It was my birthday on that day. So
really? Wow.
Yeah. So we had a double header with Germany and Sweden, so I was really hoping that we would win, and yeah.
Beating Germany on your birthday in a T20I series, I mean, that must be special. Well, we won't talk about what happened in the evening because I'm pretty sure there was a bit of a celebration, a bit of a party for your birthday. But again, good performances, and I know that somebody that you've worked a lot with. This one's been hit hard. Fielder comes in. Oh, wow, he's caught in two minds. You've got to decide whether you're going for the catch or not. He comes charging in here, and I think once you make that commitment, you've got to keep going. You've got to try and take it. He doesn't, and then he's left himself there. You see, no man's stand, and in fact, he tries to trap it with his foot. I'm pretty glad that he doesn't, because that's going to be nasty. That was Sumash Shagil. That's the moment he won't want to look back at again. Slower delivery. Once again, it's played out on the onside, so he is playing across the line. And Shamsha, that's the end of the first over. Started with a bang and got the wicket straight away. Well, this is just where we are without a golden ball. That record just keeps continuing. So 279 matches without a golden ball. I doubt very much if this one will get a bit close, but you never know. Funny, stranger things have happened. First over is done with 8 8 for 1. Yeah, I was going to say one man that you worked a lot with who impresses me all the time is Aqib Iqbal, and we know that he's a fantastic cricketer. Yesterday he demonstrated just how classy he is. He took a world-class catch. His bowling's very good, but his batting has come along so much. I mean, is that something that you saw in him? Because I mean, I say that because not only did he bat well in your first match yesterday, but he scored valuable runs. I think it was in the final. Was it in the final against Germany? He scored 40-odd runs.
Yeah, in the final. It's a tough one with Aqib. He's a really good player, as you know, bowling, and sometimes your batting gets forgotten. But for him, he's always been a player that can come in. He doesn't have to hit big from ball one, and is more of a gets himself in, and Quadrigal goes over the top and launches it for 6.
That's a really nice shot, isn't it? It's nice to see that he plays this one straight. I was just saying that he's played a lot of his shots. He's going across the line. Well, he shows here that he can play pretty straight as well. That's a really nice shot from Manzai. He goes all the way over, and they're going with the Khatib Omari, who didn't come into bowl until quite late yesterday in the first match, but was impressed with what he offered, and they went with him earlier in the second match, and he picked up 3 wickets, and that's why he's bowling here. Yeah, 3 for 21. Going really with the top wicket takers here to try and get these wickets and get them about self in this match. Good fuller delivery. It's blocked out. Yeah, so you were saying, sorry, Quinton.
Yeah, no problem. So he has always been a good batter, but of course when you are playing T20s especially, and you have a lot of batting, bowling is his main job.
Yeah.
But as a batter, he's definitely come on a long way, and you can see he runs hard between wickets, does all the basics right, gets himself in, and then he managed to launch a few straight, lovely shots against Germany and also yesterday against us. But in league cricket,
asking the question, and I think this is going to be out, you know.
Yeah.
And looking at the body language, the batter, I think he's already on his way. Well, this is a very, very important wicket because it is Razmal that has to go. Keep an eye on it. Look at the line. Yeah, he's nowhere close, and you can see that's why he's so dejected. Another wicket and an important one, and well, you can see Razmal is disappointed because I think he knows that there's no way that Utmanzai is going to make that. He's run out by a long way, so another big wicket. Utmanzai just gets going. You saw him play a nice shot for 6. His strike rate was pretty good, but he's gone and run out for 13. Bit of a mix up there. Come on, whose fault? Come on, go for it. What do you reckon?
Let's see it again.
You don't see. You don't want to put. Yeah, you see it again. I think.
Well, he didn't take off straight away.
Didn't go straight away, did he?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, looked like both to blame in a way, but Utmanzai probably should have turned it down.
Oh, Mari, wicket won't go down to him, but he does get the breakthrough. I mean, we talked about Aqib Iqbal. He played very well against you guys yesterday, but youngsters, we know, is the key to the future of cricket in any country that you're in. A lot of youngsters playing a big role in cricket in Austria at the moment, and one man who is in your side that I'm always impressed with, and I know like yourself, Quinton, I mean you're playing this week, but you've done some work for European Cricket Network, and so is Mark Simpson-Parker. I mean he's a gem to have in your side, isn't he? This one's not a good ball, and it just helped along the way. Well, what a start this is from Mohammad Zai. Comes in, it's a short one, and Omari, well, he needs to pitch it up. You put it here, and I think you're going to get punished, and that's why this one goes to the boundary. Easy shot, put away. Yeah, so MSP?
Yeah, well, we've been in the same club for, 12 years now, pretty much. So he's been a youngster through the ranks. First met him as a youngster at 12, 13 years old, playing with us in the men's game. So yeah, he's valuable part of the Vienna Cricket Club setup and cricket in Austria as a whole, because he has parents that both played. He's played.
Well, it's another bad one, and is the fielder going to be able to stop this? Well, we may have to look at this again. The question will be whether his feet were in the inside the boundary or not when he stopped this. Let's have a look. And he's coming across here. Where does he end up here? Where's this, that foot? Well, I think that's going to be okay. I think somehow he's remarkably managed to keep this ball inside the field of play without touching the rope. So, and I don't think he doesn't go outside at all. So I think that's fine. I think he makes a good stop there. Saves 2 runs. But Omari's got to get this right up there. He's bowling too short. See, they have got a man back there at square, but got to get the ball full. Better line that gets this one through. Yes, so started as a youngster, 12 years old, but he's so keen. The one thing I've noticed about him, especially when he travels with us on the European Cricket Network tours, as that second over comes to an end, is that whenever he gets an opportunity to pick up the ball or pick up the bat, he takes it, and you can just see the keenness. And I know that he was itching to play again. I know he didn't have the best of form with the bats when you were on the T20 tour with Sweden and Germany, but certainly showed us yesterday what he's capable of.
Yeah, definitely. But that is cricket, as we know. Once you sometimes have bad scores coming in and it continues, you have to find a way to get out of it. As I always say, no better to bat yourself back into form.
Yeah.
Which you saw some shots starting. T10 is different, of course, because you have not much time. So you have to play quicker and different to the T20, of course. But yeah, he'll keep working hard, I'm sure, all around, and try and do his best to recover from some disappointing games in Germany.
Shamsha is back into the attack. 22 was the score at the end of the second. So there they did pick up that second wicket. Going to start well on the way. The rate is certainly not going to be an issue. And it's just over a run of ball here. But it's wickets that are needed for Indian Vienna. And this is up in the air. This could be one. The fielder comes in. Will he be able to get there? He does. And he takes a really, really good catch. That's really well done. He had to come in from a long way. This is never going to be easy. But takes the catch. And that is important. And it is the captain, Kunal Joshi. Well, Joshi disappointed with the bat, didn't he? Wasn't able to get any runs. But he has to make up for it. And he does here. This is a really good catch. Just get the feeling there that Almanzar doesn't go through with the shot. He sort of stops himself from playing it, probably seeing that there was the risk of being caught on the boundary. But all he succeeded in doing is allowing the captain, Kunal, to come in and take a really good catch. That's a disappointing soft dismissal, but it's another one. Well, game on here maybe?
Game on. Let's see. We need Razmal's wicket. So that's probably the key at the moment for both teams. If Razmal bats through and people stay around with him, then they should take the game.
Well,
looks like
a bit of pressure on. I wonder what he's thinking out there in the captain now. Maybe he's starting to feel, well, okay, if wickets are going to keep falling, maybe he needs to himself perhaps get a move on and try and knock these on pretty quickly so it doesn't get too close towards the end. Well, Ahmadzai, he hit one boundary, 1-4. He goes for 6. But again, a very good catch there from Joshi. And, well, some shot. He wasn't able to be the basher with the bat. Well, maybe he's going to be the destroyer with the ball. There's another batter. Makes his way out. And this is going to be an interesting phase in this match. It's Mohammad Safi, who will have to go, of course, to the striker's end. So a little bit of tension here created by that wicket. Indian Vienna fighting to get the first points on the board for themselves, and starting their first match, looking to do the same here. Shamsha. Not well directed delivery, gets lucky really. Matt is not able to get a big amount of bat on this. I'll take the single. So a ball to go in this, the third over. So the power play, I mean, score-wise, I mean, at the moment, they're probably just ahead of where Indian Vienna were, who themselves didn't really have an electrifying start, but over 3, they only managed to just get 4 runs from it. And the pads, I suspect, is probably drifting down leg side, a shake of the head from the umpire, and not out, but no run either. He's bowled really well, Shamsha. A good spell from him. Picks up 2 wickets, conceding only just 10 runs. So 24 for 3. This match very much in the balance. Just a run ahead of where Indian Vienna were. But of course, Indian Vienna, they didn't lose a wicket till they got into the 7th over. So they just got to keep believing here. Just keep picking up these wickets. You can have a look at the power play there. You can see once more it's that 3rd over where the issues are, but they've lost a wicket in every over. That's going to be the concern here for Donnerstad. There's a new bowler. Looks like he's getting set to go. This looks to me like it's going to be Zadran. I was impressed with what he brought to the occasion yesterday, and he played a good part there with the bat as well. Made important runs towards the end. I mean, he, along with Iqbal, Zadran scored 15, Iqbal scored 12. They put 24 on the board, or just 9 deliveries, and just got the vital runs on the board. I mean, it still doesn't look like, or didn't look like it would be enough, but certainly it looks pretty competitive now. And that rate, well, it's just under 8, so the rate is starting to creep up as well. Zadran, it's a case of pace off. I like this, Quinton, at this point. I always like the pace taken off in the 4th over. I think it just creates that opportunity. The field is now spread, taking the pace of the ball, a miscue from the batters, and you've got another wicket.
Yeah, definitely. And Dowd is the one to bring on. And let's see how he goes against Razmal.
Just guided away towards the man. Likes to see that Indian Vienna really attacking in the field, walking in, attacking the ball, firing it in.
I think this is going to be a big matchup. Safi's not going to hang around. He's going to look to attack. So let's see. I think leg side will be calling. So let's see what Dowd can produce.
Banks his hard into the ground. I think he's got the timing here. Has he to get past the fielder? Well, it looks like another fine bit of fielding. But just remember those stops we saw earlier. A good bit of foot fielding to save 4. And this again is really well done. And it's Joshi once more, the captain. The man who took a super catch to get the last batter out. Ahmed Zai now making the stop. So 4 runs being saved in the field. And when you haven't got too many runs on the board, Quinton, you've got to be fielding like this.
Yeah, definitely. Well, there's a chance.
Yeah, well, you called it, didn't you?
Looking to go leg side, not quite there. And yeah, big matchup there. Dowd getting on top of Safi.
Well, Safi wants the big shot, doesn't he? Just as you said he's not going to wait. You said he's going to go for him. He does. And gets this high up right at the top of the bat. You can see there, slices it up in the air, losing his shape there and offering a simple catch. You can see the delight there. Hachima behind the stumps. He's absolutely pumped for this. And, well, I mean, we have seen on the road, I know we saw in Stockholm and also in, I think in the Czech Republic, where we saw an amazing fight back. We've seen low scores being defended. Is this another one that's going to be defended? Remember, the target is 77. Another wicket goes. And Razman Sigwell, what's going to be going through his mind at the moment here?
I think he's been in this situation a few times before. So as long as he stays calm and just knows that if they bat the 10 overs, they should probably win. They have enough batting to come. Basir Khan in now. So he is also probably one that will push it around more than go for it straight away. So they probably have 2 of the more consistent batters at the crease at the moment, who can also hit big if needed. But let's see.
Oh, that's a beauty. That is a peach of a delivery. First up. And Basir Khan, he plays all around this. What a lovely delivery this is.
Little bit of turn and a little bit of bounce.
The absolute beaut. I'm surprised. Let's continue after this delivery back to the action live. Yeah, I'm surprised that Sahel Zadran hasn't come out as yet. I remember him. He's a very good and talented all-rounder. The other thing here is that Rasman Shigual has not had too much of the strike. He's only had 7 deliveries. I think he's maybe going to manipulate the strike a little bit more. Well, this is the European Cricket Championship starting on the 12th of September and starting with, well, a group that myself and Quinton will be looking at very closely. Spain in there as well, Austria, Czech Republic, we know all about their strengths, Portugal, and they, remember them last time round, they just got better and better, had that fantastic win against the Netherlands and Ireland. Well, they're probably a team that probably is tipped maybe to go through that one, but it's going to be very exciting. Some people not seeing England in the group, but have a look there at the bottom there, England, because they are the champions, they will come into week 5 automatically to join the winners of each group. So only one team goes through as well. It's going to be a sensational time. I mean, I know you were there with Austria last time, and well, maybe you can share some of your experiences with our viewers.
Let's just wait for the first ball from Mansandeep Singh.
Played out into the offside. Omar Army will do the fielding.
Yeah, no, it was a great event last year. We managed to get through the finals week. We pulled up with the Netherlands. So 2 teams went through. We mainly struggled against them to beat them, but we got through to the finals week. Played some good cricket on and off. And yeah, and then we, yeah, unfortunately in the finals week we didn't play up to our full potential. And if fans and people were watching, they would also say that we had more to give than we actually did. But that is sometimes what happens in cricket, as we all know. But everything else, the ground, the staff, the catering, everything, the hotel and everything else, yeah, very well looked after. And a great experience for the players to be away for a week playing in a championship like that. Just adds value. Friendships are made and everything else. So yeah, cricket and everything else is a winner.
Well, I mean, here you can see Khan, he is struggling to get back onto ball. He doesn't seem comfortable at all, does he, with pace off? And it's all joining the dots up at the moment. This is gold dust. Dot balls are gold dust. They are really struggling here. This time he goes back. It's a little bit shorter. But this is encouraging signs for the bowler. So once again, I just said before the start of that Omar that Razmal Sugwal, the captain, not having too much of the strike. Well, he's going to get one ball here from Singh. Let's see what he's going to be able to do with it. Well, he goes big. Volley, volley, volley. Well, this is what the captain needs to do here. Needs to take a little bit of the pressure off, and he goes big. He waits for it. Lovely shot. Boom. Shaka. Well, that's the Razmal we know well, Quinton.
Yeah, looks like a little bit more flight from Mansandeep, and Razmal took him on, took the chance. Yeah, not many runs were scored in the over. The lot passed 2, so definitely has to take a risk. Otherwise, the target, yeah, another 40 runs in 5 overs. So
yeah, you can see just why the partnership there between Zadran and Iqbal Singh was so important. That helped them get to that 76 in Vienna scorecard there. Yeah, I mean, they, like I said, scored 24 of 9 deliveries, and before then every batter was struggling. I mean, even though they didn't lose wickets, Niharan Chima and Ranjit Singh were out there a long time, but just couldn't get going. And maybe there's just something in the air today. I mean, you're seeing the same here from the strike there. Just can't get any batter on top of the batting. But I think, like you said, Quinton, as long as that man there, the captain, Razmal Sugwal, is there, then there's hope. There's an interesting delivery there. So he bowls this one every so often. It's almost like he sort of, just have a look, he almost like sort of collapses down on the ball and drags the ball down, doesn't get any bounce on it, gets that one through. Firmly struck, work to be done by the outfielder, and dealt with nicely there. Good bit of fielding from Omari. Going for Khan. I think he certainly struggled, seemed to be struggling with the slower delivery. It's well bowled again. I think he's looking for one right in the slot, isn't he? And at the moment, they've just not fed him it.
No, not yet. Just had to look to either get off strike or, that's more of a little bit of a heave, not quite there to hit, but gets it out for a single and off strike. So Razmal back on strike for last ball of the over.
Yeah, last one to go.
go.
Yeah, one more. Let's see if he can finish this over the way he did that of Mani Singh.
Yeah,
when he
has a
tries,
go.
he goes down to one knee, and the fielder can't do anything about it. A great effort, and captain to captain, and Joshi, the man on the boundary line, he waits for it, springs into action, but can't do anything about it. Another quality top shot from Razmal. Just love the way he gets down to one knee, gets enough on it. Just great bit of action. Great work there from our cameraman as well. Spring production, that Edwards, that's up there. It's another Maximo at the end of the over, and you can see just why he's so dangerous. The score moves on to 45 at the end of 6 overs. Yeah, I mean, before the start of the innings, I was saying that I expected Donna Strad to probably knock these off perhaps inside 8 overs. Well, they're making hard work of it, but as we said, Quinton, while Razmal Shigwal is there, anything is possible.
Exactly. Looks like my commentary still might be a bit longer then.
Mani Singh is coming on to bowl again here. Had good success bowling to Basir Khan. Let's see if he can continue. Well, he flights this one right up, and Basir does the right thing, I think, here. He just gets the single. Now this is a bit of action I'm looking forward to. It's going to be Mani Singh bowling to Razmal Shigwal, who faced the one ball of Singh the previous over, and it smashed it for 6. And now he's seems to be picking these pretty well. This time he goes outside the off. He's trying to split the field there. Will he come back for 2? No, he decides to settle for the 1. Good little contest developing between spin and these two batters. Singh checks his field. 3 men on the leg side. And this could be going in the middle of the 2 of them, and this time it can't be stopped. Yes, it does. Just for a moment there, I thought perhaps he's going to find the fielder at square leg, but he's able to get this. Well, look, he almost falls back onto his stumps. Able to get this in the gap, and Joshi, he's made some tremendous stops there. Just look at this. He goes, rocks right back, and wow, it's a matter of centimetres. Slices it away, chases on from the fielder. They get 1, think about 2, and Khan says, nah, it's all right, Skip. Why don't you have another go? I'm sure Razmal won't mind. So just like that, the last couple of overs, especially ball number 6 in the 5th and ball number 6 in the 6th over. Those balls going for 6, and this over now, with both batters being able to find the boundary, that game now going in the favour of Donna Strad. This one will be called a wide, doesn't take anything on the way through. One thing that always intrigues me is what for you is the exciting thing that's happening with Austrian cricket here at the moment. I mean, what's the thing that you think is really appeal here? It probably catches a bit of pad or something on the way through, not out. Yeah, what are you looking forward to? What is exciting at the moment? Why is cricket in Austria exciting right now?
Well, on the men's side, we have a lot of good players. Of course, many countries will say pretty much the same thing, but I think we have a lot of good players that are very similar. So competition often is quite high, quite good. I think, as we've seen in the T10 over the years, we've had the same a lot of close games, and that's down to players being very similar and going head to head.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about close games. These two teams, they will be in action again. And maybe the next one, doesn't look like this one is going to be too close. As Donnerstadt look to be getting to the target they require. Maybe the next one is going to be closer. And we can see there that the toss has been won by Indian Vienna, and they'll be batting again. So they'll be hoping once more to get a lot more runs on the board. Yeah, sorry, Quinton.
Yeah, no problem. So that's probably it. There's also a lot of good younger players coming through, so challenging the older guys or middle, not in the 30s, I'd say as well. So there is that good dynamic between ages and everything. So there's always good competition coming through. The work on the women's side of things, yeah, still a lot of work needed to get more players in. But we have been working and trying to improve as a team. It's not always that easy. The women's game can go, sometimes you have a bad day, and you can see the quality of others, and it can change from one day to the next. But yeah, we've had some good success, and we have been enjoying that in the women's game, especially in the last year, and challenging some of the teams more or less in the same positions as us on rankings. Some teams don't have full rankings yet, so yeah, it's hard to say, but there's always potential on growth there.
Yeah, and Gopal Krishnan goes on to bowl. It's quite a whippy action. This one is called a wide. The umpire's a big think about it. Yeah, one thing that I really love, and I know I say this a lot on the comms cam to the viewers as well. Just wherever you go, I think in the last. So it's definitely the last 2 years, and obviously just before and during and now particularly after the COVID. This one's been well played. I think it may go to the boundary. He's timed it pretty well. Just get stopped before it. I love the interaction. I love what's been sparked with European cricket. You know, not just in the countries that we travel, but also the community is growing all the time. Like for example here, you know, wherever we go now, the players, yeah, they're very competitive. But outside of game mode, just they all intermingle. They share their experiences, they share their ability, the talents, and it's becoming a huge family affair. And then I think the interaction, like you said at ECC, but that continues, the interaction between all these players from the different European countries. I think it's huge. I think it's massive. Certainly has put European cricket on the map.
Yeah, definitely. If we look at when you go and you play abroad and versus countries or even as teams, you are looking to try and get to know as many people, players, staff as you can. Some teams more open to others, but the players seem to know a lot of people around nowadays. And you go to, as we know from European cricket, and you go around and then you go to one country 1 week and then we end up, hey, we seen you last week, now we're seeing you in a different country, and that just keeps on going round and round, and it's a great thing to see and be a part of.
Just outside the reach of the fielder, sort of slices this. It is a great thing to be part of, and what is also great, I mean, as we travel across, of course, we're talking about very much about the men's game, but the junior activity now, and we've got the Cricket's Cool program run by European Cricket Network, which is being supported by all the federations. So cricket, junior cricket, and it's growing all the time. Well, this is nicely played. The wicketkeeper will go after it. Just keep an eye on the umpire. I think this is, runs. No, leg byes. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, to me, I thought it come off the gloves, but anyway, leg byes being signalled. But also, I think, junior cricket, but the women's game, that's growing massively. A lot of the places we've gone to. I know Spain just recently, they went to France, and it's the first time that they played international cricket. So really, I'm absolutely chuffed with that, because I know some of the girls there, and they put a lot of effort into it, and they're so excited as well. I know I was talking to Medadal, and Hungary are looking to do the same thing. Romania, things are happening. Bulgaria as well. And I know you've been involved with women's cricket heavily as the head coach, right?
Yeah.
Coaching the women. And the women's cricket here has really strived, hasn't it?
Yeah, the ladies have been together for, a lot of them, for quite some time. Due to COVID, unfortunately, as everywhere else, the progression kind of starts everywhere. Because it started, I was not trying to go for a little scoop over Chima to fine leg, but misses out.
Yeah, I mean, important over this. We're into the 9th over now. Joshi Kuno is bowling, so battle of the two captains. 17 runs needed, and they won't want to. They won't want to have sort of 10 of the last. I think they really want to try and get after this one, and that's what. This is a massive moment in this one. Has he judged it right? He does. This is a super catch, Jakte Fatte style, and you can see the delight in the air. Well, that could be the match-changing moment, and it's Daud Zadran. We saw him bowl pretty well, who takes the catch. Well, this one certainly opens the door now for Indian Vienna. 17 still required. I think 10 balls to go. Well, Quinton, what a finish we're going to have here.
Yeah, it looks like the game's on now. You don't want to have too many runs in that final over. Pressure does get to you. So they would probably still look to try and score some more of Kunal Joshi, and Zadran comes to the crease.
Yeah, I mean, Sahil Zadran, I mean, I've seen him a few times. This guy can give the ball a whack. But that's a really good catch. I thought he's overcommitted. I thought he's come in too much. I had vision of this ball going over him, but he adjusts really well and takes a fantastic catch. Well, is that the match-winning moment? Well, Sahil Zadran will have other ideas about it. Maybe this is the, if you like, the last throw of the dice really for Donostrand. They need him to get going, and he's got to get going straight away. Swing and a miss, another dot ball, gold dust. Well, we're definitely going into the last. Now we had 4 exciting games. Yes, Quinton, what is it about cricket in Austria? You don't like to do it the easy way.
Not at all.
Hits this hard, is up in the air. Shamshar getting under it. Catch taken. Big moment. Zadran goes for a duck. It's another one. And, well, Indian Vienna, are they going to snatch a very unlikely victory here? They started well, picked up several wickets, 4 wickets in fact early on. It was 8 for 1, 22 for 2 at the end of the second, 24 for 3 at the end of the third, 28 for 4 at the end of the fourth. But then there was that partnership while the captain was out there, Razmal Shigwal and Bazir Khan. It looked like they were taking Donostrand to victory, but now the captain Joshi comes on with the battle of the captains. It was Joshi that won. We saw Razmal, he goes back, and now Zadran goes as well. 60 for 6. Whoa, 8 balls to go, still 17 required. This one's going to be called wide, so well, that's one of them. That takes it to 16. They're just playing with the line here. It's not, I mean, let's have a look at this. Just moves away. Yeah, I mean, the umpires have been very consistent with that. Rajinder Kumar, Lakvir, Hira, a man in black out there. Have to be bowled again. And he does it again, and it's a dot ball, joining up the dots. What an over this has been. Quinton from Joshi picked up 2 wickets, only conceded the 1 run, and that was a wide. A ball to go. Can he finish well?
Yeah, great over so far. Last ball of the over has to go.
Bat on the ball, shouts to catch it. I think it's more the case of just stop this ball going through. He does, and yeah, I think that's the right thing there. You see the fielder Iqbal Singh saying, everybody stay calm, stay calm. End of the over. It was a fantastic one. 2 wickets in it, only 2 runs conceded. 62 for 6. So it comes down to needing 15 of 6 deliveries. Well, we know that Vinny Sandhu has been waiting for a golden ball for a long time. Is it going to happen here? I tell you what, Quinton, if we get a golden ball and Vinny is not here, he is going to go absolutely bonkers. I can tell you that now. But could it be 15? We need a stellar finish here, and it's going to be Gopal Krishnan to bowl. I think they'll like the pace on the ball, though, personally. But still, it's a big ask. We saw 15 scored to win a match in Hungary. First one, it should just be 1 here. It's fielded cleanly. Shamshar certainly isn't going to make a mistake.
Yeah, it's the same type of game that we had yesterday against the Tigers in the first game, where we also needed around about that 2 overs to go, and Rinko, he bowled a great second to last over, so same in this game.
It's well hit, and they've got to try for 2 here. I think they've got to turn back and go. Oh, a bit of a fumble. Fortunately for the fielder, he keeps it inside the fielder play. They do get 2. 12 off 4. Well, everything just changed there in that last over the 9th. We said it all happened in the 9th. We were in mid-flow talking about the women's game here in Austria. I'm sure we'll get an opportunity to finish on that. But at the moment, you don't want to take your eyes away from this match. And this is a dot ball, well bowled, full and straight, no run. 12 off 3. A boundary is needed.
That's exactly the same situation as yesterday. I walked into bat 12 from 3, had to go, missed it, got a Yorker, so let's see what happens now.
Indian Vienna, surely not. And it's another dot. And I don't think, the bowler is disappointed he's not taking a wicket. That doesn't matter. It's all about the dot balls, and there's been too many dot balls in this match, to be fair. Well, 12 now, 2 Maximos. It's not impossible. This could be the match, and it is. It's just a single. What an achievement this is. Well, we've seen some defenses this year. This is another one. 76 has been defended, and Iqbal Singh, I tell you what, that's the biggest smile that you'll ever see that he's wearing at the moment. And it just goes back to that innings of Zadran and Iqbal. This one is hit in the air. It will be taken. It will, because Samcha, he's got safe hands. And what a victory this is. And, well, it's absolutely quite amazing. The catch is taken. That is the 7th wicket to go off the very last delivery of the match. Indian Vienna, well, they were close to winning 2 matches yesterday, but failed by not getting enough runs on the board. Today, very much probably the same story. We thought not enough runs on the board, but they do it. They were defending 76, the target of 77 required, and it's not being got. They win by 10 runs. What an incredible turnaround, Quinton.
That's unbelievable. But yeah, they fought all the way, and that's what you have to do. We didn't expect that, honestly, but yeah, credit due. Bowlers were on top first game of the morning. I expect it to be a different situation game 2.
Yeah,
I'm sure the runs will start flowing in the second game.
Credit to, for me, only bowls the 1 over, the captain, Kunal Joshi. Only bowls the 1 over, bowls the 9th. At that point, there were 17 required of 12 deliveries. He bowls a 9th, takes 2 wickets, only concedes 2 runs, and everything changes. Well, congratulations to Indian Vienna. Didn't they need that victory? Remember, these 2 teams met in last year's final, which was won by Donnerstraat on that occasion, playing as Vienna Afghan, and it looked like that Donnerstraat were going to do it again. They had the upper hand over their opponents, but it wasn't a beat. They just kept taking those wickets. But then we had that man, Razman Chigwal, come into the crease, and you said it and I said it. While he's there, anything could happen. That was could be the turning point, wasn't it? When the run out there, and you can see that both batsmen were really disappointed, and that was Utman Zai, the wicketkeeper. While he was out there, he was playing some nice shots. But look, go back to some of these saves as well. There was 2 saved there. We also saw Joshi himself making a save there on the boundary. Talking of Joshi, that's him coming in, taking a very good catch. Some critical moments in that match that just changed the way this match went, Quinton.
Yeah, they saved a lot. Good catching as well. And bringing on Dowd, the spin and money, they seem to take the game to Donnerstadt. And as you said earlier on in comms, they just couldn't accept the last 2 balls where Razmal went big. They couldn't quite get after the spinners. Yeah, couldn't get after the spinners. But Razmal, we saw him go big there a couple of times, but you knew they were waiting. This one, he just loses his balance slightly, but still gets enough on it to get it over Joshi. And
And there was this one as well. It gets through the fielder. This was one that Joshy, even he couldn't stop after making a couple of saves there. And just at that moment, you thought, well, okay, this game is going in the favour of Donnerstadt. But then that happened. That Juck-de-Foot style catch, well, that was the catch that removed Chigwell, the captain. Then you knew maybe a lot depended on Zadran. Zadran was not able to get off the mark. The only one that he hits, and this time it was Shamsha, the basher. Well, he didn't do much bashing with the bat today, but he was a destroyer with the ball and with the fielding. And he's saying, Zadran saying to him, oh, yaar, apni chak de fatte bhi style hi kar de. And he did do the chak de fatte style with this one. Well, we saw this in Hungary. It popped out the shoulder of one fielder doing the celebration. That really is a tremendous victory. It looked on the cards maybe at the 4-over mark, but I think then Donnerstadt, they got into the driving seat and they stayed that way until that wicket of Razman Chigwell. He did what he could, 23 of 21, but nobody really able to support him. Well, this is the sort of cricket that we like to see. I always say it's a frenzy of action, entertainment, and sometimes just a little bit of drama, and sometimes you get a thriller. Well, that was a dramatic thriller. Well done to Indian Vienna. But one thing I like, Quinton, about this is both these teams, they get an opportunity to do it all over again.
That's going to be a classic, yeah. I'm hoping for another good game.
Yeah, I certainly am. I get a feeling we've seen a low-scoring one. Don't know, but I just feel this could be a higher-scoring one. Just have a look at the scorecard once more. That's coming up. There we go, right on cue. So Sadiq Mohammed wasn't able to get going, but I think there was that partnership between Razman Chigwell and Utman Zai. That was important. Utman Zai getting run out there. You could see the disappointment in the face of Chigwell. I think you knew that was a big wicket, and Ahmed Zai couldn't really get going, Mohammed Safi as well. But then the wicket of Chigwell, that catch by Zadran, changed everything. Bashar Khan, the batter, ends out not out. 18 deliveries, he faced for 13. You could be critical and say he needed just to play a few more shots, but full credit to these guys. Look at those bowling figures, absolutely outstanding. 2 wickets for Gilles Schmascher, and like I say, didn't get going with the bat today, but he did with the ball. 2 for 10, also outstanding figures for Kuno Joshi. He only said, I only need 1 over, guys. He takes 2 for 2. Everybody played a major contribution there, Quinton.
Yeah, really good. Started off well, first with Gil, and then all the way through Dowd, 1 for 13 and 2. Really put the pressure back on.
Yeah, I mean, they just see the match summary there. I mean, Chima's innings there, now when you look back at it, he was out there a long time, but making 31. But again, I go back to Zadran coming in there and Iqbal Singh scoring those 24 runs, I think, of the last 9 balls. That was the game changer. I said that something needed to happen. But one thing about Indian Vienna, Quinton, is the last over, they always manage to get runs. I think the 3 times we've seen them, they scored 24 of the last over, 15 and 15. And those 15 runs were absolutely valuable in this one. Well, what a start with Quinton. Thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here. And I have to say, this man is looking after us big time here, looking after all of us. So on behalf of ECN, I want to thank you very, very much for, first of all, that giving us all the lovely hospitality that you have and looking after us, shipping us backwards and forwards. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to have your company.
No worries. It's lovely to have you guys here.
Well, guys, it's been an absolute terrific start to the day. And remember, those 2 teams do it again. So, well, look, get yourself a cup of tea or whatever you want to do, but sit right back down because there's more action, entertainment, and maybe more drama coming your way. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. Well, wow. Well, that certainly was a chuck their foot type of match, wasn't it? Well, we have seen some low-scoring defences, and Indian Vienna, a team that have struggled to get runs on the board. They weren't able to get the right amount of runs on the board to get victory against Pakistan CC. And today in the first match, match number 5, we thought it was going to be very much the same story, but just remember those valuable runs scored by Zadran and Iqbal towards the end of their innings to get them to 76. Well, it ended up being enough because 77 was required by Donostrad, and despite their big, strong batting lineup, they couldn't get there. They end up being short. So it ends up being the victory first time around for Indian Vienna. Didn't they need those points on the board? That means that these two teams do it again. I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot more runs scored, and I think there might be a few balls ending up in the field behind us here. Well, let's go over to the tournament referee and the two captains for the all-important coin toss.
As I said, call.
Tails.
Tails the call. It's tails.
Oh, we're going to bat.
Okay. All right. ICCV won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Back over to you in the commentary box, Rico Full.
Thank you very much to Stefan Gooch there. And you see Colin Joshi, he's winning the toss and decided that he's going to have a bat first. So very much the same again. But is it going to be the same sort of thing? Is it going to be a low-scoring one? Or are we, like I suspect, going to see mega runs being put on the board there at the moment? It's going to be Mihal Chima. He's going to be opening up once more with Ranjit Singh. I think this time could be a bit different as we have a look at that fantasy dashboard there. Yeah, I get the feeling that Ranjit Singh, I mean, he couldn't quite get past the run of ball sort of pace in that first one. I think he's going to go bigger here as well. And Mihal Chima, one thing that I would really, I think, like to change, and maybe this is something that Indian Vienna would could think about. I think they've got genuine good hitters of the ball that could be playing a big part in the power play. And maybe somebody like Shamsher or Iqbal Singh, or maybe even Zadran could go up there, or use one of them just to give them that better start, that kick-start things off, and maybe they can then keep that momentum going and try and get those scores to around about 100, 110. You can see there that Donnerstad, they're once again pipped to be victorious here. It's very sort of similar scores here that the bat versus ball wall is saying that it was expecting in the first match. It didn't end up being that at all, did it? 76 was enough to win. And yeah, so maybe change things up a little. It'd be interesting to see what they go with the other batters coming up. Well, Donnerstad, well, Razmal Shigwell was the player of the match. He took 3 for 14, also made 24 for 21, but I'm pretty sure he would trade that in for a victory if he was to get it. I think for them it's going to be somebody like Uthman Zai and maybe even Sahil Zadran. He's a key player. He wasn't able to get any runs on the board in that first match. He'll be looking to bounce back with a bang. And like Veer Hira, the umpire at the bowler's end, is getting ready to start things off here. He's joined at square leg by Rajinder Singh. Rico Full here in the house. And the Maximo, he is on his way after doing his yoga today. Just to remind you all, it is International Yoga Day. And, well, maybe Indian Vienna, they did a bit of yoga this morning because they got an unlikely victory. Start the second match, the second contest between these two teams. Remember, we're watching the two teams that played in the final last year. And Donnerstad then were known as Vienna Afghan. And now they take on the name of the area that they're from in Vienna. And it is Sahil Zadran. I think this man is going to be pumped up for this one. He'll want to hit back with a bang. Batter just doing a bit of stretching. Singh goes up in the air first time. Fortunately for him, doesn't quite carry. And man at third just has a few troubles. I was going to say a few troubles, and getting to the wobbles of the ball. But well, a few wobbles. Okay, why not? Zadran once again in the wickets early here. Both these batters, they want to get off to a better start. And I think what they will be thinking here, maybe that's one thing they would have said to themselves, is that we just don't want to give too much emphasis on the wickets, because one thing that they haven't done, they haven't been bowled out in all their matches. And I was saying, started today, lost 4 wickets, getting to 100, lost 6 wickets, getting to 98. So I think the batters can be just a little bit more risque, if you like. Play your shots, try to get off to a quicker start. These two batted together for 6.2 overs in the first match. Well, that's more like it. 4 runs, a lovely shot, straight back over the head of Zadran. 4 runs, and that's exactly, I think, what we're calling for. Just to take the odd chance, be a bit more assertive. And this is powerfully struck, and there is a fielder out there, but he's inside the circle. You just saw there the figure of Basir Khan. There's nothing that he can do about that. It's been smashed away, powerful shot. So yeah, just maybe be prepared to take the odd risk. I think that same would apply to the running. I think they could have run harder as well. But they're on a high now. They've got the first points on the board. They joined the likes of Vienna CC and Austrian Cricket Tigers on 2 points. And would probably be eyeing up. Oh, this is a wild throw. Well, I don't think the batter there. Come on, get up, get up. Get up and fight some more. Yeah, he's got to get up. Well, this one, I don't think he dives here because he has to dive to get in. I think he dives here because that ball is being thrown hard at his nod. Down he goes. Look at this. Here comes. This is a wild delivery. Really is. But what a good take. You got to say from Zadran. Well, I thought I'd be getting out of the way of that one. Up in the air. Has this got enough on it? Fielder has taken. Oh, almost takes a great catch, and then he has to chase after it and get the foot on the ball to stop it. And Ishaq Safi, Zadran, he's a bit disappointed, but look, I think he's done really well here. He's you just see there, I thought he was going to take an amazing catch. The ball does hit his hands, almost runs away from him. He does well, stops it. Batters take a couple. That is the end of the first over. Just concentrate on the Vienna batters for the moment. Chima, 64 runs in this series so far. And Zadran, he's 47. Hussain not playing this match, but he looked good, didn't he, yesterday? And they'll be loving to get him back in the side as well. And down at the other end, well, Shigwell, of course. And Utmanzai, well, that run out, how important was it when he went for 13? And also Basil Khan, but he used up a lot of balls. He was the not-out batter, 13, but he used 18 deliveries to get there. And the top bowlers, well, Shamsha for Indiana Vienna, he's been good. And Omari, well, he's didn't pick up any wickets here today, but things certainly did happen when he bowled. And down the other end, well, it's Shigwell again, 3 wickets. Well, 3 wickets, 23 runs. That's why he was the player of the match. But unfortunately, player of the match on the losing side. That's what he'll want to change. And man that we were just talking about there with the bat now has the ball. Basir Khan. Shout of no. And good fielding. And that's all to do with the way Wali Khan is attacking this ball straight away. He's attacking, he's running, he's showing intent, and does enough to put the batters off from taking the single. Slower delivery, goes for the big shot, and this goes all the way. Shaba, Shaba, manos arriba, Mitro, porque eso es guay, eso es grande, eso es 6 carreras. Kidna Sona Shaka Lagya. Good hit, beautifully timed. So, Ranjit deciding that he's going to play a few more shots. Nice shot. He was struggling to go more than run a ball pace. And, well, he's, well, that actually not Ranjit, that's Chima, so I can take that back maybe. But, yeah, Ranjit, I was going to say, he was saying, okay, Rico Full, I'll show you. You were saying that I should retire myself out when he was going at 13 balls, 30 runs. Well, I did say in my intro that I'm expecting to see a few balls go behind us into the cornfield. Well, that one did. It does come back, though, so they do find it. So the umpire can hold on to the spare ball. Yeah, Ranjit Singh will be out to prove me wrong, but at the moment it's Chima who hits another boundary. And, a 4 and a 6 to him. We waited a long time for a 6, didn't we? In their first innings. Just holds this one back slightly. You can see it just comes out of the back of the hand. Played out for a single. So can Ranjit get going here? That is the question for me. And I'm pretty sure that Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was going to say that is the thing here. I think Ranjit and Chima just need to get a move on. This is a beautiful shot. Really is good. Well, what a lovely straight drive this is. Spot on, class. And no mistakes here at all. Just leans into this Ranjit Singh. And he gets his boundary as well. So, runs flowing in the form of boundaries. Ranjit now in on the act. Khan. Slower delivery, nicely played, and it's going to be another one. Cuatro carreras, and beautifully played. Yeah, just ignore that on your screen at the moment. It's not Chima that's on strike, it is Ranjit. Chima is the bigger of the two batters. This is a lovely shot, and it just goes to show that if that's the style of cricket you play, where you play authentic shots, you don't have to change that. You don't have to change your style to try and hit the ball harder. I think it's just the case of you just back yourself and be confident. And that's what Ranjit's doing here. This time he comes down the track and he's absolutely launched into this. This is huge. Shaba. Well, watch out, Edwards. This is coming to you. It crushes into the scaffolding behind where the tower is and where the cameraman Edwards is. Well, that is a big hit, and I'll tell you who's liking that. Chima is saying, go son, go. Well, I'm just saying he's a classy player. He doesn't need to change anything. Well, he doesn't need to change what he does, and smashes that away. Ignore the score there at the moment. That is not correct. I can tell you what it is. With that big six, it's 30 of 2 overs. What a start this is. This is exactly what we're calling for. Look at that group. Doesn't it look spicy? Pakistan CC up at the top. They are still leading the table. But now India Vienna, with that victory, takes themselves to third. And it's going to start the champions of last year that are looking to get their first points on the board. Well, it took them a while to get the 30, didn't it? And in the first, it's hard. Now this one for me is a single. This is where I think lose. There's no way that the fielder there, the Aman Ahmadzai, is going to field this ball and get the throw in before the batters take the single. That's where they've got to concentrate on as well. Well, what a start this is. I mean, it took them till into the fourth over, before the end of the fourth over, before they got to this score. And they're on 30 already at 2 overs. It just goes to show the start that they made this time round. And Basir, he's over and went magical. 21 off it. Sadran, he's first, went for 9. Hit hard, but to the fielder and gets dropped. Oh, well, it was walloped, I'll give it that. But Razman Shigwal, he's the sort of player that will take these, and it goes straight in, but just a little bit too spicy for him to handle. And opportunity goes down. The captain, a rear error from him, but it's a dot ball. And this time they do call it. Yeah, that's better. Oh, well, it's an injury here. I think a bit of cramp maybe for Chima. Maybe that's the reason why he's not running so much. We did see Chima doing a bit of stretching in that first. Well, let's hope that's all it is. You can see he's just doing a bit more movement and stretching around there. Certainly wouldn't want this to be a nasty muscular injury early on in the series, which could mean he doesn't take any further part in it. He's a key player for them. Also, he's got to be behind the stumps as well. Zadran. Oh, this is huge! Oh my word, this is absolute mammoth. This is the biggest 6 by far in the series. Well, don't even think about, where are you going? Come back. Where are you going? Well, this isn't harvesting season. Come back, leave it alone, leave that wheat there. And that ball is not coming back. That is out of here. That is massive. What a hit that is. Oh, that is a biz away supersonic smash. Well, good luck to the fielder out there. Well, if he finds this ball, I'm going to buy him a chocolate. And oh, this is absolutely humongous. Have a look at this. This is out of here. This is a kookaburra ball that is circling our planet for years to come. Yeah, of course we haven't got it. That was hit so hard and so fast. There's no way anything is going to catch it. Wow, that was enormous. Well, Ranjit Singh, okay, I'll hold my hands up. You don't have to retire this time. 23 of 6. This is the same batter that was at 13 of 13 balls. Ended up getting out for 13, I think, or 15 balls or something like that. Wow, what a hit that is. Well, if you haven't woken up, you're awake now. And if you choked on your digestive biscuit, well, that'll serve you right for not believing in Ranjit Singh. Well, Ranjit Singh, I know what he's done. I've got this. I've got you, such sus, Ranjit. You've had that little break, and from somewhere you've sneaked an aloo paronta. That's the only thing that can change this transformation. You can't go from 15 or 13 or 15 balls to crash in a big six like that from nowhere. You've had an aloo paronta, and I'm going to catch up with you later, because if you've had an aloo paronta, where's mine? Well, maybe the whole team have had some aloo parontas. Well, if they have, then maybe the big runs that I think we might see today, we might actually get. What a shot that was. What a start. 37 in the power play. And amazing. Really is. Absolutely sensational. So can they keep it going? The concern here probably will be for Chima. And I'm just wondering if he's struggling that much with plenty of batting here. It might be that he just says, well, okay, I'll just take an opportunity just to say, right, I'm just going to maybe he retire, leave Ranjit alone today. Maybe he retires just purely so he doesn't make that injury worse. And also he's going to have to keep wicket unless that injury is going to stop him from doing so. So Sadran gets pumped for the biggest six that we've ever seen. And it gives an opportunity now for a new bowler to come in. Let's see if he can make any inroads in this. And it's, well, it's going to be Sarafaz Sadran, left armour, and just a gentle jog to the other end for Chima. Gets Ranjit back on strike. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your support, loving your company. And thank you for all the lovely comments on the chat. Really do appreciate it, and keep them coming. And remember, if you're on there, tell your friends, tell your family, hit the like button as well. Oh, this one gets through, and I think this is, yeah, it's called a wide, and I think this is all down to Chima's injury. I think you see Ranjit just saying there, he puts the stop sign up and says, nah, it's okay, don't risk yourself. And this will work fine as long as Chima's still able to play the big shots. You see there, he starts to go, and Ranjit says, okay, don't worry about it. Get the wide anyway. And it's another, oh no, no way, you have no right to catch this. What is this all about? That is amazing. Oh my goodness me. Well, this is sensational. Well, this is Basir Khan. How does he catch this ball? This is just, no, it's not possible. It is not possible. And the two batters, they just stand there. They want to make sure that there's no contact with the boundary here. I can tell you there is not. This is an amazing catch. Have a look at this. One hand, it pops out. He gets control of it, takes the catch. It's as simple as that. I don't know what they want to see. You're out, buddy. You're going to go. I don't want you to go because I really like what you've done out there. But, wow, that is sensational. That is the most outrageous catch you'll ever see. He has no right to be taking this. Well, Basir Khan, he's over when he was bowling, went magical. Well, now this is going to go magical. What a catch this is. This is 6 runs for all money, and out of nowhere, he takes a catch. Unbelievable. What is going on here today? This is outstanding. Well, Vinny Sandu, who will join us soon, did say to me, Rico, I think you're going to lose your voice in Austria because you're going to see some amazing things. I think he may be right. That is sensational. What a catch. We saw some great catching in Hungary. Well, that one beats a lot. That is exceptional. What a catch. Well, we've seen it all. And that man, Sarfraz Zadran, he ends up with a wicket. And this is, oh, could this be? It's 2-2. Oh, 2-2. And Rosman Shigwal, the captain, we saw him draw one earlier. He takes another. It's 2-2. It's all happening out there. The new batter is the captain again, Kunal Joshi. Well, he makes a pair, a duck in the first, a duck in this one. And all of a sudden, just like that, like it did in the first match, everything changes. What a catch that is. Isn't he pumped? One man that can't believe what's going on out there is Safraz Zadran, the bowler. He's just bowling it. They're smashing it, but the fielders are catching it. And, well, are we going to see a hat-trick? Will it be the 12th hat-trick of the 2022 season? And if it is, if this is a hat-trick, nothing will beat it, because we have seen a catch off a different level taken by an alien, and then we've seen a catch there by Rajmal Sugwal, the captain of Donnerstadt. What a catch. This is such a good catch. I mean, it's not about how hard the ball is hit. It's hit hard, it's traveling, it's low. To get yourself in the position to take this catch, this is world class. We have seen two catches, and the world, has seen two catches here that compete with anything on any level. This one first, I mean this, well, that should be 6 runs. He shouldn't be catching that ball. Somehow he's caught that, and then we saw that one from Razvan. And now, well, it's a hat-trick delivery. And I tell you something, this man is not going to block this ball. He's playing his shots. Shamsha the Basher. Oh, I told you. And if this is on the stumps, it would have been curtains. Ends up being a dot ball. What an over this is. Wow. Well, I hope you're loving the action, the entertainment, the drama, and the thrills here. Shamsha. Whew. What a day of European cricket this is. And I know everybody's tea has gone cold and coffee because you forgot about it. You made that cup of tea just sitting there. I know where you're coming from. You can't look away. Sensational stuff. Well, that's only a single. Well, with everything else that happened here, that's like a bit of anticlimax there. It's not quite the end of the over. One more ball left in it. Well, these two teams, I was certain that they were going to entertain us. And haven't they entertained us? This is just electrifying cricket. I'm loving it. And you know what? I think everybody out there is loving it as well. Here we go. Last ball of the over. And it's up in the air. Fielder is coming across. Two of them. There's a call on it. And, oh, this one. This one doesn't get caught. I tell you something. That is Sadiq Mohammed. He's complaining about the sun as he gives his head a bit of a... This has got, if the other fielder carries on going and doesn't stop, he's going to pop it up in the air and it's going to be a team catch. Look, he stops there. If he doesn't stop, you see, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. He's thinking, oh, yaar, main khara kate ho raha. Ite apni breaka laaniyan. Je breaka nahi laiyan na, catch wal lena sika. Well, what a way to end the over. And what a way also to introduce this man back into the ice cube. Well, I tell you what, it might be icy cool in here. It's hot out there in the middle.
What did I miss?
Oh,
I mean,
it's all sorts are happening out there today, Vinny.
Yeah,
all
I mean, what about that catch? I mean, Pasir Khan, that was something else, wasn't it? It reminds me of probably the catch of the year last year, if you remember, and that was in Kiel, just in the north of Germany. Hey, morning, everyone. Great to be here. I've been catching up on a few essential things, ECN related, this morning, and now I'm excited to get into the action. This one's just got a few little mini Tortugas in it, some baby Tortugas on the way down to Aman Ahmadzai. And he handles it. Yeah, Rico, we wanted you. Hey, big thanks to Quint Norris as well. Thought he did a fantastic job stepping in this morning for me. Here. But I'm just getting ready to open up the chat and welcome everyone in there as well. But told you that Donnerstadt, formerly known as Vienna Afghan, they will bring entertainment to the table. That you know, they didn't bring too many runs to the table. I was super surprised that they fell over in the chase. I mean, we know anything can happen. We're going to have it all here, Rico. We'll have high-scoring ones, low-scoring ones. But, I mean, there's a lot of fight in each one of the 5 teams and we've seen so far here in Austria. 76
defended, Vinny. Another low-score defended. And that seems to be a bit of a pattern lately. Wherever we go, there's always 1 or 2 matches like that. It's this well, and we'll be, well, we're gonna have a bit of this. This is the European Cricket Network. We get magical moments, we get out of this world moments, we get moments from another planet, and then we get some of these. Oh no, please don't do
Well,
it's a boo-boo.
I mean, Basir Khan has just taken one of the catches of the season, and then this one's just gone straight through his legs. And nothing says European Cricket Series more than just mashing those two together. I don't think the bowler's particularly impressed. Ishaq Safi. Uh-oh.
So
Hold
if you
me.
fail first time.
There you go.
Yeah.
This is where you need, 20,000 people behind you in the grandstand giving you the big cheer.
Yeah, big whoop. But he does well.
He doesn't need our sympathy, though, because, I mean, how good was that catch? I mean, there were two incredible catches in a row. And, wow, certainly worth setting some time aside for. This is the slowest of slower balls I've ever seen. And this is almost the old one where he stops his arm coming over. Look at this. His actual arm speed, he actually stops. It looks like his arm.
Do you think he was meant to bowl the slow ball? Or does that come out of his hand?
That's an attempted slower ball, but just gets it completely wrong. I mean, that'd throw me if it was straight, for sure.
Well, it's happened so fast here. I'll probably give you, maybe at the end of this over, just an update on the scorecard because there's so many things happening that, well, it is Gil Shamsher that's out there. He hasn't quite found, I mean, that was his third delivery, hasn't quite found the explosiveness that we saw from him yesterday. But look, they've still got the likes of Zadran who can come out and do that, and also Iqbal Singh. I thought they may have just changed it around. I would have liked to see Iqbal Singh come out there because he showed already, and Zadran as well to that point, he showed already in the first match that they're still seeing and hitting the ball pretty well. But they're sticking with Shamsher at the moment, and this is well bowled to Chiba. Look where he ends up here. He's in no position to be playing that shot. He's normally pretty good outside the off stump. But one thing, Vinny, that I don't know if you picked up on, but he seems to be struggling with a bit of an injury. I'd hope it's not a hamstring, but he's certainly got something muscular. He's not right at the moment.
Doesn't seem 100%.
There you go, right on
big
cue.
man.
That's
Well, there
the
he is.
scorecard.
How was Ranjit Singh's innings, though? Talk about your Jekyll and Hyde performances. I mean, that six that he hit into the wheat,
yeah,
they won't find that till next harvesting season for sure. Joshy just can't take a trick at the moment. The captain, shades of last year where, he looks a very, very good player, but just not able to put anything together so far. Still very early in the series. Let's not forget. All right, here's Safra Zadran, left armour.
Well, this is one that is out of here, and this is what Shamsher can do. Shamsher the Basher, and nicknamed the Basher for one reason. That's when he is flowing. He gives the ball a good thump. Just this is right there, though, isn't it? It's in the zone, and if it's in the zone, it disappears. Big shot, 6 runs.
Yeah, massive. And the big hits keep on coming. The action keeps on coming. And, they could get as many as you like here. Vienna Afghan, I should say Donnerstadt now. They have the batting to chase it down. I mean, it's not that they don't. So you just never know what you're going to see. I almost feel like any score is defendable, but any score is chaseable as well. That's what I think Austria is going to bring it.
Oh, this is wild, and I think this might be 5. It's going to be one of those. Yeah, there you go. 5 wides, and having a few issues. Well, he was the man, would you believe it, and he was on a hat-trick, and now he just can't get the ball in the right areas. And I think this is all about somebody saying to him, well, you know where he likes it, keep it wide to him, but not this wide.
Yeah, exactly right. But you're going to get it wrong occasionally. And I don't think the keeper, Whitman-Zai, will be too happy watching that one back as well. Although it is a wide ball, he'll feel he could have done a bit more to try and save the boundary.
Hits it hard, gets it just through the 2 fielders, and it's going to be Razman Chigwell who chases it, gets to it. They'll take the 2, and it's a few more steps that Mihachima has to walk through the pain barrier. How was your yoga this morning?
It was fine, thank you very much. It was just
International Yoga Day.
Yeah, I know that you did mention that. Can't say I'm that flexible with yoga. Maybe it's something I could probably work on.
Well, I know that. Every time you go to show your shoes, you can't get your leg over.
That's true. It's a lot of my friends, they swear by it.
Yeah.
So they're Pilates as well, a lot of the top bowlers.
Yeah, up in the air. This could be an opportunity. And, well, he can't get there. It's one of those you've got to decide what you do. And Basir Khan, well, after taking an incredible catch, we've seen a misfield from him. And this one, well, what do you think, Vinny? Maybe get the slide in here and try and get the body behind it? I think so. I'm looking at that again. I think that's what the play here should have been. It wouldn't have been easy. It still probably could have ricocheted and gone past him. But I think he just needed to get the slide in and try and stop this, not able to. Now, can you believe that? How about this? We saw the man who took the incredible catch, probably one of the catches of the season. He's been misplaced now. He's been told, get out of here. If that's what you're going to do, you're gone. And it's going to be Sahil Zadran that takes his place. And Zadran, well, let's see what he can do about this. Go, Zadran. There you go. It's not that easy. Bring him back over here. Bring him back and just leave him alone.
I don't know if it was just because of the last one, which you couldn't do much about. Probably the one that went through his legs was when he was on borrowed time. But what I will say is that Indian Vienna batters, I mean, you compare this to how well they hit the ball yesterday, they just seem to be hitting it a lot better, and more of them seem to be hitting it a lot better. So the team that's finished second last year, Indian Vienna. I mean, essentially this is the final matchup from last year.
Yeah.
And Donnerstadt got over the line then. Vienna got a bit of revenge on their mind. Of course, winning that game this morning by 10 runs, and now big score on the cards here in match number 6.
Yeah, nicely played. He gets himself to 20 now. He was 19 of 6 balls yesterday. Here he got to 19 of 8 deliveries that Gil Shamsher, but now he gets into 20s. And it just seems to, he starts shakily, doesn't he? First few deliveries, bit of a swing and a miss, but once he hits the first one out the middle of the bat, he just keeps going. This is turning out to be an important partnership. 70 now on the board. And oh, this is intelligent. Has he done enough? The fielder comes across, just slows up and still gets there though. And you saw the fielder coming across from behind square, chasing to get there. Even the wicketkeeper went after it, but either one not able to get it. This is timed to perfection. This is such a classy and intelligent shot.
Yeah,
top draw.
Brilliant, and it takes a lot of skill to do it. And also you've got to pick your moment to try it. And he seems to pick the right moment here. Look there, gets across, especially if you do have a bit of an injury. I mean, this is a shot that has an economy of movement to it as far as swinging the bat. He does get 4 runs, 4 useful runs for Indian Vienna. Into the 6th over at 76 for 2. At the moment, they're on kind of 127 pace. I mean, that would be a very, very decent score. Rasmus Shigwal is going to come on. Man, that we saw captaining Austria in the ECC, and it was great to see him out there. I know that he made a few in the last game, but probably would have liked to have gone a little bit longer. But now we're going to see him with the ball in the 7th over.
Yeah, big moment this. He took 3 wickets in the last one. I'm surprised he's come on so late, or got himself to come on so late. Maybe he prefers just to bowl at the end. The first one's a little bit short. Not able to capitalise on this, Gil. And now they're, oh, well, what's happened here? Is this an injury? Because he's gone down like he's hurt himself, and then he doesn't want to throw it. He just loops it back. Well, that was Aman Ahmadzai.
Yeah, he's kind of...
He doesn't... Look, have a look here. When he does stop this, don't know what happens, but he doesn't get off the floor, and he just loops the ball back.
He's immediately going off the field as well.
Yeah, but the batters... I mean, look, I don't know if this was sporting or what, but whether they noticed there could have been an injury there, they decided not to go, or whether this has got to do with Chima himself being injured, but they don't run. He's gone off the field to play. It's like an issue.
It's got our back to us, but it looks like a little groin twinge to me. And yeah, straight away, just wandering off. Yeah, so I brought the 12th man on now. But, that's not a good sign at all. See 12th man coming out there.
Yeah, look, I want to say, give a shout out to Yuvraj Singh. Hello, Yuvraj. I'm loving the fact that you're enjoying the cricket. And I think he wants to hear from me. So, Rika Full saying, Yuvraj Singh, it's lovely to have you there. And also, Vinny.
Yeah, I will also, but what I'll have to do first is to open the chat, because the action has been so busy since I got here that I haven't. So I definitely would pick that up. Now, guess what? This one is going back. It's back, and it's going to be 6. So, wow, Mohibullah Shenwari was the man that was put back just to replace Aman Ahmadzai. And this one is a real fingertip tingler as Chima, he gets down and he tries to get the distance to get it over that long on fence. Probably if he's one step back, he probably takes it slightly more kind of easily, but it's hard to know exactly where you're at. Now Chima wants more. This time he just hoiks it to deep mid wicket. Yes, thank you, Yuvraj Singh. I hope you're well, and I know that we've been told you sent a little bit of a helping hand for us, a little bit of donation. We do appreciate all of those.
Thank you very much for your donation. And well, talking about donation, is this a donation?
Oh,
Well, he stops the boundary, stops the 6. And
this
it's
is
all
almost
happening
lightning.
here.
It's almost lightning striking twice here.
Yeah,
It's
he's saying straight away, there's no 6 there. Gives the signal. I think he's absolutely right. He stops this. But look, he almost takes a catch.
That's like a Basir Khan job, isn't it?
Well, he can't.
You know.
Well, maybe it's a Khan thing. All the Khans are showing that they're capable of taking some amazing catches. So Yurav Singh giving us a lovely donation there. Thank you very much. It's so kind. Well, can he stop this? I don't think he can. It's another diving effort from another fielder. This time it's Zadran. Well, he's the man that replaced the other Khan. And that was Basar Khan out there. And Basar Khan now is shouting across on the other side. It's not that easy. Well, a great effort. You can see he's trying to sort of flick this back in. He can't. It's 4 more. Well, there's a lot of carnage happening out there at the moment. And well, if you're liking it, you can always go on to a number of sites as well. Follow us some more. And Maximo,
thanks to
you've
everyone.
got a good one out there. Thanks to everybody.
Everyone that sends me messages every day. And Eureka, I know you get plenty of them. We are really, really thankful for your support. still I'm going to get this chat open at some point. But I got to say that following us at European Cricket, there's lots of ways to do it. Of course, now we talked about TikTok already today, but also the Instagram, the Twitter, the Facebook. If you don't already, make sure you thumbs up this video, and we'd love to get European Cricket Network in front of as many eyeballs as possible, because I think we always agree there's nothing quite like it in the entire world. It's been a really exciting morning's cricket, and I wouldn't expect anything less than that from these two teams.
Exciting is the word.
Kind of reminds me, if there was such a computer game as Extreme Fielding Level 15, that's what Donnerstadt have walked into in this 7 overs so far.
This one is a good take for Woodman Zion. He gets a round of applause from the bowler as well. It was quite a tricky one because it goes sort of through the batter, and always difficult, and one-handedly done. Well done, Woodman Zion. He's somebody, the left-hand batter, that's looking to come out strong in this one. He was unfortunate to be run out. Safi. And
what a shot.
A nutmeg. Well, I don't think this is touch anything. This is a nutmeg. It goes through, the ball goes through his legs. This is crazy. They think he's touched this.
This is the most ridiculous shot I've ever seen attempted. Look, it's a bump ball is what it is.
Well,
yeah, he's hit it, but he's hit it on the full and it's hit into the ground. But to even try this, Chima almost...
He's not tried it.
Yeah, he's done this on purpose.
He's going to do this.
Look,
he's going to do this.
100% has tried to ramp that through his legs, and he bumped it into the ground.
He played it onto his stumps.
That's the most ridiculous shot I've ever seen anyone try. Wow.
Hard coming our way. Well, watch out. It's going to hit the bar off the ice cube. 4 run power.
I still can't believe that Chima tried to ramp one.
You just got here. You ain't seen nothing yet. You have not seen nothing yet. This is European cricket at its best. Everything and anything is happening here today. I'm telling you that now. So there's a lot of action happening here today.
Just to be clear, he does hit that previous one, but he hits it on the full and bounces into the ground and then goes to the keeper. That's why it wasn't out. But, whoa. 2 different ways to try and get runs. That's a perfect delivery.
Yeah, it's good delivery. Well done from Safi. What a morning. And look, once again, look, a big shout out to everybody that has been following the cricket. I know a lot of people are watching via FanCode, and all of the chat at the moment on the YouTube channel has been great. Thank you to some of our great followers. Thank you to you Rav as well. It's been great. So much action happening. So yeah, Rav Singh, and thank you for your very, very nice and kind gesture with the donation as well. We really do appreciate it. And apologies, we couldn't get a shout out to you earlier. Just having a few issues ourselves here with some of our technology, but I think the chat is now up and running on our side. And Vinny Sandu is right on it.
Yeah, getting into there. Anyway, 8 overs down, 95 for 2. Safra Zadran with the 2 wickets. So they've got Shigwal to come back for an over if they want. Also, Basir Khan. Okay, his first over went magical, but it was a while ago now. I think that is who they're going to bring back in the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. It's all been happening all day, though, Rico.
Yeah.
So I can't leave you alone.
It is this
It always
man
kicks
here.
off.
Biswell can't. Probably struck. And they probably will just get the single because of that slight injury to Chima. But he's playing his part well here at 43. And, well, this is a moment now. We're in the 9th over. And Gil Shamsher, the basher. Can this become magical? Can he go huge here? Slower delivery. Hits it straight at the fielder, who does well. A man who earlier had the opportunity to take a catch, but I think he went for the option to try and keep the ball in the field of play. And Shinwari, but he went over it, went for 6. They've had their opportunities. I mean, they've taken some great catches, but some have gone down as well. Even Rajmal Shugwell dropped a catch, one that you'd expect him to take. And we said a couple of close ones there in the outfield as well. This one goes through. Chima, good delivery, just not giving him any width.
Tell you what, though, every time you talk about trying to retire someone, wakes them up, doesn't it?
It certainly does, doesn't it?
And, I remember Abdul Azif back in Romania. Remember early on that day, I think, what was he, like 6 off 15 or 5 off 13 or something, ended up on 92 off 30. Anyway, sometimes he's Basia, and probably this is the only thing with Chima, because he tends to try and like to clear that front leg and get outside the leg stump a little bit. He struggles to reach these if the bowlers get him right. I'd like to see him maybe take a step the other way.
Yeah, I mean, Indian Vienna, they will be eyeing up 110 plus. I mean, they've always been short, sort of that handful of runs, and this doesn't help. And yeah, you see Chima, he's ready to go. He's expecting Shamsher to be coming, but Shamsher's probably thinking, well, I'm not going to come because you're injured. So I think they've just got to decide here what to do. But look, these dot balls are so valuable at the moment. This one is turning out to be a really good over. And, his first over went magical. Remember that. So this is such a good comeback. Pace off in the air, and it will be a wicket. Yes, it will. So they get the wicket of Chima. And look, this is sensation. That is a sensational over. That's the only way to describe it, because, as I said, his first over went magical. He went for 21 of his first. That was the second over of the match. And now he's come back here and he's bowled an absolute peach of an over. Just a couple of runs coming off it, and he gets the wicket of Chima. Now Chima, well batted, and he's sort of gone through the pain barrier there for his side. And he's got 43 runs on the board for himself before he has to depart off 32 deliveries.
Yeah, so got to say that's a real nice kind of over for Basir Khan, especially after getting whacked all over the place in over number 2. To come back and only concede 2 in the 9th, I mean, that's potentially game winning. Because although we've seen plenty of big hits, I mean, it's not like they've batted them out of the game here at the moment. The score is 97 for 3 after 9 overs. So, yeah, big last over coming up, and it's going to be Shigawal to bowl it. Here we go with over number 10. This one could be out as well. And it is. So, Rasmal Shigawal, he comes on. This ball's kind of a length ball. So, consecutive deliveries. And both set batters are gone. So, we've got 2 freshies in there for the last 5 balls. And scores 97 for 4. Hey, I just want to say a quick hello to Yoshlan Naika, who's watching from South Africa, saying been following the European cricket this year from SA. Exciting cricket with some exciting and comical commentary. Well, I don't know if you were comical this morning. I think you probably were. You and Quinton. Quinton loves a joke. Great entertainment. So, hello to you, Yosh. Thanks so much for joining us. And I just put a question in the chat. Where's Yosh watching from? So, let us know. And Ninja, hello to you. Also, hello to Maiden Waters. I'll get my proper hellos out the way maybe in the second half. Maybe I'll do a lurker call out in the second half and get everyone out of the woodwork. Right, here we go, 5 to come. And this is going nowhere as well. This probably would have been out as well, you know.
He would have been out. So, this man, though, I mean, he's always smiling. We had him out on the boundary as well in the first match, and he was going through all the... Yeah, he would have been gone. But Iqbal Singh, he's an exciting machine if he can get going, and he's not going to get going. The only way he's going is back to the dugout, and I think you see Rasmal Jigwal just telling him which way he's got to go. Another wicket, and this is disappointing if you're in Vienna, because for a change, you thought they were going to push on, get the 100 and go a few extra, because that's where they've fallen short. Remember yesterday, Vinny, in both those games against Pakistan CC, they lost with Pakistan chasing the score down with 3 balls to go, and it was scores of 100 and 98. So you just think they need at least 10 more runs to add on to that. They should have done it here today. They were 95 for 2 of 8, and now here they're struggling. 97 for 5, 3 balls to go. Well, are they going to get 100 on the board?
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought so. Remember they were on 127 pace not too long ago. That's how quick the game can change. Here's Shigawal. Another dot. Came back 2 balls ago where Hitman's eye misses the stumps. I still don't know how keepers can miss 3 stumps from about 4 metres. I see it all the time. Maybe I should get out there and maybe I'll know. But it's something that we practiced once at training. And after hitting about 4 times in a row, I said, well, don't think we need to practice this anymore. Anyway, this next one is some bat on ball, but it's hanging a long time. Could be another wicket, and it is. So what a collapse at the end of this innings, and some chaka de fatte style. It is Wali Khan who holds on to this one. He's able to get 2 hands to it, and that is another wicket for Shigawal, who hasn't conceded a run in this last over. It's gone wicket, dot, wicket, dot, wicket. Oh. So he's on a triple wicket maiden in the last, and remember, there were only 2 runs off the 9th. So yeah, for a team that were 95 after 8 overs, they're still only 97 with the last ball to come.
Yeah, Chaka de fatte, says Wali Khan. It's quite extraordinary, because one thing, even in all of those 3 matches that India Vienna have done, is scored big runs in the last over. So coming into this last over, you think they'd stay true to form and to do it on the 4th occasion. I think scores of 20, 15 and 15 is what they've done in the last. That would have taken them to a competitive score around about 110. It ain't happening here. In fact, this is in risk of being a maiden. Well, new batter comes in. They certainly will try and run here, whatever happens, surely.
What an over.
Zadran just gets stranded at the other end. Hits hard in the air, and they will get 1. They'll have to just keep running. They'll come back and they'll go again. They've got to go. Where's he gone? He's got to get back in the picture.
Well. He knows he's in a race.
Oh,
he's annoyed as well.
Disappointed, very disappointed. I can tell you why Zadran is disappointed, because he doesn't get to face a single ball, Zadran, and he's a man that hit the ball really well in the last game. It was thanks to his 15 of 7 with Iqbal Singh 12 of 4. Those 2 put 24 of 9 deliveries. He's absolutely gutted. I think there was another run there to be taken as well, but I think the batter at the other end.
So sometimes you get frustrated, you just have to go for a run. That's what Sunrun's trying to do there, saying, well, hold on. And the other batter just saying, well, sorry. It was Jamil Bakramgil in there at the end. But what I will say is, what was that, 99? Wow, a bit of deja vu about this. So it'll be the even 100, back to the future really for Indian Vienna. But going back to the start of this game, there are a few big hits. And Chima was out there again. This was one that almost got grasped by Ishak Safi. But then I got to say that the Ranjit Singh show started. And when it did, tell you what, nobody was safe. He hit some really, really hard balls.
Yeah, I mean, he was just amazing. This was a chance that went down earlier, and that was Chima. And that was a big let-off, because Chima, as you know, went on and scored 43 runs. But look, how about this? This is just incredible. It was such a good catch. But, oh, that was amazing. That was the only way you're going to get that man out, because remember, he hit one out of here. That was huge. It was the biggest 6 that I've ever seen. And but still, the batters are coming out and playing their shot. And this one was Joshi. Well, 0 and 0. So he made a pair here today. But look, that brought this man out, Shamsha, and we know that he can give the ball a good old smash. But Chima was saying, well, don't forget me. I know I may be a little injured, but I'm going to keep playing the shots. And this one was an opportunity. It could have been another catch. I think the fielder that was coming in, if he had carried on running, he would have taken that catch. This was not so good. And that was the man, Basir Khan, who took the amazing catch. So takes an amazing catch. Then he lets that one go through him. And pretty soon, he was going to find himself moved. But Zadran, who took over from him, well, he comes sliding in to try and stop this. He can't do anything about it. And Zadran, we saw him trying to stop one to his right as well. But this was class. This is what Chima brings to the occasion. He can hit the ball pretty hard as well. But just having Miha Chima up there at the top of the order, not only are you going to get hits like this, super hit. This one was the one where I think he had the opportunity, decided he was going to try and stop the 6, wasn't able to, goes through him and goes over for 6 runs. And that could have been a vital moment in the match. That was a really good stop. There's a couple of stops there that kept this score to under 100. 100 will be required for victory, but what was the amazing attempted shot. I thought it's gone through him and nutmegged him, but he does actually get bat on this onto the ground, and you can see why the bowlers are beating, but the ball goes onto the ground and through to the keeper. But just then, towards the end, they just kept getting wickets at the valuable moment. I mean, this one here, again, the captain saying, leave it to me. And once again, you see Razman Shigwal taking 3 wickets. He took 3 in the first match. He's taken 3 for 15 in this one as well. So anything is still possible here. You know, it's 3 for 16 and 3 for 15. And then frustration for Zadran because he just couldn't get himself on strike. And this one up in the air, it's another catch taken. So really, sometimes this is what I say, it comes down to, though you're always trying to play big shots, sometimes play smart, maybe just look to take the single, and then you would have let Zadran on strike, and he's a pretty good hitter of the ball. But what they end up doing is only getting 4 runs off the last 12 deliveries. And that scorecard tells you a story. Mihachima 43 of 32. Ranjit Singh, a classy 23 of 8 deliveries. And what a catch it was to get him out. Kunal Joshi, it's just not his day, is it? Another duck for him. Jill Smasher, well, Smasher is the name. Smasher the Basha, Shamsha, 24 of 14. And then you see that Daud Zadran, he came in at number 5, did not face a delivery. Iqbal Singh, 2 balls, 0. And then Ahmad Zahid, 2 balls, 0. And then right at the end, Jamil Braham Hill, he got 2 off the 1 ball he faced, but it really should have been 3. The 100 could have been on the board, and you can see just why Zadran was really disappointed when he came off the field off play. With the bowlers, well, there was a little bit of good and bad, a bit of Jekyll and Hyde. I think the first over from Basir Khan was a terrible one, and then he bowls a magical over, and it was the 9th over. Only went for 2 runs, picks up a wicket. Razman Shigwal, I think he was class again. 3 wickets taken for 15 runs, and good contributions all around. And Sarfraz Zadran, remember, he was in a hat-trick. He took 2 in 2, 2 for 30. So in the end, it came back into the match really well. This one, well, this is a proper Indian Vienna type of match. Once again, they just struggle to get to the 100, to get to 99. They've made scores now of 98, 99 and 100, and then the match before this was a low one, 76. But the highest number scores, they haven't been able to defend, and they end up losing both those matches to Pakistan CC with 3 balls to go. How is this one to go? Is it going to be one apiece between these 2 top sides? And I'll tell you what, Donald Starr, they are looking to come right back in this and register their first win. But join me, Rika Full, with Vinny Sandhu, back in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match 6. It's been an exciting day here in Austria, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see an exciting conclusion to the last match between these 2 teams, Indian Vienna and also Dorostad, who need 100 exactly for victory. Join us in about 10 minutes time. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. Yes, welcome back to you all, our global cricket family, and welcome back to the Seabahn Cricket Ground here in Austria, Vienna. This is, and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series, and what a start we've had to the day 2 here in Vienna, and Indian Vienna winning the first match in this battle between themselves and Donnerstad, and this one evenly poised. Now if it goes the same way as the first one did, well, you'd expect Indian Vienna to make it 2 out of 2 because they were able to defend 76, but you just get the feeling there is something in the air. I mean, Indian Vienna, they end up with 99, and really they know it should have been about 110, 115. They only managed to score just 4 runs in the last 2 overs, and they know that really against a top side like Donnerstad, you can't afford to do that. That just means now that they're going to have to be at their supersonic best. But this man, he's going to try whatever he can. I think he's a top performer, Gil Shamsha. He's going to start off with the ball. Going to bowl to a man who was pretty unlucky to get out in the first match, and it's the wicketkeeper, Udman Zai. Left-hander. Goes for the shot across the line, and it goes all the way. Balle, kinna sona, shaka, lagya. Just worth pointing out at this moment that there is a bit of a breeze that is blowing from right to left, as that one, well, that one almost takes somebody out on the way. So it's certainly going to favour the left-hander. This is another nice shot. Utman Zai, he's out to make amends. Lovely shot. Yeah, he was run out when he was out there batting with Razman Shigwal in a very important phase of the match in the first one between these two. And he was looking pretty dangerous. And this is 2 boundaries out of 2, a 6 and a 4, and he is definitely hungry for some more. Gil Shamsha has got to get the line right to the lefty. Better. He looks to field it himself. He does. Well done to the bowler. He's got to be quick on his feet there, and he is. Prevents the single being attempted. Shamsha. Certainly somebody who's going to play a big part in this series with bat and with ball. He comes again. Short, spicy delivery. And this one will be one for the over. Just keep an eye on the height of this. Anything over the shoulder, as that one clearly worse, will be called. You see the umpire just giving a signal saying, yeah, that's one. So you can't bowl another short ball. Anything that's short and over the shoulder will be called another ball. Slower delivery now and thumped. And this is another one that's out of here. Well, the ball might have been slower. It doesn't come off the bat pretty slow. That's a big shot. It really is. It was 2 straight. It was in that hitting zone, in the swing zone, and he absolutely clobbers it. He gives it some welly, and it goes over for 6 more. This is a super start. 2 6s and a 4 off the over. The umpire there, well, sort of puts him up in the air, doesn't he? I suppose. He's going to break into an Egyptian dance there for a moment. Your mummy dance. 6 runs. Shamsha under pressure. And it's in the same area again, and the first over goes magical. And this time, I think the umpire is going to go izquierda, derecha, izquierda y derecha con la mano, porque eso es 4 carreras. ¡Qué grande que empieza ese partido! Y hay 20 carreras, 20 runs off the first, so we start with a magical one. And this is where we are now. It's 280 matches without a golden ball, and time to bring back into the ice cube, Mr. Maximo.
We're in the Grady 280s, Rico. That's the longest streak we've ever had without a golden ball, beating the previous best of, I don't know if best is the right word, but 253 was the previous longest Barron streak. It's going to be coming, and when it does, and you better be ready for it. Now Zadran is going to bowl over number 2, and so target 100, exactly the target that Vienna weren't able to defend against yesterday morning against Pakistan CC. They scored 99 and 97 those two games. But then they did defend 76 this morning. We all remember that. And I think Donnerstadt, I mean, they're another one of those teams, super aggressive lineup normally. Case in point this, which is smacked down the ground by Shinwari.
Bit of
just
a
for one.
gamble this, Vinny. I mean, Zefran has bowled well in this series, playing now here in his 4th game. But they've gone for the pace off straight away. And I can see why. It's because of that start. But really, I don't think that Shamsha bowled pretty well to the left-hander. So with the fielders, only 2 allowed out, this is a real gamble.
Yeah, left-hander chips one and straight to the fielder, and he's gone. And another juggle. Well, join the circus. If you're in Austria, you take these guys on the road. They love to juggle. This one's a successful one. So the gamble pays off. Hutman's eye just kind of flicks across this one, doesn't he? It was straight to the fielder, and he feel like he needs therapy after that. And he was stressed as this one popped out of his hands the first time, but the second time it was held. So Hutman's eye, he was off to a flyer, wasn't he? And well, he's going to have to go for just 20. And have a look here. Yes, don't get a great look at it there, but I've got to say that Iqbal Singh, he's taken some important catches in this tournament so far. This is one that almost got away, but it's an important wicket. And Donnerstadt lose their first, 21 for 1.
यार मैंने पता लग गया तुसी चोरी चोरी परोंठे खांदे आ पहला अपने रणजीत सिंह ने 2-3 खा के छक्के मारे आ हुन इकबाल सिंह ने परोंठे खा के कैच बहुत जबरदस्त कैच फड़ लिया. Well, it's all happening out there. I'm telling you, these things have been out there having the early parontas and they've left us out.
Yeah, well, they have. It's
good catch.
They just take a while to get going, don't they? I mean, interestingly, they have gone for Shenwari at the top of the order, Mohibullah Shenwari, instead of Sadiq Mohammed, who was out first ball in the previous game. Now this new one, it's going to be swept away by Shigwal Maximo. Well, the skipper comes out, and this time he's in a hurry to get going straight away. And he goes and fetches that one and gets 6 important runs for Donnerstadt, and a good start for the captain.
Yeah, you just get the feeling here, don't you, especially after that the first chase, that they've come together quickly and decided, right, this time right round, boys, we're going to play a shot. We're not going to mess around. We're not going to be cagey. We're going to go out there and we're going to just throw the bat at things, play our shots, and not let ourselves down again.
Yeah, this time he goes, but he could be in trouble, and it's out. No, it's not out. I thought Joshy had that. Oh, wow. It did seem to be in the breadbasket, but just got away, and so Shigawal could have been 6 and out, but he gets a life.
You do not want to give this man an opportunity.
When he hits the ground, when he hits the ground, I think it pops out. And now this one's blasted down the ground. It's a big chase, but successfully chased there by Gil Shamsha. Gil Smasher, as we call him when he's batting.
Yeah, Smasher the basher. And what an opportunity. Joshy.
He did really well. I mean, that wasn't an easy catch at all, but he seemed to get it, but it obviously was just kind of perched in the end of his fingers. And when he hit the ground, out came the ball. Last ball this over. And this is another length ball, and he just goes with the turn. Maximo. 6 to finish the over. So Shigawal just flexing his muscles a little bit. He moves to 13. Remember, he was dropped on just 6. And after 2 overs, it's Donnerstadt that are up and away. They're 35 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is positive batting. Yeah, gave a chance. Look, you've got to feel a bit for Joshy. He's not been able to do with the bat. 2 ducks today from him. But with the ball, Vinny, in that first match when he came on to bowl, I mean, he only conceded he just bowled the 1 over, only conceded just 2 runs and 2 wickets. And that is what changed everything around. All of a sudden, Vienna won that match, and by winning it, they put them in 3rd place in the table. But look at that, 3 teams behind Pakistan CC, all on the same number of points, and Donnerstadt, they're looking to make it 4.
Yeah, the only team without points. They are the defending champions, so I can't see them being kept down to 0 for too long. And so now we will get into over number 3, and they are going with Shamsha, who starts with leg side wide.
Yeah, disappointing. His first over went for 20, so again, I mean, they're taking another risk here for me. I think they took a risk that paid off with Dawzadran bowling, but I mean, it paid off sort of. It still went for 15, but he did get the wicket off the left-hander.
Down the ground, doesn't get past the bowler. So, dot ball, handy stuff. Just need to start somewhere. And obviously, you want to try and remove Shigawal early. I mean, he's faced more balls already than Shinwari. They didn't have too much of the strike at all. But again, feel like most of these innings we've seen so far in Austria, they have a twist somewhere along the way. Not many are linear. They're normally just kind of, it's a kink in the chain at some point. When will it come? It's good bowling though. Chase is on. They should probably get 2 here if they push. And they do. So that's intelligent cricket. I mean, you don't win the ECS trophy without a lot of talent and a lot of kind of cricket IQ. And that's what we saw last year from Donnerstadt, who were then playing as Vienna Afghan. They've got some very talented players, but also they kind of know the approach. And sometimes it's not going to work. Obviously, first game was one of those times with the bat, but you can see the kind of urgency in their batting at the moment. They know they've got a long batting lineup, a lot of resources. And, they're trying to get the jump and using this power play to their greatest advantage.
Shamsher keeping the pressure on.
A little bit short, worked around the corner. It's intelligent batting from Shigawal, gets across. This is where some batters get in trouble. They back away from these kind of deliveries. But I think with nobody back at deep square leg or deep fire leg, he knows he can just get inside this. It's just a little push around the corner. Little bit of helping on its way. So Razmal has started great guns here in match number 6.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. Deep inside his crease. Getting himself in good position, getting right on top of that. And he makes it look easy, doesn't he? He is a classy bat.
Oh, well, same again, but this time it's a different result. It's going to be gone. So, I mean, it could have gone anywhere, but it went straight into the hands of Kitab Omari. And, well, just check this out. Sometimes you're in the right place at the right time. We wondered when the king would come. Shigawal had a life last over, but this time he's out of chances. He's going to have to go for 17 off just 5 balls, and Donnerstadt lose their captain. It's 43 for 2.
Well, this is, well, what can you say here? Bit of luck, maybe. And Shigawal, he'll be absolutely gutting with himself because the captain, he looked in good form. Don't forget, he was dropped on 6. After hitting 6, off the second ball he's dropped, so he goes on to score 11 more runs. But he knows that he's given his team, or 2 batters have given his team a perfect start, but then have lost their wicket. Somebody's got to go on and finish the job.
Good catch down low for a big man, Omari. And look, with this shot, it's quite difficult to exactly place it where you want. I mean, it's pretty hard to work out if, yeah, that's the one that went down. Joshy had for a long time.
Yeah, that was a drop from
That was
captain.
another low down one. And then you saw what happened then. Omari picks him up. But it's a tough one to work out exactly the angle you're hitting the ball. So and that's the kind of ball you kind of just take your chances. And you've got to be a bit unlucky to hit it straight to the man. That's exactly what happened to Razmal Shigawal there. This brings Mohammad Safi in. And he starts with a cover drive to the boundary. So yeah, not too worried about the loss of wickets this time. I think they know they're going to be quite aggressive. And so yeah, last ball of the power play, no problem for Safi. He whacks that one to the fence. And at the end of 3 overs, very entertaining 3 overs. Donnerstadt are 47 for 2.
Yeah, you can see quite clearly, the Vinny, can't you, that the team talk from Donnerstadt was to say, right, okay, we're going to go out there, we're going to go blazing. We're not going to be tentative, we're not going to be thinking about things too much. Go out there, attack. This is T10, go out there and attack, and let's knock these runs off. That's what they're trying to do.
And they saw how Indian Vienna approached that first innings as well. I mean, I think you don't want to sit on your hands too much, building little totals of 80 safely here. I just think you need to go aggressive and go with the power if you're in doubt. These guys have the techniques to do it most of the time. It's going to be the man that just took the catch, Kitab Omari, to bowl over number 4. So they need to do something about this run rate pretty quickly. Indian Vienna. Omari starts with a Gundy ball. In fact, this is so wide, I think it's going to end up in the fielder's hands, who throws back to nobody because Mehachima is flat out. Now, this one doesn't bounce off the pitch, does it? It's pretty wide. It just stays on. It's one of those ones that sometimes you see them called. I don't mind that being called wide.
Of course it's a wide. You mean no
But
ball?
I mean, instead of, sometimes they say, oh, it's hit the edge of the pitch and it's deflected further away.
No, it's just on the pitch. I think that's
just
correct
on the
call.
pitch. So 2 wides. Got to admit, I'm not even doubt. I'd say quarter wide, not a no ball. I feel that's such a big harsh penalty for someone that just has missed the whole pitch to then have to deal with a free hit. It's actually one of the rules I'd probably change. But one at a time. Romaro's getting a bit of a word about making sure he gets off the pitch.
Yeah, I'm liking that.
Tell you what, some of these hairstyles, it's the opposite to Akib Iqbal, isn't it? It's flowing hair. And he's just saying, look, your hair is bothering me. If you can just make sure. I don't think this is out. I think this flicks the back thigh.
I tell you what, Diana Oro's said this guy is very photogenic. She liked him. She said she reckons he must be a model of some sort, because she said very photogenic, very symmetrical face, and I'm certainly liking the hair. And I did say to her that in my day, I had hair like that.
We had a few viewers saying they thought it was one of the best looking tournaments in a while yesterday. This is deflected away. Gonna have a ping at it. Might have been close, you know.
I reckon he made a good throw here. He was running dangerously. I see it again here. Keep an eye on the ball as it comes through and sort of passes the stumps. I think.
Yeah, it would have been pretty close. I think he
think
probably spots that the ball's going way over the stumps, so he doesn't seem too bothered getting in his crease in a hurry. This is a proper swing from Mohamed Safi, and that one might have ended up on the roof. Rico, how do you hit that?
Okay, I just seen 2 fingers there, not done nastily, the other way around, like the peace signal, saying to the umpire, saying to the bowler, look, that's the second time you've done this. I've taught you about this already.
Yeah.
But you can't be there.
No.
And I think...
got to get off the right-hand side of the pitch if you're going to bowl from the right-hand side.
I've told you twice now, don't do it again. He's done it the 3rd time. What's going to happen here?
And he would have.
What's he going to do here, the umpire? He's on the radio. This could be worrying.
This is why I feel that we need to introduce a rule about this, because I feel like the umpire's kind of powerless to actually stop this.
It was a chance, huh?
Yeah, it was. So maybe that's why he was there. This isn't a chance. It's going to go over the fielder, and it's going to be 4. So bit of a lucky one. You make your own luck. Safi, I said if you hit one earlier this over, it might end up on the roof of the pavilion. This one nowhere near where he wanted it, but he does get a boundary.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty tidy until that boundary.
Into the over, and it's 55-2 after 4. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full, and I've really enjoyed your work this morning, I have to say, and look, looking pretty nice as well in your colours.
I like your
I've got a little bit
there.
of the black and white. Don't go the black and white very often, but I just think that's kind of suited today. It's yeah, you're kind of matching the cube in a way. Some people are saying, are you trying to camouflage yourself with the colours?
Well, you know, somebody said to me that go with blue because spiders don't like blue. So I thought, well, okay.
Seems less spider heavy
like
today.
Colours,
Did you do something? But look, I want to say a big welcome to all of you out there. It's great to have your company, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Always wonderful to have you. And I think everyone's saying they're loving Austria so far, and why not? We've got a lot of talented players. They've got the kind of intent as well. Which makes for some really exciting cricket. All right, here's Shergill to bowl over number 5. He'll drive down the ground. Yeah, what do you think about? What do you think the answer is for bowlers running in front of umpires? And look, there is some scope to warn bowlers, but that's kind of geared more towards longer form cricket, where people are going to bowl lots and lots of overs.
I think I'm going to answer this based on artificial tracks.
Yeah.
Okay. So. See this delivery first. It's not a bad one. It's hit pretty well, but one of the 2 fielders should stop it. And well, they can't do it cleanly, but 2 was always there. Look, in normal laws of cricket, if you're running into a protected area, which you saw clearly Omari coming around the wicket is, you get a warning. Then you get a second warning, and the 3rd time you do it, the umpire will instruct the captain to take the bowler off. That's it. He cannot bowl again.
Exactly.
Okay. In an artificial, you're not technically damaging the pitch. Up in the air, opportunity taken. Another wicket, and well, Shergill comes on, and he's got Safi. Safi goes for 11, and as long as they this is very much like the first match. I know it's a different score, a lot more you're chasing, but every time you take a wicket, you're staying in the match, and this is the 3rd, and Safi is a good one to get.
Yeah, sure is. He was swinging for the fences, wasn't he? But that time, he found the man on the fence. And so Shergill's happy, and Mohamed Safi's not. Now have to be a body language expert to work that out. And so that is a 3rd wicket now. And it's 58 for 3.
Another good catch.
Down Zadran out there, holds on and doesn't have too many dramas. Now here's a man that missed out this morning, Sadiq Mohammed. Come back to what we were talking about in a second, but he is a guy that really has an unusual approach, but he seems to get away with it. He seems to be so good at his eyes, so good. He likes to get across and whack pretty much almost everything to the leg side. Well, that's why he batted last year.
Yeah, well, don't hit it near that man, Zadran, because anything that's come his way, he's taking the catch. Yeah, so just to finish off that, I think on an artificial, I think it's very simple. The umpire, first warning, second warning, third time, 5 penalty runs.
Yeah.
And every time we do it after that, or any bowler does it after that, 5 penalty runs.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
So maybe a warning
answer
for the team. Yeah, I mean, here's the complicating thing, and I agree with you with that, because we're not really talking about pitch damage or anything like that. We're only bowling from one end anyway. It's more, so common sense has to prevail, and you don't. But what I'm worried about is the umpires being obscured and not having the vision and not being able to do their job.
Correct.
This one's hit down to long on, should just be the one. So, yeah, I kind of agree, but the issue there is on the all balls that are warnings, they're still legal balls, and the umpires still have to make decisions. And so, you know, it's all fine to say, okay, yeah, you're not going to get a wicket, you're not going to caught behind, you're not going to get an LBW, these kind of things. But we've often seen umpires missing wides because they can't see. Maybe there's some technology they can use to help them with stuff like that. This one is going to be touch and go.
Yeah, but I think on that one, I mean, certainly when I've umpired, Vinny, if I've been in that situation, and I believe it could be, and it ends up it wasn't, but if I think it could be, I call it. Yeah,
but then sometimes I think literally the umpire doesn't track the ball at all. They don't even know what's happened because they don't even know what they're looking at. Anyway, it's 62 for 3 after 5. A few wickets just throwing this chat off, throwing this chase off a little bit. Yeah, it's a really interesting one. I kind of agree with that. That would be one of the ideas I'd have. And certainly any time the bowler runs the wrong way off the pitch. You know, we're not talking about kind of just not getting off the pitch. We're talking about actually running the wrong way off the pitch, which is, you know, that's not really forgivable. I think maybe an automatic no ball or something like that for me, because that way you don't have to make a decision. It's just maybe the right amount of punishment. Speaking of punishment, this could be out or it could be 6. And guess what? Oh, it's going to be thrown away. Wow, Zadran, he was looking for a friend anywhere near him, but he had nobody. He takes a fantastic catch, but then throws it away just before he gets to the boundary. And he was hoping to throw it away to somebody, but he looked up, there was nobody around. Wow, what a piece of cricket this is.
Well, I tell you what a magical moment it would be if that's Zadran doing the bowling and the catching there. That's not Zadran, but that was sensational. What a exceptional. It's such a pity that couldn't stay in the field, or it's such a pity nobody was near him. Sensational. We have seen some dynamic stuff. I mean, look, he takes a catch, he knows he's going out of the field to play, he couldn't change his direction. And, well, here he is again.
Yeah, it's a strange one. And he actually, I reckon he deliberately tries to hurl that. That's a background kill out there. I think he deliberately tries to hurl that back to somebody. So can anyone catch this? It's still up for grabs, because he knew he was going to wipe himself out the wrong side of the boundary, but he couldn't get a lot of power on it. Now, here's classic Sadiq Mohammed. Now, you'll love watching Sadiq Mohammed, because, you know, sometimes... Look, you know, some foods aren't that healthy for you, but you just want to binge on them. Sadiq Mohammed is the opposite of a classical batter, but I just can't get enough of him. Yeah, that's what he calls a straight drive, and that'll be just the one. But I tell you what, he was a run machine. He was their leading run scorer last year, and that's in a team with a lot of really exciting batting talent. So yeah, I just think he's an acquired taste, but I like it. Is fairly straight. Well, have time to look at each other. Shenwari and Sadiq Mohammed. They decide not to run.
Good delivery that from Zadran. Full and straight. Good length. Not too much about it to do about it. The only thing that was possible is take the single, but that's going to take a lot of backing up from Mohammed.
Another one aimed at the leg side. We'll get one this time into the over. So still maybe a few bits of drama afoot. And 6 overs down, 67 for 3. And so that makes the equation 33 off 24. Yeah, I mean, going back to that piece of fielding that over from Jamil Bakramkil, I mean, to even catch it in the first place was incredibly skillful. He caught it on the run, didn't break stride, and then he couldn't stick the landing. It was like a car and the steering column had just snapped or something like that. He couldn't he couldn't get enough purchase on that 1 foot landing near the boundary to get him turning back left into the field. And then, because if he could have stayed in the field, he could have, dived forward and tried to, take the ball all the way to the ground. He throws it away, but yeah, a lot of action this morning. I don't think it's going to let up anytime soon.
Yeah, just keep an eye on the run rates here, Vinny. Just very quickly, first over 20, then 15, 12. But the last three going the wrong direction, 8, 7, and 5. So all of a sudden, Indian Vienna are getting back to it. It's almost the same way that they did in match 1. Need a good over here now. That's Donnerstadt. Otherwise, they could find themselves staring at their second defeat.
Oh, this one is almost getting away from Chima, who almost pulls off a crazy run-out attempt.
He actually hits the stumps here. This is quite amazing. It's a good job they don't go for the run. Have a look at this. What does he do here? Does he backflip this? Have a look.
Yeah, he backflips it. He's a clever player. Let's just see. Does it hit the stumps?
Yeah, it does. The bail comes off. Watch.
Yeah, but Shenwari obviously is alert to it. Oh, yeah, the bail takes a while to drop.
Wow.
All right, back to live action. And this time, it charges anyway. And so they'll get a single. So, yeah, for me, this is going to be a close finish or not, depending on whether Sadiq Mohammed comes off or not. Because Sadiq Mohammed could just go bang, 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 game over. Yeah. Or, it could be a bit of twists and turns left in this one. Should be interesting. Oh, it's going to be called a wide here. It's an interesting one. And the thing is, firstly, he does occasionally go, all right, if you're really going to go there, I'm going to try an offside shot. It's hard to get a stumping with 2 feet in the crease, but if he was in the air, he could be stumped.
He did go in the air momentarily. Look, just here.
So this is why, he moves across, but it's quite a lot wider than the line. That's why it's still called. It's a bit of a grey area, but this is what he does every time. In fact, he does it. I don't know how. Watch this. Oh, is this a little nick, is it?
This could be out.
Well, Chima likes it, but the umpire doesn't hear it, and he's not going to get the decision, I don't think, here.
It's going to square leg. Square leg can't help you with this, buddy. You either think he's nicked it and it's caught. He's definitely caught. I think there's a snick there,
Yeah, look, there probably is, but I don't think you can give it out. If the standing umpire doesn't give it out, the square leg umpire, well, no, you can't really do that.
Just have a look at the gloves for me here. What do you think? Just here.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I got to say that, yeah, that's true, actually. There. But the thing, if he's nicked it, if you're going to talk about a catch, if he's nicked it, then he can move from the time it goes past the bat. So from there. But I got to say, I don't like that process. Whether it was a nick or not, if the standing umpire doesn't believe it's out, the square leg umpire can't really do much more about it.
Yeah, I see where you come from. Basically, what Vinny's trying to say there, if you're standing as the standing umpire, you've either seen, heard the nick and the catch taken cleanly. If you're not sure about the catch being taken cleanly, you go to the square leg umpire. Well, there's no doubt at all about the catch. So really,
let me see what
it's either out or it's
here.
not.
Because, maybe there's nick, maybe there's not. The square leg umpire kind of says, yeah, by the way, I reckon that's out. I just don't think that's his place to make a decision on that, because the noise could be anything. I'm not saying it's out or it's not out. My instinct is it probably is out, but I just don't. I think that's a slippery slope when you're getting side-on umpires to judge on little nicks. If I was batting then, I'd be dirty. I would be toys out of the cot style,
Go back to your yoga. Go back to yoga.
Yeah.
Look, you're supposed
anyway, makes for an interesting finish.
You're supposed to do the yoga so it relaxes you. It's a day to celebrate.
How can I relax when I'm watching this?
Physical and spiritual powers that
and what
helps
was I doing?
Calm down.
Well, this one is be pumped down the ground. That's over me. Put my glasses off at the same time. I took my headphones off, so I couldn't see it.
You
but
got
I
out
tell
and
you what,
started.
yeah, I got a bit excited because I thought this is coming right near the cube, but Salhal Zadran comes in and goes, boom.
You sold me a dummy there.
Well, I thought that was coming, but actually took headphones off, thinking I might have a catching opportunity, but my glasses came off as well, and then I was scared because my eyesight's actually so bad, and then I quickly retreated.
Sahil Zadran, he didn't quite get going in the first. He didn't get any score on the board.
That wasn't a Corey-style headphone chuck. Oh, I think he's talking about a headphone chuck, the way that you did it the other day. All right, let's look ahead to this afternoon as this game hangs in the balance at the moment. And we'll get to see ACT, the Austrian Cricket Tigers, once again. They'll be playing Pakistan CC. Austrian Cricket Tigers split their fixtures against Vienna CC yesterday. Pakistan CC had 2 narrow chasing wins over Indian Vienna that you're seeing right now. And just news from the toss. ACT, they've won the toss. They're going to bat first. We can see the cross-hander bandit early on. Just have a look at that top 5 or 6 for ACT. They are power-packed. Hassan Yusuf, their captain, listed to open. He'll want a few runs, I think, as well. Bowman to send cross-handed bandit. Imran Asif at 3. Akib Iqbal at 4. Mirza is Hassan at 5. Well, it's going to be really exciting to watch them. But Pakistan CC have some good players themselves. And Shadnan Khan showed glimpses of his 2020 form yesterday. Naveed Hassan listed at the top of the order. All right, this one is launched and it's high. And I don't think it's got the carry. The fielder is there and he will drop it for 4. Wow, can you believe it? So he had to take that one kind of to his side, and in the end, he drops it, and he's feeling upset at the moment. Shamsha. Yeah, we definitely saw that was 4. And,
he's got really good hands. He's done everything right here. Maybe he could have afforded to take one more step, but he was wary of where the boundary was, and you can see he's disappointed. That one, was that the one? Catches win matches. Could that have been the one that could be decided here? Because, well, Sahil Zadran, we know what this big man is capable of.
So high. This one should be a bit more comfortable. He's a good fielder, though, you're right. But the issue there, he had to take it to his side. He didn't think he had the kind of real estate. He wasn't confident he could get behind it without stepping on the rope or over the rope. So, yeah, it was a big moment in the game. They've got it pretty much back to almost to run a ball. That things can go off the rails. That's what we've seen this morning. Oh, Gundy ball, that leg side, called a wide. Yeah, final point on that. I just think the square leg umpire is useful for saying if balls have carried or not. It's probably just below the waist, but by much. But for little nicks and stuff, I don't think they should be interfering. It's a good line. One of these Donished up cutters looking to go to leg side, so keeping outside off is a must. Geez, haven't we seen a lot of entertainment this morning? Both games. It's not going to let up anytime soon. There's no weak teams in this tournament at all. Pump straight, could be another opportunity. He's got to come in though, and this time he holds on to an outstanding catch. Well, that's an incredible piece of work, and Shamshat throws it away. There's a reason he's in that position. This time he had to come in and come in fast, and a lot of can be said about somebody's character, the way they come back after a slight mistake. This time, Shenwari, he's been there the whole time. He doesn't get a lot of this, and what an excellent catch coming in forward and getting those hands under the ball. So Donnerstadt lose another wicket. This time it's their opener, Shenwari, who goes for 13. And now they're 82 for 5. 18 required off the last 14 balls of this match.
Fantastic catch, and that's the way you bounce back. He was very disappointed, wasn't he, with the one that he dropped. It was a very difficult one. He just got the timing off that one wrong. But this is great. Anything that's dropping in front of you, to come in and take it like that, it's a quality catch.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this. There's a long way to come. That is sensational.
He was a little bit slow getting the first step in as well. It made it even more remarkable that he was able to get under it. So now, who we got next? Basir Khan. Well, he's a man that took a ridiculous catch earlier on the boundary. Now he's facing up. And this one could be out first ball. Joshi comes in and he holds the catch. So late drama again. Has Basir Khan had little or no patience. Egan's going to go first ball. Joshi takes the catch this time. Nice one coming forward. And so, wow, this is Abhishek Gopalakrishnan coming on and changing the game again. He's on a hat trick, and Donishut are 82 for 6.
Yeah, good catch. And well, I tell you what, one man who would have been a little bit nervous would have been Joshy. He's had a couple that he hasn't been able to hold on to. We saw one difficult one pop out of his hand when he hit the deck. Takes the catch. And well, they're doing the same thing that in Vienna that they did in match 1, the way they've used the bowlers. Gopal Krishna here, and maybe I think Joshi, the captain, Kunal Joshi, will come on and bowl that 1 over. He normally bowls in the 9th, which, well, in game 1 was absolutely fantastic. 2 wickets, 2 runs.
Yeah, well, we're still waiting for hat-trick number 12, aren't we, Rico? Naveen Gunasekaran took the last one, 6th of June. Right now, will it be Abhishek Gopalakrishnan? Hat-trick ball. And it could be, well, it's in the air. There's 2 fielders coming around, and it's right in between the middle of them. It'll be 4 runs. So Ahmedzai comes out. Remember, he had a slight issue before with an injury. This time, I don't know if this is luck or skill. He lofts it, but he gets it right into the gap. So what could have been out is now 4. That's the end of a dramatic over. 2 wickets, 10 runs came off the 8th, and it's 86 for 6. 14 runs required off the last 2 overs.
Wow. This is just incredible stuff. What can you say with the cricket that we've seen here today? It's almost like there's going to be something sensational happening with every ball that we see bowled. And remember the first match, it was 15 that was required off the last over. And this one at the moment, they only need 14, but they've got 2 overs to get them in. But they've got to get past this man. He bowled a sensational over number 1 in the first match. Only went for 2, picked up 2 wickets. It is the captain, Kunal Joshi. Can he do something magical again in this match? And well, this is played well. It's the old uppercut. It's going to go to the boundary. He bangs this one in. He's got the field set for it, but this is a really nice shot. And the batter says, yeah, I'm going to uppercut you away to the boundary. And Sahil Zadran, remember, he was dropped on 6. He could be the key man. This could be the key one. And the man that dropped him, well, remember, was the man who's been fantastic in the field, Shamsher, who looks on. And he's playing on his mind, isn't it? You can see it.
Let's see what happens in this finish. I think that Joshi will want to pull off another miracle. 9th over. This is a low full toss, should just be 1, but there's going to be 4, and that is pressure personified. It's such an important one, and Abhishek Gopalakrishnan, who just had such a good over, but he's leaked 3 here, and surely now Donnerstadt are going to get over the line. That makes it 6 runs required off the last 10 balls. They can win this game with 1 swing of the bat.
Well, 8 off the first 2 deliveries. I mean, already in the first 4, that was 2 more than came off his first over in the last match.
And this one could be it. It's sailing, and it's out of the ground. Maximo! Well, the catch was pretty impressive, but he's the wrong side of the border. So Zadran comes and finishes things. The points are split. Donnerstadt reach their 100, and they do it with 9 balls to spare. End of a very, very entertaining morning of cricket. And now every single team in this tournament have at least 1 win. And I tell you what, I think we have some exciting cricket ahead. But in this one, India and Vienna just letting a couple of chances through their fingers late on. And so it is Donnerstadt that have their first points of ECS 22 here in Austria.
Yeah, it was Zadran. I said that he's a big player that's going to come back with a bang. And he did. He went bang. Then he was dropped, though, don't forget, on 6. That was a massive moment. That was a match-changing one. Catches do win matches. We've seen some sensational catches in this one, but maybe the one that needed to be taken was the one that the key player, Shamsher, drops. And it also went to the boundary as well. And it's Zadran then recovered from there, finishes 26 not out, giving his team a victory. And you're absolutely right, all the teams now have won a game. And that was such an important one from Donnerstadt. They did it the hard way, it has to be said. They kept losing wickets. That was a great catch from Iqbal Singh. It certainly was a day, or has been a morning, of great catching. This one, unfortunately for Joshi, just popped out when he hit the deck, and that one could have been critical, but they did get Razman Shigwell out pretty soon, but not before he played 1 or 2 nice shots. But he'll be disappointed the way that he got out, because it's a ball that he really should have been thumping to the boundary. And in the end, he thought he played a safe shot, but Omari takes a really good catch low down, and once again, keep an eye on the catching, and they just kept on coming thick and fast, and there was some pretty good fielding as well. That man Zadran, he doesn't miss too many, but then when he came on to bowl, there was almost another, a remarkable catch was taken, but unfortunately, I think this might be here. Unfortunately, couldn't stay in the field of play. Look, he's going. He lets go of it before he crash lands, but he does save 6 runs. But in the end, it was all in vain. And the big man came out. He swung hard at this. This was given out. This is the one that you were talking about.
Chima's kind of pleas end up working. I mean, I think that as a keeper, I know the frustration of like knowing something's out and then a little bit of a sneak. It's like passing notes in class, isn't it? That's great. Everyone says, I think that's actually out. In the end, they would get the call, but they wouldn't get the win here. Indian Vienna late on. Shamsha not able to hold on to that. Did take a sensational catch soon after, though. So a lot of drama and excitement. And yeah, that was a really well taken catch. Look, I'll tell you about, we had 3 double headers so far in this series, and that one was split. The last one last night was split. And the one before that, Indian Vienna lost both. But remember, they lost both in the last over. So this shows you how even all of the matchups have been so far. Aman Ahmadzai came out, and this was a hat-trick ball. And he got it just in the gap, didn't he? And ended up going for 4. And then it was over to Sahel Zadran to finish things off. And he's a player we have seen, obviously, at the higher level, playing for the Austrian national side in the ECC, and so he certainly wasn't afraid to swing away. And so, I mean, that one doesn't look like a close game, but you felt it was. They ended up winning with 9 balls to spare, and they certainly had their chances. So yeah, so heading to this afternoon, well, who knows who's favourites in this? I mean, probably Austrian Cricket Tigers. They are the champion club of Austria domestically last year, but they did go down to Vienna CC in their previous match last night. They come back in match 7. Pakistan CC, they are the only undefeated side in the competition now, but they had 2 narrow victories over Indian Vienna yesterday. Should be really exciting. Starting up with Youssef and the cross-handed bandit. They've won the toss and elected to bat first, ACT.
Looking forward to it. I mean, you said it earlier, if you look at the top 5 in the ACT side, all of those guys can go big and hit the ball all over the place. But Pakistan CC, they're a team that they held their nerve very well, and they stuck to chasing perfectly, didn't they? Just getting to the score that they needed with 3 balls to go on both occasions against Indian Vienna. And I think chasing again here, and you mentioned the likes of Shadnan Khan, I think he's going to be pretty key. But that man there, keep an eye on Wasim Dustil, because I think he is an exceptional cricketer.
Yeah, he's raw. Yeah. He is absolutely raw. And so I can't wait for that. Gujar and Abdurrahimzai coming into the side of Pakistan CC. Naveed Hussain comes into the ACT lineup for the first time. Join us for that in around about 20 minutes from now. Let's go back to this one, and I know that it was a kind of chase that you felt that they made the early running. And they were well ahead in the game. Donna Stadt, in fact, they were kind of cruising at one point, but then the wicket started to fall. No one made more than 26. It was Zadran end up top scoring in only 8 balls. He finished things off, but the hard work was done early. Utmanzai was excellent, 20 before he was caught at square leg. Shenwari batted a while for 13, kind of held it together while some players kind of attacked around him. Shigawal once again looked pretty good, 17. He was pretty dynamic early, but then found a way to get out as well. But they did get there with 9 balls to spare. Seyshurga was excellent, 2 for 16 off his 2 overs. Also 2 wickets for Gopala Krishnan in a dramatic over in the 8th just before the end. And Joshi, no luck this time around. His 3 balls all went to the boundary or over. The other wickets went to Gil Shamsha and Zadran. So yeah, very, very exciting cricket, and there's more to come. Join us in around about 20 minutes. We'll be back with the next game. It's ACT taking on Pakistan CC. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Keep comments coming in the chat. We love your interaction. Hopefully we have your company for more cricket the other side of this break. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Seabahn Cricket Ground in Vienna, Austria for the afternoon session of day 2 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with you for ECN. You can see there's vast plains 4 miles around. Beautiful part of the country and a beautiful time of the year to be here as well. I've really enjoyed our time in Austria so far. I think our viewers have as well because we've had plenty of action and excitement. And now we're going to see the Austrian Cricket Tigers back on the park. They're taking on Pakistan CC in match 7. I've got some news from the toss. That ACT skipper, Hassan Yusuf, he won the toss and he wanted to bat first. Look, and why not? I think that they've got a very, very powerful batting lineup. And look, when they did bat first yesterday, they were able to put 96 on the board. Probably a little bit light on compared to what they would have expected, but they were able to hold Vienna CC to 86. In the second match that they played yesterday in match 4, ACT were chasing and weren't able to chase down a fairly large target of 136. Pakistan CC, they're coming off 2 narrow victories against Indian Vienna. They did those chasing only just. And this is what the bat versus ball wall is telling us. That Austrian Cricket Tigers are 103, Pakistan CC 109, so 6-run favourites, ACT. Let's just see if it pans out that way. I've got a feeling I've probably got the Tigers as slight favourites, to be honest. But let's find out ourselves. Once again, I want to welcome everyone watching on FanCode in India and watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. And now looks like we're almost ready for a start. Had a bit of a late start as I was taking care of a bit of business this morning, but it's been nice to join the action. Of course, I was following along the first game of the day. It was a bit of a low-scoring thriller. And only 10 runs in that. In the end, we saw somewhat a bit of revenge from Donaustadt, formerly known as Vienna Afghan, as they were able to chase down the target in match 6 against Indian Vienna with 9 balls to spare. Right here, right now, it'll be Mohammad Ajmal to get things moving. And left-hander to left-hander action to get it started. Hassan Yusuf, the ACT skipper, is out there opening the batting with the man we know affectionately as the cross-hander bandit, Balwinder Singh. Let's get going in match number 7. A little push from Hassan Yusuf. Balwinder scrambles through for the single. So, certainly think that all of these matchups will be entertaining between these 5 teams. We've seen that already now. Every single team has had a win in the competition, and every single team has had a loss except for Pakistan CC. Both of their wins were pretty narrow. So you just feel that's a pretty remarkable statistic, seeing that we are just 6 matches into a 24-match series. Now, this is always interesting. Yeah, you'll see his hands here. Balwinder Singh, he will bat with his left hand on the bottom of the bat. It's the other way around than almost everybody else in the world. So here we go. His first chance, and gets tied up a little bit this time. This will be a leg by. Yeah, this is the thing with his technique, and I've watched him several times now. The umpire might be giving that a run, so maybe a little nick on that. But yeah, I mean, I've seen it several times. I do think sometimes he can get himself in a bit of a muddle. Now it's called leg by. And so when it goes from 1 to 0, it's always a bad feeling when you're opening up. But I was going to say that, yeah, full straight balls, I feel with his technique, he shouldn't be able to hit them that easily. We still played those very well yesterday. Hassan Yusuf makes some misses at this one. This has a bit on it from Mohammad Ajmal. I think it's always interesting seeing somebody that has slightly different technique, or in this case, a very different technique, and thinking about where the deficiencies might be and where you kind of concentrate on bowling to them. Right now, it's Hassan Yusuf. He hasn't quite gotten into the swing of things in this series yet, but he's very capable with the bat. And we saw them leading the Tigers in the European Cricket League earlier this year, where they participated in Group A. It's a little bit short, and he takes on the fielder and wins. Maximo! That's a nice confidence booster. And this one didn't really get up from the bowler, Mohammad Ajmal. He's trying to go maybe a little bit short, but it was in no man's land, really. And Hassan Yusuf, well, lucky the car park guards are over there. Otherwise, he might have had some damage. So what a good way for us and Yusuf to get his innings moving. A lot of people also excited to see Naeem keeping for Pakistan CC. Hasn't had a lot to do just yet. Paul just pushed for a single. Yeah, Naeem, 43 years of age, had a birthday fairly recently, and he's a very, very exciting keeper to watch. Haven't really seen him up to the stumps yet. We haven't seen spin used in any meaningful way. But I do think, as a former wicketkeeper myself, it's always something I really like to see done well. Winder this time finds the mid-wicket, so no run. End of the first over, and the score is 9 for no loss. Going back at the batters and the bowlers, the key men to watch here. Let's have a look at ACT. Lucky Bikbal leading their run scoring at the moment, but I mean, nothing above 40 at this stage. Mr. Hassan in there as well, Umar Tariq. But for Pakistan CC, I've got to say, I'm really looking forward to seeing the work of Abasin Dosterhill, and he was incredible after his match yesterday. Just looking back at that, just came through and was absolutely fearless the way that he went about it. Balwinder Singh, the cross-handed batter, it's been a bit of a surprise packet with the ball for ACT with 4 wickets yesterday. So looking forward to that going into the second day's play for these teams. Second overtime. The first one is a little bit of an uppercut from Yusuf. Naveed Hassan comes into the attack. But yeah, I guess a bit too short to the ACT skipper. And the result is going to be 4 runs. It's good batting. And probably not the best bowling. And just margin of error so little against some of these batters. This time a little bit short, flat batted, but a bit lucky to get away with this. That's Shannon Khan that will clean up down at long on. Yeah, I mean, you need a bit of luck in this form of the game as well. I think that's clear. And that time he didn't get too much of it, Yusuf, but he does survive. That's one of those ones that maybe if the mid-on was in the circle, that could be catchable. We haven't seen too much of Balwinder yet. Yet to get off the mark. Really does like to attack the power play as well. For him, they've gone a long on and a deep forward square leg as the 2 outfielders. Short and pounded, and this one is going to go the journey. Maximo! Well, Balwinder, a little bit short. I was pretty sure off the bat that was going to go for 6, but we might have a look at it here. And Barry Eaton just watches that sail away, and where it comes down. Well, it might have been 4 in the end. We'll have a look. No, that's 6. I'll stick to my original decision. And so, well, wait for it. But for me, the first bounce here. You can see it there, it's just bouncing into the bushes. So if you take that back, you can see, I'm pretty sure, you'll see the ball there coming down. Yeah, for me that's 6 by about 2 metres. And again, I think it's a bit of a spot the ball, but luckily I've got my glasses on today, so somebody will find it soon. All right. There we go. All's well that ends well. Anyway, it was hit pretty hard. And so is this one down the ground. This one will be a big chase. It won't be chased down. Well, this guy, I told you, he's so hard to bowl to. And so this outfield, probably as fast as I've seen it. This one is going to be another 4 to the total. Look at the way he just loads up on this. He's fearless the way he drives through these balls. This is a leg bye coming up. Let's say hello to Chris Schinkel, who's in the chat watching from the Netherlands. And he's got a very, very good question. probably discuss it with Rico when he comes back in a moment as well. But he says, good afternoon, guys. Question for you. Is there anything in the pipeline for European women's cricket? Something similar to the ECS? Is it something that we would consider? Well, obviously, the answer is yes. I mean, we're big on development across the various formats. And so this next one worked for one. So yeah, no, it's something we would love to do. Obviously, you know, it's something that would take time. Of course, we're still in the process of building this existing structure. It's 26 no loss after 2, and so yeah, I would just say that one step in the right direction is that we have the women's T20 internationals that we've shown on occasions. Something that we take great pride in as well. But obviously, very limited resources we've got at the moment. But yeah, eventually we would love to have a parallel ECS and an ECL. Look at the table, you can see how even it is. And ACT find themselves on the bottom of the ladder. Hard to believe after they won their first game yesterday. But yeah, it's going to be a very unlucky team that misses out, you feel. As this next one is short, and it's going to be another boundary. So Hassan Yusuf is smacked that away. And this will be 4, I think. Let's have a look at this on the replay. And I think it might have gone all the way. So yeah, this one just taking it all the way. Maximo time. Next ball is going to be smashed. Another one square of the wicket. So yeah, they keep trying with the short stuff. And so Hassan Yusuf is eating it up at the moment. And he just swivels on that, gets 6 more. Maximo time. We cannot slow him down at the moment. Any sound to hear, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me in the commentary box is Rico Full. And Rico, pretty confident start. Yusuf, someone who a bit shorter runs yesterday, but he's come out swinging today and swinging pretty well.
Yeah, he's too good a player, too good a batter not to be right up there scoring runs. And here he's showing what he can do. To be fair, he is just punishing the bad balls at the moment. They're bowling too short. And this is going to be 4 more.
Yeah, I mean, they keep angling in to Yusuf, and I think he's loving it at the moment. So, yeah, Shadnan is the next man. That's just gets a little bit wrong. And geez, left-handers love that. Just turns it around the corner. 4 more runs.
Yeah, Shadnan Khan, he had a mixed day yesterday. In the first match, he just bowled the 1 over, and he got taken to town. It ended up being magical. I think about 24, 26 runs came off it. And the issue was he was bowling too short. He got it right for the second match where he came on to bowl a lot later. And here he's come up to bowl in the top of the order. So maybe whether he is struggling with the new ball, it's hard to say, but it's certainly the length that he's struggling with.
This one, a bit of a top edge. Now this could be an opportunity for the fielder. He runs in, and he steps back and takes the catch. So Yusuf, it's been so good so far. They kept trying him out with the short stuff. Eventually, it brings him undone, but not before he's whacked 30 off 12 balls. And that's the first wicket of match number 7. It's 42 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's the short ball again. This time he's just not trying to doesn't get underneath it as much. But he was always going to play the shot. And, he's decided, and as we know, with that strong batting lineup that they have, it's not worth just taking it easy, go out there, swing at it, swing hard, and trying to get quick runs on the board. That's exactly what he's done. He's given them a great start. 30 runs, well, a strike rate of almost 3 a ball. That'll do nicely. And, so 42 on the board. The first wicket going down. Bhawinder Singh, we know he's normally it's Bhawinder Singh that goes off and makes the fantastic quick start. He's only just faced the 5 deliveries and he's on 10. Gives an opportunity for Bhawinder now to put a partnership together with the next batter that comes in. And well, he's a big man, isn't he? Imran Asif. And Imran Asif comes out. Well, he's not going to get blown over, but a few things will be, because this wind has really picked up again.
Yeah.
Suits the left-handers again.
Yeah, they're loving it. Why wouldn't they be?
I mean, if we're going, the cube is
so?
going.
Again,
It is on its way. I'm going to just lean on this for a moment.
I have more confidence in the cube
If
pegs.
the last one was hit when this wind just picked up, it'd be still going.
I was going to say, though, good catch by Ruhullah Abdurrahimzai, who's come into the side for the first time today for Pakistan CC. Oh, this could be out as well. So 2 in 2, Rico, and just like that, the game turns and Shadnan's on a hat-trick. Imran Nazif out first ball.
Oh, this is a spicy delivery. Well, we know he likes banging it in. He bangs this one in. And the one thing I was saying this morning when I was talking about this pitch, I said that it's lively. It offers something to the bowlers, and you can see here, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Really good delivery. I think it's short, is banged in across. He gets the batter playing at it. He gets a little touch on it. There you go. Thank you very much. A nice, easy catch there for Ahmad Naeem. And Shadnan Khan, it didn't start very well, did it? This over for him. Plenty of runs came off it, 16, but then all of a sudden the next 2 deliveries, he's picked up a wicket. So watch out for him when he bowls the very first ball of his next, the next over, whenever it is, because he's going to be on a hat-trick delivery.
Yeah, we'll remember that as well. Well, that pretty linear line coming up, and that's because the second and third over, each going for the same amount of runs. So, similar at least. 9, 17 and 16 to start this one. 42 for 2 off the power play. Pretty good one. Now we're going to see Mohammad Kasim coming in. So change of pace for Pakistan CC in over number 4.
Yeah, just getting his field right. He knows where he wants his men. So Kasim, good all-round performances against Indian Vienna. In he comes. Well, this is gone. Adios. Well, this is going into the cornfield for sure. Yep, there he goes. Fortunately for the fielder, it's going to just slow up a little before it goes too far. So he's going to be able to retrieve this. Big hit. Nicely done. And yeah, I like it. Oh, it's got dark all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean,
back to the daylight.
I still think it's incredible how he can elevate with the hands crossed around on the bat. But he's a fantastic striker of a cricket ball. Here's the next one.
Well, he goes again. That's 2 in 2. Boom. Shaka. Lagia manos arriba, arriba, arriba. From the árbitro, eso es 6 más.
Yeah, take that. Just slightly overpitched this time. First one was a kind of challenge delivery, but yeah, it was up to the challenge. Second time, it's just a full toss, and he decides to hit straight. It hits very well. Well,
12 off 2 deliveries. So, is there something magical in the air here? Seabarn. Kasim. This one, it just tries to split the 2 fielders. They will and do.
They've tightened up now, long on, long off. I think they've really tightened up, saying, okay, we don't want you just hitting straight like that. We're going to make you try and drag it wider of us, and that probably can induce a mistake. Anyway, right now we're going to see Akib Iqbal for the first time. And you're looking forward to seeing what he does with the bat today. He was their leading run scorer yesterday, albeit only just. They had a lot of contributors yesterday, ACT. Swings and misses this first one. So a question in the chat from Vinny Fangirl saying, a lot of big guns in this series, so many of them. She wanted me to pick one favourite player, only one answer. Ooh. She knows me too well. She knows I like to hedge my bets. Wait for this ball. Dabbed away. The ball gets off the mark. And I had to think about it over the last over or so, and I've got one.
Go on.
It's a really tough one. I was almost going to say Dosterhill, but I haven't seen that much of him. I've decided Javid Zadran. Yeah. He's my one. He's an absolute madman playing for Vienna CC.
Chance in the air. It's got to get there. It's going to take a lot of doing. Oh, that is superb. Absolutely splendid. What a great catch this is. He calls it straight away. There's another fielder that's coming in. He says, nah, I want it. It's mine, says Mohammad Kasim. And he says, this guy just hit me to 2 big sixes. I want him. I want him mine. And he calls it. It goes up in the air a long way now. I wonder if this just holds up for him slightly because of the way the wind is blowing. But it takes a really good catch.
The wind helps, but you know you've run a long way where there's like a drink station halfway because he had to go miles to get that. So that's the last ball of the 4th over, and it's the end of the cross-handed bandit. He's gone for 23, and it's 56 for 3. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside me. Here's Rico Full. Great to have your company once again on the European Cricket Network. And thank you for your question. And in fact, I think it's probably a good time to do a lurker call-out. So if you are watching, no matter where you're watching from, we want to hear from you in the live chat, Eastern European Cricket Network. We want to say hello to you. So,
very much so.
I know it's not easy. A lot of people are lurking while working, and it's difficult. So if you can, get in and say hello on the live chat right now if you're lurking, and say where you're watching from. And okay, I picked Javid Zadran as my gun. You don't have to answer straight away, but it's pretty hard to choose
it's difficult to try and go above him. But maybe I'm going to go for Mirza.
Okay.
Because I know that he can go huge.
Yeah.
Hasn't quite clicked yet, but I think he's the sleeping giant. If he can get going as well. We've seen big hitters. I mean, Shadnan Khan also. I mean, at the moment, next time we see him, he's going to be in a hat trick. He's pretty decent with the bat as well. But yeah, I'm going to go for Mirza Hassan.
Yeah, Mirza Hassan, Man Mountain of Mirza. He's a really exciting one to watch as well. We'll go back to Mohammad Ajmal here. A little bit surprised that I didn't go back to Shadnan. I mean, sure, his over did go 664 dot wicket. Yeah. But I would have thought maybe he'd strike while he's hot. Instead, they're going back to Ajmal. They bowled a pretty good first over. He went for 9. This will be a wide down leg side. There's keeper and captain Amar Naeem, someone we saw a lot of yesterday. He's very acrobatic for someone that I just realised is 2 years older than I am. He's still out there throwing himself around.
Liking his work. And I know a lot of people like his work. Also like the work of Chima. Both the keepers yesterday were outstanding. Chima a bit of an injury today, so maybe wasn't as dynamic, but still he's had a good day, and he was able to lead his team to 1 victory today. Both those teams, Indian Vienna and Donnerstadt, they shared their spoils this morning, 1 apiece. How will this one go?
Guess what? I've just got some news in the chat.
Oh yeah.
And our favourite third commentator that isn't Andrew Ryan is in the chat right now. Well, hold on a second. Wait for this though, because this is in the air. I think it's going to land safely though. We got 1 hopper out to deep cover, so just a single. No, I'm talking about the Rut himself. Corey Rutgers has popped up in the chat. Hello, Corey. Hope you're well. I know you've been busy with playing, coaching, and just being an all-round inspiration to everyone that you meet. But isn't it nice that Corey has popped in?
Yeah, hello to you. And also, hello to Corey. And Corey's mum is also a big follower of European cricket. This could be out, you know. I think this is pretty close. Depends where this is pitching. Is it outside the line or the leg stump? That's the only thing. I don't think the height would say the issue here.
I actually thought the height was an issue. But now I changed my mind. All right. Okay.
Yeah,
just because it hit him and it missed the pad.
Umpire's call, I think. I think that's probably what the umpire's gone on there, Barry, on the height. Certainly line, it's pitching pretty well. I think it
does come back a bit, and it maybe just missed leg or the top corner. Now this one is flying up in the air, and it's going to fly a little bit too far. Maximal 6 runs. Well, we're under attack at the moment. Oh, your favourite Mirza is out there, but this isn't. This is Akib Iqbal, who sends this one high and all the way over the rope, but only just.
Well, we're talking about Corey. If Corey was there, Corey would have been out there having that one, I think.
True.
Definitely. Look where it bounces, Vinny. That's your territory. You could have had that.
Yeah, got a lot of obstacles, though.
Cheeky, nice little delivery. Not sure what Akib Iqbal is doing there. He's just showing some aggression to hit the ball big, and then here, well, he's played a nothing shot, really, to end the over. 65 for 3 at the halfway point. And Ajmal, these 2 overs go for 16. That's not too bad. It hasn't been able to pick up a wicket, but at the same time, hasn't gone for too many. I still believe that any bowler, if you can keep to around 20, you've done pretty well. And under 20, you've done the job for your captain. So well bowled there for Ajmal.
Yeah, so spending over it. Looking at a few lurkers. 65 for 3 after 5 overs. And so Corey, a bit of a celebrity lurker. I know that he lurks all the time, though. So, Corey, hope you're well. And I know that's Corey will be joining us for a couple of weeks soon when you have a well-deserved break. During the Italian summer job, it wasn't easy to send you home, though. I know you didn't want to go. Here's the next one, and it's turned away. It's going to be 4. So, a nice little leg glance, and probably not the best delivery from the new bowler, who just gets this outside the legs. And this is the thing about Mirza Hassan. He's a powerful guy, but he's got Yeah, pretty good technique as well. That was nicely helped around the corner for 4.
Yeah, now that'll do, and that also goes back to the point that I make. It's not all about smashing the ball as hard as you can. Sometimes you've got to play genuine cricket shots, and he does there. Just a little tickle, little paddle, 4 runs.
Yeah. This is Dosterhill, who's come in to the attack. Slower ball, clever change up from him. I want to say hello to all these lurkers. There's so many of them. Rajashekar is asking us to pick a Hungarian player. That was our gun.
That is easy, isn't it? For me, that's easy.
Were you just going to say Zishan?
Yeah.
I mean, after that final, it's hard to argue.
You can't. I mean, bat, ball, fielding. Yeah, he was classy. And already was pretty good as well. But Zishan, I think, pipped him. I think that the knock in the final was just absolutely outstanding, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was something else. This one, little bat pad. Interesting, at the end, the batter was pretty worried about getting hit by it. And that had somehow hit the stumps. And it could have been a little bit of strife. But anyway, we'll continue. It does till. Man, it's a human highlight reel coming in again. This is not a good delivery. And even the flying Amar Naeem is not going to get anywhere near that. And, well, this one, the radar was off, let's say, and the aeroplane flew. But it couldn't find the runway. The result is 5 runs and 5 free runs to ACT.
This looks spectacular, doesn't it? Look at that. He's trying to take that and gets the fingertip to it. Look where he ends up. I mean, it was a truly gundy ball. What an effort that is from the captain. Amar Naeem. Vinny, bad news for you. You've seen that the captain's diving around, the Spiders are diving around again
no way.
as well.
The Spiders, they seem pretty spider-free when I came earlier.
They're coming from everywhere at the moment.
Tell me that.
I did see a big one today as well, just to warn you. And it came out of where our monitor is. So I wonder if they're having a little kip in there in the night and then come out during the day. But it was a biggie.
It's like the flies have come as well. But do the flies come when the spiders come? Or do the spiders come when the flies come? I don't really understand the food chain. But I know that we're somewhere in the middle in this ice cube. Dose Hill trying to finish his over. But anyway, I just wanted to say a few more lurkers in there. Geez, there's so many to go through. And say hello to Hunter. And hello also, of course, got a few non-lurkers in there. Shrub on as well. I think scrolling down. Rajashekar, I think, is watching from Canada. He said Darren Peretti was his favourite in Hungary. He's lost ball the over. Swing and a miss. So end of the over at 76 for 3. Tom Cruise is lurking, saying Maverick is here.
Tom.
Hello, Tom. Hope you're going well. Not easy for Tom to watch. Has to get on the step so he's tall enough to get a good view of the TV. Also, I'd say hello to Helix. And obviously we talked about Corey. Hello to Kitty Biscuit from Melbourne. Looks like Catherine, hello. Hope you're well. Love Melbourne. Can't talk about Melbourne without talking to you about my favourite breakfast in Australia, which is whenever I was touring in Melbourne. It's Archie's in Fitzroy. Check it out. Not a paid endorsement. Hopefully one day I'll get a free breakfast out of them, because I think I bring them a lot of business. But it's great to have some viewers from Australia. To Maya Patel, who's lurking, working and twerking. Well, I can certainly say that sounds like a very interesting way to spend your day, Maya. Thanks so much for joining us. And so I want to say hello to Shmahin. And a couple of others I'll get to after this. But right now, let's go back to Zia Shinwari, who's bowling over number 7.
This has gone straight up in the air. Shinwari, can he get there? He's made the ground. Now he's just going to take the catch. Well done. Well, he spikes this with delight. It's another one taken. Look, we've seen 2 good catches here. Caught on bowls. I mean, we saw a good one that got rid of Balwinder Singh from Kasim. But this time it's the turn of Shinwari. He has to go a long way, doesn't he? It's the first ball he's bowled. Does really well. Look at the head. Focused on that ball and then takes a nice kick. Get the wait for it. Yay, yay, yay. There you go. Have that, he says. He gets the wicket. And it's that of Akib Iqbal, who goes without getting into double figures. 9 off 9. Did play one nice shot, but just got to get into any sort of rhythm. But look, that's not a bad thing for me. I mean, if you're not getting the ball right, then have a go, get out, let somebody else come in and smash it around. I mean, it's they're going at an okay pace, I suppose, at the moment here. So looking at sort of about the 115 mark, but they didn't want to slow things down again here. Going around to 12 currently. So the 120, you would say, is still on, but every time you get a wicket, it just slows things down a little bit.
we haven't seen any huge partnerships for the most part anyway. I think it's because the batters are so aggressive that they just keep going, and ultimately it ends up in a dismissal. That was a nice return catch. I say return catch. He had to go find it, didn't he, Zia Rahman Shinwari? Because I think once again the slight breeze blowing it back to him helps.
Yeah.
But we've seen a couple of catches taken in that fashion. First one, of course, by Mohammad Kasim off his own bowling as well. They've judged him very, very well. So, yeah, coming back to the chat, Corey said that he'll have the Aussie snacks ready for Spain in September. Well, that's so exciting. Corey, looking forward to that.
Oh, well, this is a slower delivery. The umpires have not called anything. I think it's dipping. Still worth seeing again, but still it gets put away. You can't be bowling bad balls, especially full tosses to these batters, because they're always going to have you. Yeah, that one does dip.
Yeah.
I think that was the attempted slow delivery from Shinwari. Well, a bit of all sorts in this one. We saw the wicket, and then we saw the wide, and now the boundary. So, well, Shinwari ends up spiking the ball when he takes the wicket, but now he's the one who's under attack.
That's true. Yeah, it's got to be Tim Tams that Corey's talking about. By the way, there's a few other ones though. I've got my jar of Vegemite that Danny Hudicek
I'm
gave
not
me.
even talking to you. Corey is nice. Corey brings me things. You never do. You've not bought me anything.
I'll let you live in the cube. With 100 spider pets.
I was going to say, bring us a chameleon or something that eats spiders and insects. That we could have.
More lurkers though. Harry Edwards saying g'day, Mr. Maximo and Rico.
Good day.
The lady killer calls you the lady killer. Well, charges pending. So Rico, the lady killer, full from Hazza and Shubham from Perth, Australia and Dubai. Is that right? So are you guys watching together, or are you watching from different locations? That's cool. Well, Perth, of course, my hometown originally. Shinwari.
Oh, shot. This is gone. Adiós, pelota. Qué grande. Eso es 6 carreras. Pero esta hombre es muy grande y esta golpe es grande también. Bel colpo. 6 carreras.
So I can't believe how good these guys are at finding balls in the wheat. Durster Hill, he said, that's all right, I got it. It's just about 12 or 15 rows into the wheat. And he pulls it back straight away. Yeah, I mean, Mirza Hassan, he is so powerful. And, case in point, that one right there is the next delivery.
This one gets through. That's a good delivery. Good comeback from the bowler. Just see again, underlines the fact he bowled a good line. No matter who's at the other end, you're going to find it difficult to get to. That one's nicely bowled. Doesn't actually cut. If that one comes in a little, it's going to take the stumps. So the big man. Man, I was looking forward to seeing get going. This is a question that was asked earlier, and of course, it was Mirza Hassan that I was talking about. I think if he gets going, he can be devastating. Look at that little foot of ease that goes up and down. You see, all batters have a thing. He's got that little foot of ease. Gone. Adios, pelota, and that one goes into the wheat field behind. Well, good luck finding this one. This has gone a long way inside. I don't know if he's going to bother or not. Well, you get all sorts here. With this one, that's going into the cornfield. And, well, this time, I think that Kookaburra has made a bit of popcorn in there, going in there. You get everything here. That's where you get the popcorn. You go the other side, that's where you get the shredded wheat.
It's been big so far. 94 for 4 after 7 overs. Big Maximo down the ground. And we'll be heading around Europe for the rest of the year on ECN. Of course, most of it is FanCode European Cricket Series during the day. 4 matches a day, Mondays to Saturdays. We have Austria this week, but then we are in Italy from next week. And yeah, some quite innovative formats coming up as well, because it's not necessarily just the 5-team format in Italy, because there's more clubs involved. For example, in Milan, there's 12 teams involved in that week, and we have to get it down to a winner in 6 days. So really innovative format coming up in Milan. And then that's just the first of 5 weeks in Italy before we head to Germany and then Belgium. After that, we'll have the ECC, the International T10 Championship, right here on ECN. Doster Hill coming back for the 8th. And now this is gone as well, and this is going to be 6 more. Maximo. Huma Tariq saying, well, you might be bigger than me, but I can still hit him pretty big. And he takes this one over long off. Pretty good way to start the over. He advances, absolutely crunches this one out of the ground.
Well, we are in Austria. This is the country of the strong man. For example, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Well, I tell you what, some of these sixes that are being hit, I think you can put a bat into the hands of Arnold Schwarzenegger. He wouldn't hit him as far. We've seen some big hitting here. And this one is going to be the captain behind the stumps, Naeem, doing some more fancy dandy footwork to get to that. Wide ball called.
Yeah, this is a good stop Looks like this just seems a long way and it's leaving him. And fielder behind. That would be interesting if the keeper had missed it. But anyway, back to live action.
Short, big, bang, gone. Another one, and it's another one that goes into the wheat field this time. Well, that fielder is eating too much shredded wheat because every time he goes in there, there's more of it, and he's shredding it, and he's going to find it, is he?
Yeah, I mean, Umar Tariq, he's a guy that's batting 6, don't forget, and he just comes out. This is the skill to be able to hit boundaries from the get-go, and he's faced 4 balls. 1 has gone for 4, 2 have gone for 6.
I tell you, it's a good job that Shinwari hasn't got any allergy to gluten, because he'd be in a bit of trouble, wouldn't he? And they're trying to guide him. Come on out of there. Come on, Shinwari, come back.
Get out of here. Come back. We need you. Hey, so I want to talk about the Milan format next week. So it's pretty interesting. There's 12 clubs. So basically, we have 3 different clubs.
Did you just say 12 clubs?
12 clubs next week in Milan.
In a week?
In a week.
Okay.
You're going to love this format as well, because every day becomes crucial. See you in a minute. Uh-oh.
Oh, is it going to be another cordon bowl? No, it doesn't. It ends up being a single. Now, this one, somebody's got to go for this. When you think where this is gone, and you think the movement that man Aman Naeem does behind the stumps, I'm surprised he doesn't get to it. I think he thinks the bowler's going to go for it.
No, I just think it literally isn't as high as you think. They're both running. So the batter's in the way as well. I just think it was just one of those little ones, because he's actually quite far back for someone the pace of Dosterhill, and then Dosterhill, again, he was the wrong side of the pitch. That was just perfectly placed, I suppose. Here's Mirza.
Oh, well, it's a slower ball. I thought it was going to end up being a tasty, juicy full toss. It just gets played out for a single, and that's one that I think Mirza's eyes probably lit up here, and then at the last minute, just to make the adjustment. Probably a pretty clever delivery when you know you're under attack. Tries it again, just wide of his outstretched hand. A single. Now, will he do it again for the 3rd time? This score has now gone past the 110 mark.
Yeah, but well, some of the batting that Pakistan CC have got, I wouldn't rule them out just yet. Shadon Khan, he's a man that has an ECN century to his name in T10 cricket. He's looking in quite damaging form yesterday in the first game that they played.
Again, hasn't quite hit this as well as he expected. Watch out here. Will they try and take the second? No, they don't. Well, this could have been a bit of a nasty one for the... But look, that's the end of the over. So 111. So tell me about this format.
Yeah, okay. So the Milan format, there's 12 clubs, and we have to get it down to 8. But we'll have quarterfinals Friday. So every day, 3 clubs will play. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So those are your 12 clubs. Every day, 3 clubs will play. And every day we'll finish an eliminator where one of those clubs will be out of the tournament. So only 2 of the 3 clubs every day will make it to quarterfinals Friday. So it kind of makes every day finish in a final, or an eliminator essentially. So
I'm still trying to process that.
Okay, so we have 3 clubs on Monday, we have 3 clubs on Tuesday, we have 3 clubs on Wednesday, and 3 clubs on Thursday. They're all different clubs.
Okay.
Now every day, for this. So every day, the 3 clubs, they will play each other. Yeah. So let's say A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. All right. The top team, after that, after those 3 matches, they're automatically through to the quarterfinals. But the other 2 teams then have to play off to stay alive in the tournament. So we'll have 4 eliminators essentially. It's going to be super exciting.
Wow.
And then you'll have your 8 clubs for quarterfinals Friday, and then it's just a straight shootout. Slow ball. Not handled cleanly this time by Naeem. I'll get through for a bye. Yes, I mean, pretty much every day is going to finish in, well, I suppose heartbreak for one club because their ECL dream will be over. And that's the nature of it. 12 clubs in Milan. That's the most, though. The others, I think there's kind of...
We've not done that before, right? That's the first time.
It's a clever format. I think it'll be pretty engaging.
Well, this is a huge... Well, I think that this is a bit of a cheeky appeal there of how's that. I'm not sure where this came from. Ball goes past. Have a look here. Ball goes past. There doesn't seem to be anything on it. And then all of a sudden he thinks, how about that?
I think there's an appeal to the bowler's end, and then always a good idea, like ask second opinion, ask the square leg as well, but they say, nope, still not out.
Well, this one, if it carries, could be, and just out of the reach of the outstretched hand of the fielder. Came from a long way.
It's a really good effort by Naveed Hassan. I'm not super sure it was his, but he realised that no one else was going for it. So he just kind of goes both barrels, tries to launch himself, and does pretty well to get this close to it. But another precariously placed high ball falling safely for ACT.
Firmly struck. There's a fielder out there who makes no mistakes, keeps it to 1. So after we've seen a bit of a, oh, well, that's okay. There's somebody backing up, thankfully. Well, after we've seen a major onslaught with some of these overs, this one from Shadnan, he went for 16 in his first. It's a much better over.
Really enjoying this entertainment at the moment. Last ball for Shadnan. Maybe not. Maybe he was on a hat-trick at the start of the over. Wasn't able to cash in on that, but still, been pretty good. It's a good cricket up. A few people in the chat saying, I think Maya is saying, have to change the rules. It's only a 6 if it goes in the cornfield, because they're smashing it this innings. They have been. Helix likes this field, a bit like the Field of Dreams movie. Build it and they will come. Well, a bit of ECN in that.
Swing and a miss. You know what the wheat field reminds me of? Remember the movie Gladiator, when he's walking through and you got the music playing and the wheat is sort of waving from side to side. There's a bit of that. There's certainly a bit of action, sort of movie Hollywood or Bollywood style happening out here, and I think the players are certainly stepping up to the mark as well.
Yeah,
that's a good over actually for Shadnan. Doesn't get the hat trick, but he continues his good spell after. Well, remember 16 came off his first 4 balls.
Yeah, first 3 balls. So after that, he takes 2 for 3 of 1.3. So yeah, it's keeping ACT under wraps. But can it last? His last over.
Up in the air, shouts a catch. It should be taken. He's sort of what's the word? Almost like doing a bit of a shuffle as the ball's up in the air, but he does get behind it, takes the catch. So it's an important one. It's Arshan. He goes, Arshan. He just tries to go the wrong direction here. I think if he was able to change his shot, we probably could have been uppercutting this one instead. The catch is taken. He has to depart. He makes a good contribution. 20 quick runs of 14.
Yes, I mean, that's what you got to do at this stage. And look, Maya Patel, also, I love your talk in the chat today, saying likes this approach from ACT. When you have a batting lineup that can hit, just keep being fearless. Wickets don't matter as much.
Yeah.
At that stage, they were 82 off 39 balls. But, I mean, they have hit a little bit of a kind of kick ever since halfway through the 8th over. I actually haven't seen a boundary now for, what's that, 11 deliveries. I mean, that's going to happen, though. But their approach has got them to what I think is a pretty decent score. They'd love another 10 or so here, I think, to get up to that 125 mark, something like that. And Naveed Hassan trying to finish things off for Pakistan CC. We've seen some remarkable last overs, or second last overs as well today, haven't we? But there hasn't been a lot of scoring. So this one gets past the new batter out there, which is Adil Tariq.
Yeah, I think Adil here, I mean, while there's still balls to go here, and rather than swinging and missing, he's far better off getting back on the ball and just giving the strike back to his partner at the end, Aaron Umar, because he's on 20 of 9. He's hitting the ball pretty well. If you can pick up another, say, 10 runs here, it can make all the difference. And you may just do that. This one should be one. Should be fielded quite easily. So yeah, he's done his job here now, and now really you're looking for Umar Tariq to have 3 balls and trying to get back to back boundaries here, get them past that 120 mark.
Yeah. Every game has potential to be a real thriller. So I just feel this golden ball's going down this week. It's got to.
No golden ball talk. In the air, he's gone a long way up. Good luck. He's lost it. He can't see it. And thankfully for him, the fielder, Shadnan Khan, who comes, he says, all right, if you've lost it, I'll take it. Well, the ball goes high up in the air. And Hassan said, "Maine nahi pata kidhar gayi hai, maine this nahi to pa gaya khade vich." But Shadnan Khan says, "Yaar main tene kiya si anka paya kar." And he comes running in with his glasses, his shades on. Mr. Cool as a cucumber, takes a very good catch.
He's looking for it, but all he sees is the back of his hat. When he looks up, and then he's like, okay. The wind basically blows it to Shadnan, because that's the way the wind's going. So once again, we see a real high ball. Good catching. I mean, that's 3 really good ones in this innings that I can think of, high balls. That time Shadnan makes sure that he finishes the job. It's a second wicket for Naveed Hassan. 2 balls remaining. It's 116 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big wicket because I was saying that really you want to get Umair Tariq back on strike. He was going at a good rate, 20 of 9 balls, but he now departs. He got literally 2 new batters out there now. Umair Tariq at the non-strikers end.
What a moment in time. Naveed Hassan to Naveed Hussain. Really happy for this 1 ball, unless they come back for 2 here, which I think they will.
Good running.
It's a little bit cheeky bit of keeping. I love this from Amran Naeem. And this comes back in. He acts all cool, like there's no chance to run out. But then just look how quick he is to just quickly grab it and knock a bail off. I want to see how close this is. Have a look at this towards the end. Oof. I think the foot was just down. Yeah, you can't trust us. All right, here we go. 118, last ball.
Nicely played. They will go. And Shadnan Khan, he's not going to throw this away in a hurry. Just lets them get the single. So, I mean, at one point that projected score had gone up to about 145, especially when the ball was being smashed all over the place by Tariq and Shan. But they've managed to keep it to under 120. I think, look, that's 25 runs that have been lost somewhere. You can find them.
I think I can find him up in the sky because that's where a lot of balls were going. And Pakistan CC holding on to some key catches here. But early on, it was Yusuf and the cross-handed bandit that went on, renewed their opening partnership. But this time it was the captain who was leading the way. They kept bumping him up short and he sent quite a few out of the ground. And ultimately, that got them off to a bit of a flyer in the power play. And although he got quite a few of them out of the screws, this one he didn't. He was the first wicket to fall, but still ACT, the middle order came out and they were fearless in their approach here in match number 7.
Yeah, I mean, that was the wicket they needed, and this was an absolute beauty of a delivery. And 2 wickets just the end of that first over meant that he was starting his second over on a hat-trick. That was such a good delivery, and well, it's very difficult to do anything about that. And then for Winder Singh, it was his turn to go. Good catch, caught and bowled. Had a lot of work. We've seen 2 very good caught and bowls there. And that man, he certainly had a lot of work to do to try and get to that, but he did it. Mohamed Qasim, this one was going all the way over. And, that was 6 runs. And we just had this period, didn't we, where plenty of runs started to flow. And this was probably at the time when that score of 140 was on, but this is another really good catch, and when he spiked this one he was happy about it, but then sort of lost his shape a little bit. The next ball was a wide and the one after that was smashed to the boundary. This was a big one. It goes all the way, and we know a lot of the viewers like the ball going behind there into the cornfield. And this one just hits this was the turning point, I think. The catch taken, does really well. So the big and hard-hitting Mirza Ashan went at a critical stage, just clawed himself back into this. I think the Pakistan CC, well, never mind about that, Shinwari, coming back. He's still got a search party. Well, talk about search party, he needed a search party with this ball. And Shadnan Khan says, don't worry about it. I know you can't see it, I've got it. And then the bowler says, well, now he's been caught. I'll forget and do away with the uncool look and go with the cool look of hands up in the air and saying, yeah, that's another one to me there. Good comeback from Pakistan CC. That target in the end will be 120. Austrian cricket targets, just have a look. I think it made a good start here. I think this is quite a productive score sheet, if you think. Ashan Yusuf, the captain, he took charge, didn't he? 30 of 12, Balwinder Singh 23 of 9, but came back into it well in Pakistan CC. He got the wickets of Imran Asif, first baller he went for, and Akib Iqbal to 9 of 10. But then again, it was Mirza Shan and Umar Tariq that got going again. Both of those men getting 20 quick runs, and then, like we've seen happen a few times here today, the fielding side coming back into play towards the end of the innings. But still, nonetheless, it's going to be another cracking finish. 6 bowlers used in total. And Josh Hill, he was the most expensive today. He wasn't able to pick up a wicket. He went with 28. It looked like it was going to be an expensive spell from Shadnan Khan again, but he certainly got his line right when he mattered. Picked up 2 for 19, 2 for 20. For Naveed Hassan as well, and a wicket apiece there for Qasim, who I think bowled really well. Just the one over he got picked up a wicket, And Shinwari there picked up a wicket as well, going for 18 runs. Exciting stuff here at the Seabarn Cricket Ground. We are, of course, in Austria. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series happening in Vienna. And the ACT, the Austrian Cricket Tigers, got the runs on the board, it has to be said. And this is match 1 of 2 that these two teams will be competing in. So 120 required for Pakistan CC. They are the unbeaten team so far. They got back-to-back victories over Indian Vienna. Can they do the same here today? Well, join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, as we come back in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of match number 7. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello, welcome back as we get ready for what promises to be yet another exciting game out there in the middle. The Seabarn Cricket Ground, the home of Vienna CC. Well, Vienna CC, they're having a day off today. It was nice to speak to Kinney, to Norris, who's telling us a little bit about the national team setup and about juniors, a little bit about women's cricket as well. And, well, maybe we'll have another special guest on for you before the day is done. And at the moment, though, it is the home of Vienna CC, but it's the Austrian Cricket Tigers that have put 119 on the board. 120 required by Pakistan CC, a team that made a, well, impressive start yesterday, winning both their matches against Indian Vienna. And, they're going to do a little bit more. And this is going to be an interesting one, Chase, for me, because they managed to get to scores of 99 and 101 with 3 balls to go. The question is, are they able to up the ante, if you like, to go a little bit further? It's going to be a good test of their batting. Akib Iqbal bowling first. And well, he sort of jumps over this one. In comes a throw. It's a direct hit, and it would have been curtains. This is good fielding. He knew exactly which side he needed to go to. First is the jump over from Iqbal. I'm not sure why he didn't want to try and stop this. And there's the throw. Well, I think he probably would have got there in the end. And let's see. Oh, I don't know. It looked a bit safer, didn't it, when we were looking at it from the other camera? Oh, Subs just chips this in the air. No run. Oh, well, this is a lethal throw. And the fielder. Well, first of all, I think it was the umpire. It was our own man, Baza, that was in the firing line. But, he gets out of the way of it pretty quickly, thankfully. What a. He's absolutely launches in this throw. That is Asif. He's probably a little bit angry. Asif wasn't able to get going with the. Just getting rid of a few more big spiders that are just turning up from nowhere. I think somebody's gone walkabout where they shouldn't have brought some more friends with them. Yeah, of course, I'm blaming my college partner. He wanders into these weird places and then brings back the wildlife. Disguise this one. Oh, look at this. Well, that man there doing the backing up. I don't know who. There he is. He has had some throws to deal with. This one was another spicy one. Look at this. I mean, it's just a gentle touch. They want to take the run. He says, well, all right, if you want it, earn it. Well, look at that. That is absolutely. Watch the throw. Whew. Another one which, again, if this hits, certainly everybody would have gone up, so it's certainly worth it. Up in the air, this is timed beautifully. I think this is going to go all the way. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka lagya. Hassan, no mistakes from him. This is a really nice shot, actually. He's timed absolutely beautifully. David Hassan gets the first boundary of the innings, Maximo style. Iqbal wants a reply, and he strays a little bit down the leg, and they ask the question. The umpire, bowler Zen Barry Eaton, shakes the head. The man in black out there today, our very own Barry Eaton, part of the European Cricket Network crew, and he's out there with Pravan Kumar. Men in Black have done a fantastic job so far in this series, led by Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee and third umpire. And, well, this is not a good delivery. It's a Gandhi ball, and it's another one that goes up, up, up in the air. Arriba, arriba, arriba. Seis Carreras Mas. Yeah, well, it just helps us along the way, and that's the end of, well, quite an expensive over. 16 coming off that. Rico Full here for the European Cricket Network, and alongside me, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, good to be back, and what a nice time for you to mention. Just saying, 281 matches without a golden ball. It's been climbing. Surely we're not going to get to the 300 for the first time. It's history in the making. Longest time we've had without a golden ball. 31st of March was the last one. And I think I mentioned it was a game that the cross-handed bandit was playing in, and he was playing for Brothers 11 Portugal earlier this year against the Indian Royals. That was back in the ECS Portugal. And so, well, maybe this is the game that could break that that barren streak, hey, it's possible any time. Any one of these games could be a golden ball because the 5 teams are so evenly matched. Now we're going to see the captain Hassan Youssef bowling over number 2. Quite often bowls the first over, but they decided to go for pace. Unky big bowl. Kind of went the journey a little bit. 2 sixes in the over, 16 in total. Here we go with Hassan Youssef and his left arm spin.
Ooh, this is going to be called a wide. It's probably going to seem like the harshest call you can think of because it only misses leg stick. Have a look at this. He steps across, looks for the shot, misses it.
So close.
That is so close.
Everybody knows that's a wide though. It's one thing I like about our regulations. A lot of people say that's harsh, but at least it's consistent. So you know, Youssef takes the chance. If he hits the stump, it's out. If he misses the stump, it's going to be a wide. And everyone knows that. I think it's a sensible call in this form of the game. Tell you what, mate, Pakistan CC could have been chasing a lot more. They not kept things under control towards the end.
He gets him out of the crease. That is he's trying to do here, Youssef.
The last 2 overs only went for 8 runs. So there were 111 after 8 overs. So then it was just 4 and 4 off the last 2. That's why they're only chasing 120 and probably not 140.
It's hit very hard and well stopped. No run. Keep Iqbal looking to stop. I'm just looking at that wide that was signalled. I thought, did it get a bit of the pad? I thought it may have just touched some of the pad, you know, thinking about it again. It was still called a wide. But
look at the batter's reaction here like this. Ah, come on.
Unless my eyes are deceiving me.
I think it didn't hit anything. I think it's a good call.
It's played away nicely. And there's a slide in field. Makes a stop.
A lot of people loving the catching in this series. I've got to agree.
Mm.
I mean, the thing, it's good catch. It looked good on TV, but also these balls getting absolutely belted at these fielders.
Got it, and there you go. Well, we were talking about the one earlier, which only, I mean, it was called a wide. I still think it caught something on the way through, but that one catches something on the way through, definitely. It catches the stumps, he gets a wicket, he backed himself to take the leg stick, and he does. That is quality bowling. He's got half a stump to bowl at. That's what he wants. He wants a leg stick, and he nails it. What a good delivery this is.
I mean, that's exactly what we're talking about earlier this over. And Hassan Youssef is thrilled. Have a look at that. Just crashing into the outside half of the leg stump. If he misses the leg stump, it's going to be a wide. But if he hits it, it's going to be the end of Naveed Hassan, who's got to go in the first over. First over a spin at least. He goes for 8. The score is 19 for 1. This brings Shadnan Khan to the crease. And he's a guy who just loves to attack as well. So the action just keeps on coming. I love this Austrian series, Rico. Highly, highly entertaining cricket.
I absolutely...
Are you picking more spiders out of my hair?
You don't have to say it for me. Oh, yeah, I am, but he's
You know,
run away.
like-
I'm sorry. If I kill it on your head, you mind?
No, you can do what you need to do. Gotta admit, this is the highest spider ratio in a commentary cube we've had.
I tell you what, it was so nice, as this one's going to be called a wide as well, it was so nice to get back to base yesterday. The first thing I just wanted to do, because it also got really hot yesterday, very hot, you're sticky, and then you can just feel spiders crawling over you. I had to get in that shower. It felt so good to come out of the shower yesterday.
Well, people are saying to me, you know, you're from Australia, you must be used to spiders everywhere. I've never seen as many spiders as I saw here yesterday. I can't say I'm a huge fan. Live and let live though. Anyway, we're down to the end of the second over. It's 20 for 1 after 2 overs. What a good over. That is by the captain, Hassan Youssef, who only concedes the 4, picks up that wicket. Have a look at the table. Just imagine if Austrian Cricket Tigers can win this game, then they'll be equal top with Pakistan CC. Well, that's how little there is between these two teams at the moment. Probably India and Vienna, the fact they've played 2 more matches than any other team there and only have the 2 points, they'd be the ones feeling a bit of concern at this stage. It's going to be really unlucky. One of those 2 teams will be eliminated on Friday afternoon. I cannot tell you which one at this stage. It could be any one of those 5 teams, actually. Aqib Iqbal coming back to bowl the 3rd over. Again, very, very popular figure here on ECN. Aqib steaming in to bowl the last over of the power play.
It's hit pretty well. And it goes for 4 runs. I was looking to see if there's anybody sweeping out there. There isn't.
Yeah.
And of course, as soon as that gets past, it goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was a person out there, but he was wearing the fluoro vest That was the Pakistan CC sub. Does the fielding, but not before it goes for 4 runs. Good shot.
He tries to go that way again, and the reason for that, of course, is that though this offside is tightly packed, the 2 men that are outside are on the leg side. You've got long arm, back and square
But
leg.
also, let's call it as it is, the giant inflatable ice cube has quite thick pillars, and sometimes you can think there's a fielder behind the pillar and there isn't. And that was one of those ones, I think, Rico, you're a bit like me. Is there anybody out there?
Well, there is now.
You can even lose a photographer in the pillar of the ice cube.
Hey, listen, there is now. They're listening to us, so they do make a change. And I think if you're bowling this line, this makes sense to me. It's played out. Take the 1-1-1-1. Easy is the shot. Iqbal. It's been a little bit expensive. It goes to 20 now. He's still got 3 balls to bowl. But if he was to pick up a wicket here now and not concede too many more runs in the last 3 deliveries off his spell, I'll be more than happy with that. And he does just that, and this was a quick one. Well, there's a little bit of garam masala about this, isn't it? I think he's chopping and changing his line like a bit of a garam masala. And this one, well, it was mixed up a little bit too much. This was too much spice for him. Bang. Hits. Well, we've seen the leg stump being hit, and now, well, Aqib Iqbal, he knocks down the off stump.
Yeah, and it's just a bit too spicy for Shadnan this time. Comes in a little bit off the pitch, but he just seemed a bit late on that one. And over goes the castle. Aqib Iqbal, well, he's up and about. Little lap of honour, but the hair doesn't move one little bit. So 2 wickets now. Shadnan goes for a duck. Big wicket. Pakistan CC are 25 for 2.
Yeah, 2-ball duck. So it's another one that... another surprise, if you like. See, Baddock, look at this, look. And you see what we're talking about here, these little mini spiders? Don't squash them on me hand. Yeah, there you go. I'll flick him away. They are everywhere, and, well, the stumps are everywhere there as well. You're starting to get really worried now, aren't you? I know you're not a spider, but a lot of people will ask, yeah, why are you so thingy about spiders when you're from Australia? And these are little. All right, there's 1 or 2 big ones.
If you can see them, you can run away from them.
Slower delivery at the stumps. Just played away. We'll get the single.
Well, Dursaraj saying, stop killing the local fauna, you two. We're not even sure these are Austrian spiders. Our theory is these are Hungarian spiders that stowed away in the ice cube bag. And we're already onto the 3rd generation of them, I think. How quick do they reproduce?
I don't know. There's just... Actually, I am glad we both wear these headsets. As long as we clean them before we put them on, at least our ears are safe. This is up in the air. This one, is it safe? Is it not? 2 fielders wanting it. In the end, none of them taking it. And they're still fighting for the ball. And in the end said, Lela, catch mere ko drop kara dita hun ball mangda. Le, palla. Well, if only he could have taken the catch here.
Well, nobody had a clue what was going on here. And in the end, we'll go back to that because the next ball came pretty quick. But I think in the end, just it was almost a situation I thought they were going to leave it for each other. One fielder did. At least attempted in the end, but popped out. So end of the power play, scores 26 for 2. So after a start that was pretty good for Pakistan CC, hasn't been a lot since then. 16 off the first over, then 4, then 8 off the third, which did contain a wicket as well. So 28 for 2. Now that run rate required has crept up, I suppose, to 13.14 and over required. Still, plenty of cricket left, and I think we're going to see some attacking. We've got Mohammad Qasim out there. Imran Gharai's in there. I still think there's a man that we're yet to see that could be very, very exciting. Abbasin Dosterhill.
Yeah.
If that run rate climbs in any more and they lose a wicket, I think they're going to have to send him out there. And he can absolutely smash the cricket ball. Anyway, let's go to over number 4. And this looks like a change of bowling. And it will be Balwinder Singh. He was a bit of a surprise packer with the ball yesterday. Don't often see him bowling. He does have a pretty good record, I noticed. Cross-handed bandit with the ball. Now, here we go, over number 4.
A good start. But he's another one that may have a talking to here from the umpire, just running right across. There you go. There's the umpire saying, hey, come on, we don't want to be doing that. And Balwinder sort of says, yeah, okay, I'm with you. Sorry. Well, Pravan Kumar has the word. Let's see if... well, Pinku, Balwinder obliges. No, he doesn't. He does exactly the same thing again. So what's the umpire? Now this, we were talking about this earlier. Now this is where I'm now going to stop him and say, hey, don't walk away from me, come here. And I'm going to make sure the captain can see me and say, right, that's twice now. And there we go. I think he's done exactly that. Good umpiring. He said, that's twice now. If he keeps doing that, we're gonna have words.
Still feel there's not enough tools for him to actually deal with it and do something about it, except to keep warning him.
So this time,
that one is fielding the ball, so that's kind of a bit different.
Yeah,
if he's fielding the ball, that is different. I did think he was threatening to get off the pitch that time. At least he doesn't really go to the left too much. He kind of holds his line, and then, okay, once the ball is over there, that's a bit different. But yeah, let's have a look at this one.
And he does the same again. All right, he doesn't hang around in front of the umpire, but still, he shouldn't be going there. He's got to be running off the pitch.
Because the umpire can't track the ball. Even if he then gets out of the way, the umpire can't track the ball from the hand to see what it's doing. So, meanwhile, while this is all going on, we're seeing a bunch of dot balls. There's 4 dot balls in a row for Balvinda. No wonder he doesn't want to change anything.
Now, see here, how much of this do you think the umpire actually sees when the ball goes past the byline here?
Not much.
Yeah, he can't see too much of that, can he?
Not made of glass. Anyway, sometimes watching the video back, we'll see the bowlers. It's not too difficult to get off the pitch. It's just a habit. Got to get out of the way of the habit. On a maiden here.
Well, he was on a maiden, and it could be a wicket maiden. No, he's not going to be, and it's a key big ball. He's here, stays perfectly in place. And it will go for 6 runs, so finish on 6. And, well, this is a big shot. Plays it pretty well.
Yeah, 6th time lucky for the batter. And Garaya, yeah, he struggled a bit, but yeah, that one he does get out of the ground. Good effort from Akib Iqbal, I can say
really
that.
Well.
Because, yeah, he sums up where he is. He kind of has to lean back, and, yeah, it just was out of his grasp. Anyway, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside me is Rico Full, enjoying our time here in the commentary cube with all our little pet spiders.
Yeah, loads of spiders all over the place here at the moment.
What's going on here? What is going on here? Look at this. I can say it is a pretty big one, isn't it? Anyway, looks very nice. Are you trying to scare me? Is that what you're trying to do?
Had to have a go.
That's not moving.
Did you get scared?
What is this? Well, this, all right.
Where is he?
Slapstick humour. The fact you've gone to that kind of effort.
No
wonder all the little spiders
are going to go, get it away from me, get it away from me.
No wonder all the little spiders are chasing that. Probably thinks it's some sort of celebrity spider. Hello. Nice doggy. All right, anyway. Well, that was an interesting one. What are you going to spring that one on me for? All right, let's go with Umed Tariq now in over number 5. So silly. This is a wide to start. And I needed a big over last over. They didn't get it. They got 5 dots and a 6. And, apologies to all our viewers that are arachnophobics. I'll probably won't be seeing them again for a while.
Your face was a picture the first time you saw it, though, I have to say. This one's in the air. Opportunity. Oh, no. Oh, dear, dear. Well, somebody else that's maybe afraid of spiders. And we put him right off taking this catch, Vinny.
Yeah, that's a keep. He's gone all the way down there. And the man with the magical hair didn't have the magical hands this time. It was in, it was out. And so Mohammed Kasim gets a life.
Yeah, no, he's the man you've got to try and remove. I mean, I know he's not gone absolutely wild as yet, but he's looking to do so. And where's this one going to go? Well, it's been kicked over. Well, that man, you do not want him as in your defence. Have him as an attacker, he might score you a goal, but if he's a defender, he's going to score an own goal. With this one, he's put in the back of his own net.
Naveed Hussain, he's trying to improvise some sort of kick into play, but it turns out to just be a kick. Watch this. This is where you got to get down instead. Yeah, it's an own goal if ever I saw one.
I don't think he favours his left foot, does he? But that's the foot he needed. I mean, you don't use any. You've got to get down
off your feet
hands.
there. Get off your feet, and you'll have a better time trying to stop that. That's a required run rate here. 14. It's not out of sight yet, you know.
Hit pretty hard a keep. Now, as you try and stop it, it does. Makes up a lot of ground. Good fielding. And he's still got the thought of that catch in his mind.
That makes me think of something. Okay, what? Helix is just saying in the chat, a friend of his in the US has a live one of those spiders, Rico, but a little bit bigger. Let's talk about unusual pets in the chat. I want to get a thread going here.
Edge. And, well, it's another foot fail. And, well, they're not letting them... They're not doing themselves any favours here, are they? I mean, that's another one. That's Adal Afzal. He needs to do better here. And this is not good cricket. We have seen some outstanding outfield cricket, some good catching. You see there, look, goes for the foot. You've got to get down. You've got to get dirty. You've got to get the slide in there. And he doesn't. 4 runs.
Yeah. So just getting a couple of breaks when they need them. Probably need 2 to 3 boundaries and over here to stay at this rate.
So weirdest pets. I'm going to start
Weirdest
this conversation
pets, okay.
off. And edge gone. Well, I'm going to just wait a little bit. And there's a thick edge there. We certainly heard that. And even with the headsets on. And they get a wicket. So it looked like nobody was going to take a catch out there. Well, thankfully, it goes to the man with the gloves on. And Amar Chowdhury makes no mistakes.
Yeah, it's right off the end of the bat, or kind of bottom corner. And you see fair deflection there. It was caught well by Amar Chowdhury. Low down to his right. You can see here. Big deflection, and I like the way he keeps the centre of gravity pretty low there. And yeah, simple catch really in the end. So Umar Tariq gets a wicket, and that's the 3rd one down. It's 45 for 3 in the 5th over. Would have thought maybe it's a good time to get Dostihill in, but they are going for Amar Naeem, the captain, coming in at number 5. Okay.
Yeah.
Weirdest pets or strangest pets. Go ahead.
Knew a friend who had 2 rats, and they were the colour of your jacket. And
Okay.
they were massive.
White rats.
Yeah, they were massive, and
Okay.
I can't remember their
Sure
names.
they were
their
rats?
names. Yeah, and he used, what do you mean I'm not sure they're rats?
Like
Yeah, of course they were rats.
Hamsters or?
No, they were rats.
Okay.
And it's a thing apparently, and you've got people who love rats. These rats are massive. And yeah, and he'd take them out, and you go over for parties and drinks, and he'd take the rats out, and you think, oh no, just don't. But he was convinced, as this one is smashed away, there might be 1 or 2 rats in there.
Don't say
Because
that.
I think they hide in places like that. Watch out, Akeem. Watch out for the rats and the snakes and the big tarantula spiders. But yeah, rats. So yeah, that's what I'm going to offer.
Well, that brings up the 50 as well for Pakistan CC. No problem for Amar Naeem. The captain comes out, flicks one away for a Maximo first ball. Halfway through this chase, 51 for 3. So 69 required off the second half of this innings. Okay, and so they were definitely... Did he have like a leash? Did he take them for walks and stuff? Or
He did. He did.
He took them for walks?
Yeah, but not outside, just around the thing, whatever. But I mean, they had a proper home, which was lockable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
They got
were,
on well,
They
these
literally were this big, and their tails were like a whip.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Rico's gone rats. I think someone's going to do better than that.
Yeah, go on.
But I'm just waiting.
What about Diana? Diana's there. Anyone you know that's got an unusual pet, Diana? She's having a think.
Let's have a look. What have we got at the moment? I think so. Felix saying it might have been a Siberian hamster. Well, that's a Faulty Towers episode. That's one of my favorite episodes of that. Basil the Rat. Check that out. Anyway, here is Imran Azif. Swinging a miss first up from Guraya. He's 12 off 10 now. He's been the ultimate hit and miss. The last time we saw him in the 4th over, he went 5 dots and a 6. Yeah, so maybe it's a Siberian hamster.
Yeah, we've got Diana saying vipers, snakes. Yeah, people do like snakes, don't they? I've got actually
Yeah, some
interesting.
people
When
like
we've got a bit of
snakes.
time, remind me to tell you a story about
the snakes and
friend
the
of mine
rats.
that had a snake
Don't think
in
the
Spain.
The snakes and the rats probably wouldn't have got on well. Slower ball, dragged out to deep mid wicket for 1. So PK says that he's got a crab as his pet. A crab. Pet
Really?
crab. I think I've heard of
Really? A crab?
yeah, crab. Why not? And then there's about 4 cats. That's all, but it's already gone away. About 4 cats. 4 cats live in Sundori's house. Okay. Did not know that. All right. Someone's got to have something exotic. Tiger King style. Surely. His name is back up. He drives this one pretty well, but finds the field. It doesn't run though. Feel like you need 2 hitters going big guns to win from here. At the moment, Amar Naeem has made a promising start. Yeah, but Imran Garaya's got to get a move on. He's 13 off 11. Okay, I want to know who else knows of somebody or has some sort of strange pet, like a pet rock. Have you heard of that?
Pet rock.
Oh, good slower ball.
Yeah,
by
good
Asif.
delivery, eh?
Yeah, pet rocks. Some people have pet rocks. They put eyes on them. It's very popular with kids, and they don't eat much. They don't make a
Are
lot of
you
mess.
serious here? Now
you heard of a
from
pet rock?
Pet rock.
Have you heard of a pet rock?
Okay.
Yeah, it's a thing.
No, never
Or
heard
maybe
of it.
the old Tamagotchi. Remember the old Tamagotchis and the electronic pets?
No, we had a next to the bar. This is up in the air. I think this is coming down to be caught, and it's a really good catch. Like the way he gets himself into position, and he's a class player, isn't he? And no mistakes there. Good catch. And another one goes, and it's Naeem going for the big shot. And Bawinda, he's all over this one. Comes in a little bit, gets his sort of sight on the ball, then didn't readjust, goes back, takes a catch.
Yeah, it's a challenge kind of a length, and yeah, just kind of took it on, didn't he? But it went too high, didn't go far enough. And well, everyone saddle up. Here comes the Cowboy, as it's going to be Abasine Dosterhill to come in. And well, he is one guy that I don't care if they need 6 and over or 26 and over. He's probably going to try and smack everything. Got to say that was a nice catch though. Naeem gets caught by Balwinder Singh down the ground, and so yeah, nice bit of outfielding. He goes just the 6, which all came off one stroke. He falls off his 4th ball. So Dostill, last ball of the over coming up, and they need a lot from here. Don't count them out just yet. Here we go. As if a successful bowler. Only conceded 1 off this over. And so, predictably, first ball is swung on pretty hard. And, well, don't leave your TV sets, because right now, that 6 overs down, 53 for 4. And although they need 67 off the last 4 overs, which is a tick under 17 and over, with that dust hill there, anything's possible.
Yeah, we're talking about creepy crawlies and things. What was that just flew across the camera there? I mean, I think it was like a butterfly or something. We just caught it on the main camera. Now, there was a pig. I know that by a shop in Spain. There was a man that apartment across the road from where the shop was. He had
well, pigs are very clean animals, apparently.
He used to take that out every night.
Compared to dogs, apparently pigs are way cleaner and smarter.
No. You know me. I was a dog person.
I'm just saying. I'm just talking from a biological level. I'm not saying you have to abandon your dogs. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying.
I've never seen a pig chase a burglar away.
Wow, that's because you haven't seen enough pigs. I think they do a pretty good job. Here's Balwinder going back for the next over.
Easy to say.
That's your thing. I've never seen a pig chase a burglar. I bet the burglar comes in and sees a pig in the room.
You're thinking of breakfast, isn't he?
They're legging it.
You think he's I'll stay for breakfast. I don't know. I mean, apologies to all the vegetarians, but yeah, look, all
Helix
sorts of things.
Yeah. He sort of has a pet koala that lives in his tree. There we go. Another bit of a word about. By the way, just for the 7th time, stop right in front of me. He doesn't listen. This one, look, he's still really annoyed, and Barry is just saying, "Do me a favour." And the other thing you do here is bowl over the wickets, which I don't think he wants to do. But literally, it's almost like, I don't know.
Yeah.
We're getting to the stage now where...
The thing is that both umpires, Vinny, have had a chat now with Bawinda and maybe 1 or 2 of the other bowlers. So you're getting to a point, yeah, it's got to be a penalty or something, isn't there?
Slightly better, but not great. I mean, the thing is, yeah, it's just a habit. But it's a habit that's not that difficult to break if you just kind of retrain yourself.
Yeah. Thing is with me, my thing about it is, I know we've had debates about this, a bit artificial, is it that bad, etc. My point is this, and I'll continue after this delivery from Bawinda, as he does the same thing again, and this time the ball goes for 4 runs. A nice shot, plays that in between the 2 fielders out there. 4 runs given, and it has to be fielded there. The wrong side of the ground, so has to go a long way to get it. But look, my point is this. These players, as we know with Austria, they played against Sweden and Germany, so they're players. Some of them, like Bawinda maybe as well, are going to be playing better standard. When you're playing better standard RCC tournaments, etc., you're going to start playing grass wickets. If he now went to a series representing Austria and went to a place where they've got grass wicket, the umpires are going to be all over him, and a key player, is taking out the attack.
He's gone.
He's gone.
In the
He's
first
taken
over.
out the attack. And also, don't forget, we have a lot of youngsters you know, boys and girls that are watching, that are learning the game. It sets a bad example for them as well. So, yeah, something needs to be done.
In the air. Now, this is going to be a real stretcher for the bowler, and he almost gets there. Balwinder Singh, he gets fingertips on it, I think, and we almost have a run out.
Everything going on here.
Wow. A few people thinking does still looks a bit like Azam Mahmood in the cowboy hat. Have a look at this. I reckon he gets a finger to that. And then quickly, ball gets fired into the keeper. It wasn't miles away either, you know.
When stumps get bashed, the 2 umpires are at that end to sort it out. But that was the end of the over. And the good news is, and even though we don't know which way this match is going at the moment, they do it all over again, Vinny.
Yeah, so they don't actually take a run off the last ball. 58 for 4. I think it's because Dostil wants the strike. Looking forward to match 8, and this time Pakistan CC won the toss. They elected to bowl first, so they're pretty happy chasing. But ACT certainly batted well, batting first in the last game. I think they were pretty happy with that toss result. So that is the last match of the day on day 2, starting in about 35 minutes time from now. All right, now or never. 62 required off 3 overs. Good luck. He's one guy that'll be swinging at everything, and he luckily mishits this enough. So it's just 1. So yeah, again, I've got to think someone like Dostil, the fact that the game has kind of slipped away now and he's only faced 6 balls in the innings, I think he's the player that was running hot for them yesterday. Maybe would have liked to have seen him batting a little bit higher. As it is, Garaya needs to try and do something here. Just cannot chew up any more balls. Another dot ball. I mean, he's got 13 off 13. He's got a 6 and a 4. So if you take out those, he's got 3 off the other 11 balls. So he's just been too many dot balls.
Isn't Imran Asif, though, such a clever player, such a clever cricketer?
Yeah.
I mean, he's so intelligent in the line that he's bowling. He knows what he's doing to every batter. And just look at his spell at the moment into his second over. So he's bowled 8 deliveries, taken 1 wicket, just given 3 runs away. Yeah,
It's one of those days.
Isn't it? It seems to be one of those days where the batters you're expecting to do well, based on what we've seen already, haven't really got to the mark, and those that we haven't seen have. And it's been a bit of a mixture. And this one is just killing the game, really, this over. Got to get something on this. And he does. It would have been a wide. What does he get from it? Definitely 1, and
they're not wanting more than 1
that is
here.
it. And yeah, that's it. So you would have got 1 and got an extra ball.
Yeah.
But instead you take the 1 and not the extra ball.
He hits the one that he probably doesn't want to hit. To be honest, this one I think would have been a wide. Look, Dostil, if I had to pick a player in European cricket, so, might want to be able to do 4 a ball from here on. Could be this guy. Anyway, we had a chance to get going. Yeah, here he is facing Imran Asif.
Up in the air, chance of a catch. Fielder's getting under it and taking a beautiful catch. That is so well done. What a lovely catch that is from, well, who was that that took it in the
I
end?
think. Looks like Imran Tariq to me.
Was it Tariq?
Yeah, it is. And that's a very good catch. Down low to his right. And I'll tell you what, it was always curving away from him. It was always curving away. But, geez, he made that look really, really easy. It wasn't. Dostil was deep in the crease. And you see the bat turning in his hand. So certainly not out of the middle. So no heroics from Abyssine just yet today. Pakistan CC, that one definitely does sink him now. It's 60 for 5.
Yeah, great catch. I mean, look, Vinny, the reason I didn't say the name first out, because I saw the 20, and I'm thinking to myself, well, unless he's gone on an amazing diet, there's no way that is Mirza Ashan. And of course it's not, because I did see the one before the 20. Good catch there from Umar Tariq. Does so well, doesn't he? Picks it really well, picks it early, takes it low, but look at we've seen a lot of catches where fielders have hit the deck and the balls come out, but I love the way he gets a soft roll in. Have a look here.
Yeah.
That's nicely done.
Very
good catch.
Very, very clever.
Where's his one gone on the back of his shirt?
It's,
There's not one
it's
there.
taped up.
Where?
Look, here, you have a look at it.
Is he there in front of me? Yeah.
Umair and
Umair,
Mirza
let
are
me see the back of your shirt.
They're fighting for the number 20
Turn
shirt.
around.
And
There's no one there. Look at it.
Umair thinks that
It's a
he
black
should
one.
have the 20 shirt. And if he keeps taking catches like that, then I think he should have the 20 shirt.
I think so.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
Right now he's technically 120. Anyway, apparently it was a bit of an issue yesterday in the ACT camp.
Was there what happened?
As of course you got two 20s. We can't have two 20s for a televised game.
Yes.
And so one of them has to have the tape to become 120. And even they're saying, why do you want to be 20? I'm 20. And then mirrors that because he's bigger or something, ends up winning the argument.
I think it probably had a bit to do with that.
I don't know if it came down to a
you
wrestle
do
off or
not
something.
argue with Mirashan. You just don't.
Trying to wrestle your dad. Anyway.
Fantastic spell of bowling. Imran Asif, 2 for 4. Outstanding.
Yeah, brilliant
2 for 5,
work.
sorry.
Especially because, you know, that he went for a golden in the first innings. Yeah, he was absolutely good. Absolutely amazing. 2 for 5. You know, I got 2 for 5 of his 2 overs. Anyway, looks like could be a bit of a fizzer here. And we haven't had too many one-sided games, Rico. And this is going to really hurt Pakistan CC's net run rate.
Yeah.
If they're going to go down by this many. I mean, ACT, I don't know the exact potentials, but they could actually go from bottom to top with this win, you know.
This is well hit. Fielder, he just never looked comfortable, did he? You can see him doing that little panic dance as this ball is coming his way. And he's not able to stop it, is the deal. So, little Tarek there. It's in the firing line. It's hit pretty well, but you see, it just needs to. It's one of those which you got to say, yeah, it's going to come. It's probably going to hurt me, but I've got to stop it. Got to get something behind it. He doesn't. Slower delivery, big swing. Nothing from it. So we have a 4 followed by a dot. And we've gone from 1 very good bowler, Asif, now to the captain. And he's always going to be a challenge. Dragged out to man at long on that just comes in. It's been a good performance, Vinny, you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, they're a class team. And don't forget, they're a team that actually topped their ECL group after the group stage. That's the best clubs in Europe. And there's a pretty good ball from Yusuf Hassan, and he loves it. Once again, the left-arm spinner and skipper delivering. And he started with a few good blows of his own, and he's under attack from the ball on the way back. But I tell you what, he's been brilliant leading his side here. That's his 2nd wicket of this contest. And yeah, just full straight. Batter swings all round it. And yeah, Garaya had a few issues while he was out there, just scoring at the rate required. He ends up going for 14. And just have a look at this. Don't know if we can roll this forward a bit. Here's the big, powerful celebration from Hassan Yusuf. But then when the ball comes back, he actually almost cops it and has to quickly retreat. I don't know if we'll
what
see it on
happens
this
here?
camera.
So is it from the
keeper,
ball is there.
The keeper throws the ball back to the
I
umpire. I don't know if we'll be able to get it, but the keeper's saying, yeah, here's the ball. And Hassan has to like pull his head out the way because he's worried, has to stop his celebration. But he'll have plenty of time to celebrate. 66 for 6 now, 8 balls remaining. Clever bowling once again by the veteran.
Yusuf needs something. He was really sensational, wasn't he? In when we saw him in Kardama, so many batters had trouble with him, and he always came on to bowl, didn't he? At the same time, at the end of the power play, and always took wickets. He just really was unstoppable, and I think really he would have been even better, but he picked up a bit of an injury, didn't he, to his hand? I think trying to take one catch, which did niggle him through part of that, for certainly when they were back there later. But he was just an outstanding player. Leads the team really well as well.
Can also bowl the first over if required. 66 for 6. Scoreline. Well, guess what? Another one. So maybe he's going to finish with a hat-trick here because he's got 1 more ball remaining. And once again, the stumps are disturbed. So the wheel's falling off now for Pakistan CC late in this one. It's all happening in the 9th, and it's 66 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, Ajmal, this is not a good shot. Goes, leaves the door wide open. And a bowler like Yusuf, who has now got his radar absolutely fixed on, is going to have no issues with that. Here's another one for him. 3 wickets now for just 9 runs, and now looking to get his name on this list.
And we've been waiting a while now. 6th of June, so what's that? 15 days. We've waited for another hat trick. Of course, we had a bit of a drought at the start of the year, if you remember. We went all the way into ECL Group D, so 5 weeks into our season before we had a hat-trick. So right now, I don't think Hassan Youssef, he's got a pretty good shot here. He's going to have Umar Gajar, who will be the batter facing up. Have a look at those figures though, goodness sake, and 6 for 5. The only 6-wicket haul we've had all year on the ECN.
Well, he wants his hat-trick.
Yeah,
Look at the field. He wants his hat-trick.
I mean, they're not going to win the game, so they probably don't. Is he going to go for glory, or is he just going to try and keep it out? Here we go, hat-trick ball.
Floats it up there. And they're asking the question, is a big appeal. And not entertained by the umpire. Well, let's have a look at it. I think it may have just been drifting down.
I understand the leg side, but the rules are on a hat-trick, you have to appeal. And that one, that's missing. But you wouldn't know it. How's his appeal? And again, I don't know why he's following through that side. Everybody's in, whether they saw it or not. I think deep down, I think Hassan Youssef knows.
The smile tells you everything. The smile tells you everything. Well bowled indeed to Youssef. 3 for 9, an exceptional cricketer. And I think just the bowling of Hassan Youssef there and Imran Asif have just been outstanding. 5 wickets have taken between them for only 14 runs in the 4 overs that they bowled. And when you get 2 bowlers that produce a spell of bowling like that for you, you're not going to lose too many matches, are you?
I'm just putting the chat.
What are you putting in the chat?
Cricket Law 43 on hat-trick. Ball, you must appeal loudly. That should be law. You don't know if you don't ask.
True.
And I think he knew. He's a real character as well, Hassan Youssef. I really like him. He's just little flashes little pearly whites at the end going, yeah, I know it's not out, but come on. It's a hat-trick ball. All right, here we go. Last overtime. Adal Afzal getting a bowl.
A bit of a slow full toss outside the off and threw everything at it. Did Hayat, but gets nothing for his efforts. Afzal. This time he gets himself in a good position and he's done another good catch taken. Here's the quality catch of Umair Tariq once more when we know who you are now. That's a really good catch. And this is outstanding. This is I'm going to call this I know we're talking about spiders here a lot today. This is a Spiderman catch. It's like he spins the web on the ball and takes the catch. It's like he's getting his prey. Watch this. And this is such a good catch. So acrobatic. Look at that. There he goes. Spins the web. He says, you're mine. You're all mine. And there's the celebration. And maybe there is a bit of a Spiderman about the kit, especially when he's got the baggy on, the ECC baggy. Really good catch. And another wicket. And they're just falling at the moment like the flies around us here.
Yeah, I mean, Adal Afzal, he's a pretty good left-arm spinner. Just thinking back, he's a guy that I've seen occasionally bowling for them, but yeah, probably not always getting too many overs. Remember, he had that 4-up back in 2020 against a team now known as Donnerstadt. But apart from that, haven't seen him bowling too much lately. He'll be pretty happy to get a wicket. Not afraid to toss it up. They're 66 for 8. And yeah, look, after this, both these teams will be on 4 points. And yeah, I think with this net run rate booster, I don't even know who'll be on top. ACT could have gone bottom to top in this game.
This is a nice hit. There's nobody out there. So they're going to get a boundary here. They're certainly putting everybody around the bat, trying to apply some pressure on the batter. It's no real issue here. This is hit pretty hard and pretty well.
Yeah, so I do like the attacking field. They're going to go down by some distance here, though.
Ujar thumps this pretty well, and he just needs a Nishan to sort out his lid for him.
Yeah, so consolation blow maybe.
Up in the air, loses his shape. Fielder's coming in, and oh dear. Well, Spiderman was there, but he was not required maybe. But I think he was required because Naveed Hussain doesn't get anything on this. Look how
quickly. To be honest, 4 people could have reached this. And I think Umar Tariq is the one that wants it, but he just sees there's a big truck coming the other way, and he has to get out the way. Last ball coming up.
Well, he gets bat onto it, and this time the catch will be taken. This was a wide delivery. And all smiles at the end of that match. There's 9 wickets down, 72 on the board. The Austrian Cricket Tigers, it's quite a pounding victory for them. 119 they made, and they restricted Pakistan CC to 72. A team that won both their matches yesterday. They faced defeat for the first time today.
Yeah, they do, and it's a bit of a thumping in the end. We haven't seen too many of these kind of games in the series so far, but yeah, Austrian Cricket Tigers 119. Even though they didn't make the most of the last couple overs with the bat, they didn't need to, because they ended up holding Pakistan CC to just 72. So the margin of victory, 47 runs. But what can you say, except well played to the Austrian Cricket Tigers, and they'll be hoping to come out and make it 2 out of 2 this afternoon in 20 minutes when we return to the action. And Rico, he was up to something early, wasn't he? But so were the ACT opening bowlers, although that one disappeared from Naveed Hassan, getting just over the rope. They were to lose some key wickets at some key moments. And this was a sweet one for Hassan Yusuf, bowling Naveed Hassan round his legs.
That was quality. He almost got it the first time, and that just goes to show that that's what he was trying to do. He's just got such a good radar, isn't he? I mean, he's a quality player, and he picks up 3 wickets here today as well, the captain, and he made a good contribution with the bat as well. Wouldn't surprise me if he's in the running for the Player of the Match award. We'll find out later. But
these big wickets at key time, they don't get much bigger than Shadnan Khan as well. Yeah. When he got knocked over by Akib Iqbal, there was going to be some trouble. And Imran Garaya, he's a man that just stayed in for a while but wasn't able to really do too much with it. And that was one he did get away, but that was off the 6th ball of the over after he ate up the first 5 as dots. That one just getting over the rope. But ultimately, we saw Ahmed Kasim trying to keep them in the game. But then when he had a life, you thought maybe he could go on with it. And this is one that just got booted almost into the cornfield and ran all that way. And I said, oh, okay. I see you've got a spider on your head.
You did get a bit pink there, I have to say.
That's just the sun. But we saw that Kasim nicked off. And then there's the captain that came out, Ahmed Naeem. It was a pretty good catch. Low down to his right by Ahmed Chowdhury. Having said that, they needed to score already at kind of 14, 15 and over. Naeem had a good start, but they were the only runs that he would score here in match 7, as he got caught well down the ground by the cross-handed bandit. Then it was last roll of the dice time, wasn't it? And Doxter came in and rocking the floppy hat. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to replicate his heroics of yesterday. This is a bit of an action-packed one. You see how deep in his crease that he gets, but ultimately he wasn't able to clear Umar Tariq, who had a really good effort. You called him Spider-Man. Yeah. He was throwing himself in. Had everything, wasn't he? He wasn't afraid to pretty much take the initiative in the field. And ultimately, Pakistan CC, by this point of the game, they were well gone, playing just for pride. And a few late innings highlights, particularly for Hassan Yusuf, who took wickets in consecutive deliveries, and then over to Adil Afzal. Yeah,
it was a very good display, and it's certainly a few worries here for Pakistan CC. And we've seen, I think up until that one, it's the only probably match that hasn't been really very close. All the others could have gone either way, but this one, it all happened after the halfway point. At the halfway mark, 51 for 3, you thought, okay, they're a little behind, but well, with still wickets in hand, and we'd like the big hitters to come, the likes of Just a Hill. Well, maybe, and also Mohammad Amjan, we know he can give the ball a fair crack. That anything could happen, but that man there, well, yeah, Spiderman, he spins his web around the ball and sucks it in. Umar Tariq, he took some really good catches there, very athletic young man, and that was the final delivery of the very last ball. So yeah. Garaya, he did play a few shots, but it just wasn't to be. They're going to do it again, but well, this time round, they're going to have a bowl first, Pakistan CC, so it's going to be very much the same. I wonder how much that's going to hurt them, because you know, really, I think they probably, for me, may have wanted to have a bat first and just try and get the runs on the board. Yeah,
I mean, that's true. I mean, they already made that choice, I suppose, to chase. They can chase a bit better, I think, if they're top order. can just stick around a little bit longer and deal with the new ball. Now, interestingly, we're only 7 matches into this tournament, and already everyone's won a game and everyone's lost a game after that. And the fact that's happened after only 7 games shows me that there's very little between all 5 teams here in Austria. So we probably will see Hassan Youssef and Balwinder Singh at the top of the order. And for Pakistan CC, yeah, I wouldn't mind maybe making a change. What if you threw a Dost Hill right up the top of the order in the power play or something like that? Just something to try and mix things up a little bit. So that game is coming in around about 15 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network, the last game of day 2. Let's have a look at the scorecard, chasing 120 for victory. They certainly had a good start in the first over. 16 came off it, and most of them off the bat of Mohammad Kasim. Ultimately, he'd be the top scorer. He fell for 20. Apart from that, Garaya was the second top scorer, the only other man to reach double figures, but he used up 16 balls in scoring his 14. Apart from that, just single digits and just kind of falling off the cliff in the end in the chase. Falling 47 runs short. A disciplined 10 overs of bowling. Only 4 wides in the entire 10 overs. It shows you that ACT weren't giving too much away at all. A couple of key players there. Hassan getting bowled for 8, and also Shadman Khan going for a duck. I'm sure he'll be wanting to make amends in the last game of the day. Hassan Youssef, the left-arm spinner, very, very good, wasn't he? 3 for 9 of his 2 overs. That followed up a really good batting performance from him. He's my player of the match. Also 2 wickets for Imran Asif and 2 wickets for Adil Afzal. Other wickets went to Akib Iqbal and Umar Tariq. Balwinder Singh didn't take a wicket, but still pretty good performance from him. He only went for 11 of his 2 overs, but he needs to work on running off the correct side of the pitch. Otherwise, he might not take another wicket for a long time. Anyway, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in about 10 to take you into the last game of the day. Looking forward to that. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full and his pet Spider. And hopefully, we see you on the other side of this break for the last game of day 2. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series, Austria.
Hello, it's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. I'm loving this. I was just searching for a few stray kookaburras, but right now we're heading into the last match of day 2 and it's match 8. Once again, we're going to see Pakistan CC taking on the Austrian Cricket Tigers. Let's go out to the middle where Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Go. ACT to call. Heads the call. It's tails. You're going to bowl first. Okay. All the best. Good luck, guys. Yeah. Good luck. Thank you. Have a good game. Thank you.
So it is the men in green, Pakistan CC. Aman Naeem, their captain, has won the toss and he has elected to field first. So once again, we'll get to see the Tigers opening up with the bat. But obviously, Aman Naeem thinks that he has the team to chase and he wants to know exactly how many they do need to chase. I've got to say that Doster Hill is one of my favourites in this series. He is completely fearless. And I've got to say that Shadnan Khan was pretty important in that last game too. Had a bit of a hammering early with the ball, but fought back. And of course, you know, these two teams, they would love a win in the last game of the day. We know this is such an evenly contested tournament that every match will matter. Well, I'm going to get ready and maybe look for a few more. Rico, I'm going to drop back into it, but I'm going to drop over to you now in the giant ice cube with the news from the toss in match 8. The Pakistan CC, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl first. Over to you. Let's be over and out.
Well, I don't know, and it's hardly surprising that we're being attacked by all sorts of things over there. Mr. Maximo, well, I suppose he's getting dirty for our team here as we have a look at that amazing bit of scenery. And, well, have a look there. If you see, if you see an outline of a man, well, that's Maximo because he's been Maximosed. But I wonder if you got him out of there all right. Well, maybe he's ended up being in a cereal packet somewhere. Can you imagine that? You open up your cereal and there's a mini Maximo that pops out. Well, maybe one day. Well, until then, let's just try and distract ourselves away from that possibility to the final match here today. And it's going to be, I think, it's going to be a bit of a comeback here for Pakistan CC. I don't think they, particularly their captain, Amin Naeem, is going to be too pleased with the way that last game went. They're a very strong and competitive side, but just nobody really was able to get going with the bat. And they do like chasing. That's where they were successful against Vienna in the first couple of matches. And timed those chases really well with just 3 balls to go, but this time around it just fell flat, didn't they? I think they were also lucky. Look, that score could have been a lot bigger. Ended up being just under 120, but at one point it looked like it could be around 140. And speaking of scores, right on cue, bat versus ball wall is saying that this one will go in the favour of Pakistan CC to 109 to 104. So I guess what you're saying here is that the Austrian Cricket Tigers are going to be restricted to a lower score than before. Well, let's see if it goes that way. See, the batters are out there. And we're going to go with Shan. Let's see what he can do. Shan Yusuf certainly made a great contribution in the last one. He was the player of the match, by the way. Not surprising. 30 off 12 first. Got his team to a supersonic start. And they picked up 3 for 9 as well. Also on a hat-trick at one point. And he's been joined out there by, well, the cross-handed batter, Balwinder Singh. Balwinder Singh, maybe it's going to be his turn to smash a few balls to the boundary. Here we go, first delivery, Mohammad Amjad. And, well, this is a pretty good shot. Is this outside the line? No, it's not. And, well, the El Capitan Yusuf goes first ball. Yeah, it's one of those, one that's got to go into the water. And, well, I think that's plumb. I really do. I think that's an absolutely beautiful delivery. It's full, it's straight. And, yeah, I think despite that big stretch, that's going to go on and knock him out. Oh, what a good start that is. Mohammad Amjad right on the money first up. And they've got the man who gave them such a tormented start in the last one, smacking the ball all over the place. 30 off 12, they got him early. So then, Pakistan CC, they know what they've got to do. And the first thing is you've got to remove the dangerous man early. And getting the player of the match off the last one out here is exactly what needed. I'm liking that also from the umpire. The umpires for this one is Pravan Kumar there, who's at the bowler's end. I'm not sure what's going on there. What is going on here? I'm not sure. Are they picking corner of the cob? And, because there's no ball that's gone there at the moment. Well, it's a nice little shot. I think that's something that was going on. I reckon that's Mr. Maximo when he decided he's going to have a bowl, and the batters went to town and smashed him into the cornfields. Well, thanks for that. I'm sure Maximo will explain when he comes back later. But for the moment, we've seen a wicket, a golden duck, the very first ball, and it is the captain, Ashan Yusuf, who has to depart early. Nicely played. And they get the single. So first one's on the board. And pretty keen to get off the mark. Balwinder Singh, the man that's been joined out there by somebody who, if he gets going, I mean, Asif, we've seen what he can do with the ball. He is a very talented cricketer, Imran. And opportunity for him. And one thing that we always say is that when a wicket goes early, sometimes it's not disastrous because it just means that the next batter has got more time to bat. It's always worse when somebody is there for 12, 13 deliveries for 3 or 4 runs, because then a lot of time, a lot of percentage of the innings is used up. But this one's been thrown hard, and where's this one going? Well, I'm not sure why the batters are not fancying taking another. Let's have a look at the throw here first of all. Keep your eye on this. So here's the throw, and well, it doesn't hit the batter onto the stumps, and the batters just decide, even though this ball has been chased after, they don't want it. Very strange. I mean, I think Vinny's just can hear him shuffling around thinking that maybe it caught the batter and they're just being pretty sporting, but I don't think that hits the batter at all. And well, maybe they're deciding, singles, we don't need singles, we're just going to hit the ball big. Asif sort of gets turned a little bit inside out there, but he'll take the single. So, well, I said maybe there's going to be the turn of Balwinder Singh to go big. Yeah, maybe so, because Captain Yusuf has gone with Vinny. I don't know if you missed it, if you sneezed or you blinked, but Yusuf already gone.
Yeah, I did see it. I think it was a good decision. Team to hit him in line. Probably wasn't the best shot to play very first ball, albeit having scored a few runs in the last game. Here's the CHB. Oh, this could be trouble.
And, oh, it's got to chase after it now, and he still can't get to it. Well, goes in here. I do think he gets fingertips on this, Vinny. And, well, once he does, all he does is it helps he gives it a push, the acceleration on the ball, then he dives after it. It says, Aja, Aja, tu meri hai, kitte ja rahi, meri pyari, Aja, Aja. Couldn't chase it, gets the dive in, well, but he still can't.
This is a body dipper, double finger tipper, because he grabs it the first time, and then as he tries to get it the second time and tries to kind of smash it back inside the field, he doesn't get it again. And, well, Rico did see that could just be a new bat required here, or a new batter. So see, someone's kind of wandering around. Now, hopefully there's no issue here with the batter. I was just going to say, though,
yes,
foreshadowing a guest commentator, and you've put in a big shift today. I know that you covered the first game, and you got Quinton Norris in. Of course, VNCC with their day off. Yeah. I've been able to grab another one of their superstars to do an innings with me now. So you can just sit and maybe you can join the big kookaburra hunt. That's what's going on in the bushes.
I'm not going in those bushes.
Shrubon's a little bit worried about the damage to the wheat fields, but they more than make up for the lost produce in kookaburra reselling.
We started with an aerial shot, as we always do. And there's an imprint of a man of when you dive back into that field.
Sounds right.
The farmer is not going to be happy.
Roll.
Hit firmly and 4 runs. And a little bit late, I think, Shadnan Khan moving here, but it's been really well hit. And this is what Balwinder Singh does. And hits the last ball clean out of the middle of the bat. And despite the efforts of Shadnan, it's another one that makes its way. There you go. Now you see it, now you don't. into the cornfield it goes. Well, all right then. I think I'm going to take an opportunity.
Take 5. Rico, go have a little siesta as I take everyone through these numbers. And you can see that ACT, they've got a really kind of even batting unit. And at the moment, here's Asan. He was just telling me he's a bit upset. He feels a bit out of form, but he's his team's leading run scorer through the first 7 matches of this tournament anyway. And now it's going to be Pakistan CC. They're going to have to chase again. And Rico is just putting the headphones on our special guest, and he had to get on a chair to do it. Now, why is that? Because the guest is, of course, the Austrian giraffe himself. It's Mark Simpson-Parker of Vienna CC and Austria. And look, MSP, thank you so much for joining us for an innings in the commentary box. Nice to have you back, actually, because we have actually had you in a couple of times before in ECS cricket, but must be enjoying the week in Austria so far.
Cheers, Vinny. Yeah, it's not the first time, but the first time at my own ground. Yeah, glad to have you all here.
Yeah.
Really enjoying the week so far.
And I'm going to wait for this ball now because it looks like Naveed Hassan is going to bowl the first ball of the second over. It's just chopped away. And they will get us one here. Firstly, congratulations on your performance last night. Of course, you guys had a really good win over the ACT guys, the Austrian Cricket Tigers. One thing that we've been talking about a lot in this tournament so far is how even these 5 teams are and that anyone can win any given match. Is that something that you kind of notice when you're out there?
It's amazing to see. We've only got 5 teams in this week. Usually we've got 24 playing our T20 league. As Naveed tries again. Yeah, so we've reduced the teams to only 5 for 1 week, and so I think we reckon that improves the quality quite a bit.
I think it just shows a lot of close games on the cards. This is whacked away, square of the wicket, and this one is going to be 4. So, yeah, smart power play batting. You don't always have to go in the air. I mean, you'd know this as an opening batter yourself, MSP. If you play good cricket shots, and this is just a good cricket shot from Balwinder Singh, you can still get value because once it beats that infield, it's probably going to go to the fence.
Yeah, what a batsman he is. I mean, he can go aerial as well, but he generates a lot of power along the ground. And we always say it's only 50 metres that you've got to clear. So find a gap in that infield, get a boundary.
Must encourage you to kind of have that aggressive mindset. And wait for this ball, which is a bit lucky to get away with this. Chops it down onto his body. And we don't have to give Amar Naeem too much of an invitation to throw, but he holds back this time. Firstly, I mean, how's the season been for you so far? I know we saw you recently playing in the T20 International Series in Krefeld in Germany.
Yeah.
I know a bit of a mixed result for you guys, but you know, beating Germany, and I think you guys had a pretty good tournament as a team. Is that something you'd agree with?
For the team, it was really good. Just see what happens here. This ball.
No run in the end.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I've got to say it was a bit of a tough tournament for me. I felt quite unlucky and couldn't get going with the bat. But for the team in general, it was really, really good experience. It's
a tough one, isn't it? I mean, I know similarly, sometimes I've been in a team that's having success, but individually when you feel like, you know, you haven't been pulling your weight, it's an annoying feeling, but still, there's probably plenty of times where the opposite might apply. Now, this one has just leaned on out of the ground. Maximal. We see Imran Asif, who is a player that went in for a golden duck earlier today. But there's something really beautiful about that. Just have a look at the way he holds the pose, and he knew that one was out of here. Yeah, he's a classy batsman, Imran Asif. He used to be national team captain. Had a spell there and did really well for the national team. Would love to see him back in the mix. Yeah, for sure. At some point, class shot, wasn't it? I just want to say a quick hello to Phil Buckstadt. Now, he was my original commentary partner back in ECL 19. Phil is a former German player. I know you think he played recently in the Swiss Festival of Cricket, I think maybe last weekend. Phil, great to have your company in the chat. I'm here with Austrian international, Vienna CC opening batter, and fast bowler, and fielder, and groundsman. Specialist fielder, yeah. Mark Simpson-Parker. But, I mean, obviously, ECS cricket is something slightly different as we get to the end of the second over. So the score at the end of 2 overs is 24 for 1. And just looking at this table, this is something we've been talking about all day, Mark. The fact that each one of these 5 teams, they've got their superstars, they've got match winners. And so any one of the 5 could potentially be in danger of being out at the end of the week. Try and bring that table as soon as possible. But right now, might head into the 3rd over. Mohammad Ajmal is going to bowl at Pakistan CC. Trying to keep the Tigers quiet, which won't be easy with shots like this. This is another commanding blow, this time over cover. And so Imran Asif, it looks like he's ready to party, and so are his teammates. 4 runs.
Yeah, another great shot from Imran Asif. He generates so much power through that offside, and it's really good to see him play his shots and really take it to the bowler.
Yeah, it's just pitched up. You see that? Cue the dance music. It's a good delivery though, good comeback ball. I'm curious to ask you, I mean, where do you like batting this form of the game? We see you opening a lot. I mean, that does seem like the natural place for you to bowl. For you to bat, I should say.
Do love that spot. You've only got the 2 fielders outside the inner yard circle. So you can really see what the bowler is trying to do as well, plan ahead, kind of anticipate where he's going to bowl it. Makes the whole thing a bit easier.
Yeah, makes sense. The next ball, down leg side, this will be called a wide, I think. No, he's walked here, must have got a little glove on this. So yeah, it's very quick to watch. It's very sporting from Imran Asif. Must have just been a little brush of the glove. So he's going to have to go. He's hitting the ball so well, but his innings ends at 14. And the score is 28 for 2. Well, that's very, very good sportsmanship from an experienced player.
Good from him, yeah. I think he'd get a lot of stick from the PCC players afterwards if he didn't walk as well. But I'm not sure the umpire would have given that. I definitely didn't hear anything. I'm not sure it's the earphones.
He doesn't even look up. I mean, certainly just looking live. Of course, we can't really hear the sound here. He was quick to just keep walking. I've got to say, it's something you don't see that much in cricket anymore. But I think credit to Imran Asif, especially he would have been so disappointed to go for a duck in the last game, and then hitting it so well in this game so far. Yeah, you know, I think it takes a lot. Says a lot about the kind of player he is. Anyway, 28 for 2. New batter out there, Akib Iqbal. He's an Austrian teammate of yours.
Bless him.
In the national team. Geez, he had a good series, didn't he?
He's
in Germany.
An amazing player. Absolutely amazing player, Akib Iqbal.
Ajmal bowls to him, pushes and runs. So, tell us about your Austrian national team and your aspirations, obviously, this year.
Yeah. I mean, we've got a big tournament coming up at the end of July. That's the qualifier tournament for the World Cup. We're going to go to Finland end of July. We'll hopefully announce the team quite soon, as per ICC regulations. And I think we've got a really strong team for that. Yeah, we've got loads of young players, really talented with bat and ball. And obviously 11 good fielders on the side, which makes a big difference at our level.
Fielding is super important in these short forms of cricket, no doubt about it. This is driven straight, and it's almost picked up, and then throws at the stumps. It's acrobatic work from Mohammad Qasim. Yeah, obviously, everyone that's involved in a national team setup in Europe, they're often slightly different places in the rankings and what their kind of realistic short-term goals are. But you're probably the exception rather than rule in that you are actually Austrian-born, right? And you learnt all your cricket here in Austria.
Born and raised here, yeah. To an English father, Austrian mum. And I always say she won the battle of where they're going to stay.
Wait for this, which is a straight pull. Shadnan will clean up down at long on into the power play. Pretty even Stevens at the moment for me. It's 30 for 2 after 3 overs. And am I right in saying, I know that we've talked a bit before in the commentary box in some other series where you've been with the ECM Blue Crew, that your mother actually played for the Austrian national cricket team, and not the women's team, the national cricket team, right? Yeah, back in the day when there was no ladies cricket, as you put it now, where we've got an Austrian national team, which Quinton Norris is the manager of. At the moment, back in the day, she used to play for the men, and this one thing she always said is she will never make teas. She will never make the food. Is that right?
As per stereotype back in the day, and if she joins, she'll be a player.
Yeah, a bit of a maverick, if you like. And I think obviously we had some questions before about women's cricket and things we'd like to do eventually on ECN. I know that we'd love to eventually have a women's ECC, a women's ECL, for example. Okay, this is a Gundy ball first up from Skander Hyatt, and it's going to get the treatment. So just a real half-track special. Well, he's going to try and warm up that bowling arm. But this is not a good start for him. And as a batter, I mean, you're just hoping you get some balls like this, MSP, because they're a gift. And they were cashed in that time.
Oh, yeah. But you still got to get them away, though, yeah. I mean, and he goes again. Throwing this thing straight into Shadnan Khan's hands. He doesn't drop many. He's a good fielder as well.
Whatever he did with his bowling arm when he started that windmill warm-up, that seemed to work. Because this one, look, it's not quite as short, but still induces the pull from Balwinder. And Rinku, this time he just flat bats it straight to Shadnan Khan, who doesn't drop too many at all. So ACT, a bit like yesterday, in their first game, they were able to get the win, but not finding it so easy in their second game of the afternoon. As Balwinder goes, it's 34 for 3.
Yeah, it's always a big wicket getting him. Once he gets going, it's tough to stop him. And he can score a lot of runs very quickly. But so can the next batsman coming in, Mirza Hassan, the big fella, as we like to call him.
Yeah, well, he's actually lost a fair bit of weight though, Big Mirza. Hasn't lost any height. Had a question here from Hunter in the chat saying hello to you, Mark. Who is your favourite batter in world cricket? Do you have one that you kind of follow? Or kind of maybe even growing up? Any heroes or anything like that? I'll give you a second to have a think about it.
I'll think about that one, yeah.
Mirza for the first time. Strokes this away. Now finds the fielder who fumbles it. Don't think they'll get two. Mirza just kind of trots the first one. So I'll just get a single. Anyone growing up, or maybe anyone at the present that you're a fan of?
Growing up, I mean, not many people like him that much, but Kevin Peterson was my childhood hero in a way with a bat.
I think he's got a few fans out there, actually.
I bet, I do. Yeah,
afraid to speak up.
He was such a good player down. But yeah, Andrew Flintoff as well. I mean, maybe not classed as an out-and-out batter, but
yeah, it's interesting choices there.
He's someone I modelled my game around a lot. Yeah, I used to love watching these guys play.
Yeah, both pretty passionate players, the two players you mentioned there. Well, thanks for your question, Hunter.
Yeah,
and, I mean, I often think growing up in Austria, probably would have been a bit difficult to watch a lot of cricket on TV or live. And see, you're a bit younger than me. Well, this one's going to be launched, and well, you can forget this one. It's up, and that one's into the cornfield, Maximo. And so that's how you deal with it. And Mirza just kind of leans on this one. When it came down, it was well gone.
Beautiful shot. Yeah, easy as you like. Yeah, 50-meter boundaries are not much for him. He prefers the cornfields.
Yeah, that one was absolute belter. Because last time we were here, all those fields straight down the ground. There was nothing there. This one's a little bit short. Miss hit though. This should be gone, and it is. So 6 and out for Mirza. His frustrating time continues. And he's a bit frustrated that this one doesn't leave the building. Instead, it's Mirza that's got to go. 6 and out. And that's ECN cricket for you. Austrian Tigers lose another big player. It's 42 for 4.
What a celebration as well from Sikandar. He absolutely loved that one. Look at him go already.
And Mirza, I don't think he was too impressed by it either. Said, well, you just bowled a half tracker that I mishit. Anyway, it is the end of the over, and 42 for 4. And once again, I'm here, Vinny Sandhu, with Mark Simpson-Parker, the Austrian international, and we just managed to get you in the frame here because you are one of the larger, in a good way,
completely blocking out the logo.
Commentators we've had. But honestly, it's great to have you here. And obviously, Vienna CC, you had a good win yesterday over ACT. You got the day off today. How are you guys tracking? Obviously, some pretty good pickups with Arslan Arif and Javid Zadran, who's one of my personal favourites to watch. I think he's an excitement machine. Yeah,
he's so funny. I mean, I wish you viewers could hear him talk. The comments he makes often is even better than his game.
Well, I was asked to single out one person that was kind of my the one gun, if you like, and I picked Javid. I just thought that he is just one guy in this form of the game. He won't care what the situation is. He will just always pick an attacking option. So that's why he was mine. But
100%, yeah.
42 for 4 after 4 overs. Yeah, so
he actually knocked us out of the last year's competition.
Yeah, playing for cricketers, of course. This one looks like it spins, but doesn't, from Mohammed Qasim.
Good ball.
Yeah, so obviously you mentioned just the 5 teams this year in Austria, but I think it makes it anyone's game. Good keeping as well. Got to say, I'm really impressed with Amar Naeem behind the stumps. A lot of good keepers actually in Austria. You know, that's my position. And, this one, keeper won't be required as it's kind of horned out to the leg side. I've got a question for you. How is it? You know, sometimes opening the batting, sometimes you feel like you're not really timing the ball. You're a bit frustrated. Maybe you're going about that runner ball pace or just under. How do you deal with that when you're 3 or 4 overs in?
Yeah.
Because you must feel like you want to attack, but then also you don't want to get out after having used up so many deliveries. So is that a tough kind of place mentally to be in? Because we see it all the time.
Yeah.
Good players bogged down.
Yeah, it does. It does play with your mind quite a bit, especially because you get sent out there to set the tone and to perform for your team. When you have a feeling where you're throwing up too many balls, you try to create something that maybe is not there.
Yeah, it's a fine line to walk, isn't it? That leg side, great keeping, but I think he might have flicked the pad on the way through or not. It's either a wide or not, and I'm guessing no wide. I think he's just flicking. That's one of those clever keeper appeals where you say, just so you know, it does take a big deflection. That's really good footwork and keeping to get down there. Just making sure the umpire knows it flicks off the pad so it won't be a wide. Comes down pretty much Yorks himself. Now, I know you're not the loudest individual, but you know, you've got a lot to say. We've had some requests to have some commentary in German. Do you think that maybe in the next over you might be able to just commentate in a bit of German for us? I think the viewers would enjoy that. My German is terrible. I can understand a little bit. Still don't know why you don't put more spaces between words. You think that like whack words on top of other words. But maybe after this ball. This one's in the air. In fact, this could be another catching opportunity. It should be a 5th wicket, and it will be. So Kasim does the trick, comes up with a pretty good over. And this time, it just was skied out there. And I think that's Abdurrahimzade, who has come into the lineup today and caught pretty well. You see, this is just the caution to the wind approach. It's Umar Tariq this time who's going to have to go. And that's the end of the 5th over, 45 for 5. And, we caught it the first time, not so good the second time. So yeah, ACT finding it a bit more difficult. How are you up for that then?
Yeah, sure. I
won't say much.
Not sure our German fans will understand me much with my Austrian dialect.
Yeah, but yeah, because it is slightly different, isn't it? But you know, I just think it's nice to get that local flavour. You know, we had Pavel commentate in Romanian earlier in the year.
Yeah.
And I just think it's something you don't get to hear that often. Of course, you know your stuff, so you can say, you can actually say whatever you like, and I won't be able to stop you because I won't be able to understand it until later. Anyway, it looks like Naveed Hussain is going to come in for the Tigers. And well, MSP, it's over to you.
Ja, und Candy mit seinem nächsten Over, das zweite Over für Sikander. Was kann er hier tun? Eine kurze Pause dazwischen. Ja, wo die Umpire noch kurz besprechen müssen, was jetzt Sache ist und was noch zu tun ist. Ob er vielleicht schon 2 Overs geballt hat oder nicht, das ist die Frage. Ich denke nicht. Ja, der richtige Batsman muss noch on strike sein, natürlich. Aki Big Ball. Super Spieler, Akib. Ja. Ich habe sehr viel Zeit für ihn, sehr viel Liebe für Akib. Er kann absolut alles tun. Und Candy ballt in Akibs Slot und den haut er einfach zu mit Wicket runter. Und nimmt einen Single. Ja, Vinny, ich weiß nicht, ob du irgendwas verstanden hast von dem, aber es geht um dich. Na, nächster Ball, outside of Stump. Ein guter Take von Amir Naim. Amir auch ein echt guter Keeper. Früherer Nationalteamkapitän, hat viel mit meinem Vater zusammengespielt. Ui. Wo man das sagt, fast auch noch einen guten Ball gestoppt. Aber der ist durchgegangen und es wird ein Bye. Das nicht in Candys Figures reinkommen wird, aber super geballt von Candy hier. Schwierig zum Schlagen. Auch ein lustiger Batsman selber. Hat alle Shots in der Welt. Aber Naim wollte dieses Runout. Er fiel, er kann den Ball aber nicht stoppen. Und nicht sauber stoppen. Und sie nehmen dann im Ende kein Single, oder doch ein Single, ja. Akib ist jetzt der Non-Striker. Also ein großer Shot, großer Sechser über die Boundary. Das ist ganz, ganz weit gegangen. Normalerweise macht Candy das selber, aber diesmal wird er ein bisschen geschlagen. Hier kann man nicht bauen für diesen Batsman. Der bringt den Ball schon weit. Das ist ein klassischer Tape-Shot vielleicht. Aber 6 Runs sind 6 Runs. So, da kann man nicht bauen. Aber schön zu sehen, schön die ECN-Gruppe hier in Wien zu haben. In unserem Zuhause. Und noch ein schnelles Single, was dieses Over beenden wird.
Vielen Dank. Mark, was für ein großartige Arbeit, Mark.
Nicht schlecht, Willi, nicht schlecht, ja.
55 für 5.
55 für 5 ist der Score, ja, nach 6 Overs.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're German and Austrian dialect and all. I've got to say, I really enjoyed it. And yeah, I love the way you just especially called the 6 runs, which was lifted out of the park. So, yeah, thanks so much. And look, this is one of the things I want to do. I want to get as many languages as possible, as many European languages in the commentary. So, good job.
Yeah. It'd be great to have a compilation at the end of the season, maybe, of all the different languages.
Right, wait for this. First ball of a new over is going to be a wicket. And so Kazim comes back and he slings this one through. And just when it looked like they might be getting away, they pull him back. And so Kazim is on target. The last over went for 10, including that 6 out of the ground. But now, see here, batter just swinging away. Probably not the prettiest shot you'll ever see. But Naveed Hussain is going to have to go for 7. The score now is 55 for 6.
Yeah, same shot that he tried earlier and got away. But this time a bit quicker maybe, and stayed a bit low, and completely different result. Yeah, gets his wicket, or loses his wicket.
Siraj, he's not a teammate of yours, saying, "Man, enthusiasmus, Mark." I think you were pretty enthusiastic. I liked it.
Yeah.
I got to say that Robert Gunkel, watching from Cape Town, South Africa, saying, "Thanks MSP, made my day, loving the German, and thanks to the crew that all made this possible to watch." Well, it's very nice of you, Robert, to say that. Cape Town's a beautiful part of the world as well. Played there a little bit.
Hey, bless.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mark. I know it's you guys take great pride in what you're doing here. It's a beautiful cricket ground. Tell you what, it's beautiful weather as well. I know we came here last year towards the end of April, and you know, probably wasn't as ideal for cricket, but right now it looks like we're looking at a postcard. Very bright, sunny day, perfect conditions for cricket. Get to 3 p.m. local time. See him floats this one out. It's just kind of bunted away over the offside. And I know, speaking to some of the German cricket fraternity, you know, one of the issues they've got is how you describe things in cricket, whether you use the English kind of equivalent or whether you use kind of more German words. Yeah. This ball, which is blasted back. This will be a tough chase. 2 fielders. Well, how about this? I mean, this is incredible fielding. And I'm not normally all over the foot fielding, but he kind of thinks safety-wise, this is the way to do it. Skander Hyatt. So he dives in feet first. And Shadnan Khan, well, he had to have his wits about him here to jump out of the way. So somehow he kept that to 2.
What a slide there, yeah. Great stop.
I'll tell you an example in a second. In Prague, obviously, for the tournament a couple of weeks ago. And yeah, instead of LBW, they had the Czech equivalent that they would use, something like NPR or something. I can't remember.
Really? You're joking, eh?
That's how they say it.
Wow.
What would you say LBW if you had to say it literally? I'll give you a ball to think about it. It was a filthy full toss, which is just knocked out to deep mid wicket for 1.
Ooh, if I had to explain it, I would definitely say
just literally
LBW,
word for word, leg before or leg in front of
Bein,
wicket.
form, wicket.
Yeah.
Bein, your leg.
Yep.
Form in front of.
Yeah.
And wicket. I don't think there's a German word for wicket.
Yeah, wicket's wicket, I think. Yeah.
Well,
this is in the air and it's holding up. Should be a catch, and it is taken, and he knocks it away. Well, how about that? The little celebration showing he doesn't just use the feet all the time. Skander Hyatt, he's been a live wire in the field, and now he gets Aqib Iqbal with a good catch down the ground. Kasim comes up with his 3rd wicket of the innings. He's going to finish with 3 for 8, and that's a big fish gone now. ACT struggling, batting first here in match 8. They're 60 for 7, and that's a big one, Mark.
Oh, it's impossible to keep Sikandar out of the game. Yeah, he's always in there, always a live wire. Loves a celebration.
That hurts as well. I mean, he must have a pretty strong forearm bone. And anyway, if you're enjoying the action here, then hopefully you can join us again tomorrow, because we have more cricket coming your way, including you guys. Vienna CC up on the rack first against Pakistan CC, who started strongly with a couple of wings, kind of dropped match 7, but they're right back here in match 8. So a tough one for you guys in the morning. We'll see ACT in the afternoon against Donaustadt. How do you guys think you guys match up against Pakistan CC tomorrow in day 3?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're coming into it with loads of confidence, beating ACT yesterday. I had a day to rest up as well, gather our energy, and we'll come hard tomorrow morning, that's for sure.
Yeah.
PCC is always a fun matchup for us. We love to, I have to say, beat them, of course. We love to beat PCC, but got to say, in history they've done one on us a few times. But they're great players, all of them. Great fun to play against and to spectate as well.
Yeah, should be really good. So join us tomorrow, 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Back to the action here. It was the end of an over. This is almost a catch. The fielder dives in. He's not able to turn it into a catch. And they will get a couple of runs here, as this is Adil Tariq, who is starting things in the 8th over. So still here. I mean, they've got batting all the way down. If they could just get to maybe 90 or something like that. We've seen 76 stand up today already. And we know that ACT have a very, very good bowling attack to call on. Here's Dosterhill. This is cut and hits the fielder. Sends his partner back. Big throw. Could give away an overthrow. That's eventually they decide against it. Adnan Haider wasn't too keen. Perfect throw from down the ground. So, hey, question in the chat for me, actually. What's my favourite shot? Maybe I'll ask you your favourite shot as well. If you have a favourite. I mean, I think my favourite was always a lofted straight drive straight over the sight screen. Yeah. Maybe coming down the ground slightly. Yeah, so probably that was my favourite. Although in Australia, I was probably shot I used most effectively was probably the cut shot. I think that's we don't see too many genuine cuts here. So occasionally see an uppercut, but just the kind of nature of this game and the nature of the services. But in Australia, if you had a good cut shot, it was a good way to kind of counter-attack some of that short stuff you often would get. This one's more of a pull, and it's skied. This could be another wicket, and it's taken. Well, a bit of the crocodile style out there from Rahul Abdurrahimzai, but it's effective, and they have caught well. Pakistan CC so far in match 8, and they've got the rewards. Tariq goes for 4. 8 wickets down now. ACT 62 for 8.
Good effort there from Adil Tariq. Maybe unlucky there with the wind, maybe just holding that up. But also a great catch out on the boundary from Ruhula. I mean, not sure about the technique, honestly, but as long as he hangs on to it.
Yeah, well, the thing with the crocodile style is you got to get the timing just right. And if you get it anywhere near the middle of the hands, you're in for a bad time. But if you do get in the middle of the hands, well, that's fine. And he does that time. So 8 wickets down, falling all over the place now. We're going to see Ahmed Chowdhury, the keeper, coming out at number 10. So how about you? Do you have a look at this? That's a proper crocodile style. What he does do well is he does watch it in.
Yeah.
And that's also very, very important.
Good soft hands.
Having the hands in the right spot if you're not keeping your eye on the ball. Quarter of the innings to go now. They're starting to have genuine concerns about batting these overs out. Small ball gets past him. How about you? Do you have a favourite shot?
Ooh, I mean, the straight lofted drive is probably right up there.
It's pretty pure, isn't it?
Love a cover drive as well,
I was going to say cover drive was one.
Hit those covers hard.
I would have picked you loving a cover drive.
Yeah.
Tall guy. You can drive some lengths other players can't. The other one you played really well yesterday. You played a very good pull shot for 6.
Yeah.
That you picked up. I don't know exactly who it was off. You probably do.
See a lot of bowlers trying to send it up there. I mean, I'm a tall guy, and I do encourage them to go.
Yeah.
To go and try it, because
a big target.
Usually they do disappear. Yeah.
Oh, gone, and that's a good delivery. Just leaves him a little bit. And Chowdhury's going to have to go for a duck. Now they're down to their last batter. It's 8 overs down. Still 12 balls on the table, but will they last? ACT, they are 62 for 9. What a dramatic turn of fortunes for them over the course of this afternoon with the bat.
Just losing wicket after wicket here. And that's a good ball.
Plays down the wrong line. The feet don't really move, do they? Just kind of hopes he's playing the right line. He wasn't. Timber. And now down to the number 11. So neither one of these batters have faced a ball yet. Adil Afzal will come out to bat, but it will be Adnan Haider that's facing, because we are at the end of the 8th over, 62 for 9. And look, this kind of says it all, Mark, doesn't it, about this form of the game? You can have the same two teams, the same conditions, same order of innings even, but in the first game, these two played against each other. ACT whacked 119. Even that felt a little bit light on after they only scored 8 runs in the last 2 overs. But yeah, very different story here in match 8.
How the tables have turned, yeah. I mean, they're both very proud teams, and I'm sure PCC would have not enjoyed losing to them in the earlier game.
It's all momentum as well, you know. Wickets start falling, suddenly batting looks tough.
Yeah.
If you whack a few out of the ground, suddenly bowling looks tough, and that's the beauty of this form of the game. Here's Zia Shanwari, and now this could be out, and he could have almost snaffled this, you know. I think he gets a hand to it and almost plugs in the left hand, and I think it actually bounces out when he hits the ground. Very good effort from Mohamed Ajmal, who almost finished this innings on 62.
Yeah, so close. Yeah, it's definitely a catch. Ooh.
Yeah, he had a bit of it, but it's not in the middle of the hand. They don't take a run in the end. There we go.
Oh, what's this?
They're getting ready. I mean, I wouldn't mind one of those to get around in. And then leg side. I won't get a run here either. And now you can't take any risks running between the wickets either here, because if you get run out, that's it. So that could be the Rico mobile, I'm told. It's come for Rico.
No, he's off apparently. Yep. He's gone to get some drinks.
He might be going to go harvest some kookaburras out of the kookaburra farm. His next ball from Shinwari. Oh, just lids him. It's a top edge. Now they're going to have a chance of running him out and they'll miss. Yeah, this is a nasty one. Slightly short. And he takes it. I think it's top edge into the side of his helmet. Wait and see this one. Bang, yeah. It's right off the ear hole. That's one way to get a run. Talk about working hard for your runs. It would have been run out by a mile as well. I had Vivek in the chat saying we've heard Austrian German. Maybe I can do an over in Australian German.
Yeah, go on.
I don't think my Australian German is that good. I tell you what, seriously though, I was out in Vienna last night. Had a lovely schnitzel. I know it's a bit of a cliche, but I thought I better have one. I had it with I think a lingonberry jam. It was brilliant. We normally talk a bit of food chat in Game 4. But I really did enjoy that. Had a nice local beer to wash it down. This one's going nowhere. So 63. The score is creeping, if anything, at a snail's pace. Yeah, but I mean, what do you recommend then? I'm in Vienna for a week. Anything else that you'd recommend to someone that's visiting?
I mean, got to try our beer from the tap. And that's one thing we're quite famous for. Otherwise, food. Have you had your apple strudel? Dessert? Are you a dessert man?
I didn't have any room for dessert last night, but I love apple strudel. I'm definitely down with that. Oh, this one could have been curtains. Instead, he gets a little bit of an inside edge on it. Afzal gets off the mark. So creep up to 64. Yeah, the apple strudel sounds really good. And do I count it as one of my fruit for the day? It's got to count. It's got apple in it.
Go for it. I'll count those in Austria for sure, yeah.
And there's lots of places, of course, we're a little bit out of the city here. There's lots of places they'll kind of very much like kind of farm to plate kind of experiences, right?
Yeah.
In this area. That sounds pretty nice as well. And a bit of wine country as well around here.
It is, especially the area that we're in. There's a lot of wineries that produce their own produce, and they bottle it up and you can have it straight in their wine gardens.
I've got to tell you a funny story. I hope this innings lasts longer because something from last night. Swing and a miss. So pretty good over. And Shinwari's probably saying, I wish I could always bowl my overs with 9 out, because he only concedes 2 runs in the 9th. And the score is 64 for 9. Well, we say it all happens in the 9th, but pretty much nothing happened in the 9th on the scoreboard. And ACT 64 with an over remaining in their last pair at the crease. Yeah, so I know you recommended a place down the road, so I went to check it out, and rather than going back into the city last night. And I heard it's very, very good, but I misread it because my German's terrible. I thought it said opens at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but it actually closes at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's fine. But it said 24-hour shop. So I said, well, the 24-hour shop must be open. So I went around the corner, and 24-hour shop at this winery. And you know what it was? It was a wine vending machine. No. It was a genuine vending machine with bottles of wine.
Hey.
So that's how the 24-hour shop. I thought at least there'll be someone working in the 24-hour shop that I can ask. Maybe there's somewhere nearby I could go to.
But I haven't seen that one, but I reckon that's a sign of the corona pandemic here in the area.
Yeah, it could be. Right, here's Doster Hill. He wants to finish things off. A swing and a miss. So these two sticking around, but not necessarily adding too much to the score. I say it's been really nice. I checked out St Stephen's Cathedral last night, right in the centre.
Yep.
Stephansplatz, which is where one of the central stations here. A lot of people around. It's really nice. Obviously, last year when we were here, Corona was very much impacting the lives with restrictions and things like that. So it's nice to see so many people around returning. Someone would have hit the stumps. Now they're going to have a go at end of the innings. Well, I think this is gone. Just got a feeling. And they're going to have a look at this. I just think direct hits here. And I love Sal. He's not winning too many 100-metre sprints. Let's have a look at this on the replay. And yeah, he knows he's in trouble. And he's gone. Just out. What a very good piece of fielding. And yeah, you see he's just ball watching there. And he kind of trails off, probably to get away from the ball. But there, yeah, that's the money shot. And so, fantastic piece of fielding. You would have been proud of that. Mark is a very good fielder yourself. Had one stump to aim at, and he ends the innings at 64. What a fantastic performance that is from Pakistan CC.
What a throw to end it from Naveed. Yeah, he's a classy player himself. Great batsman, great bowler, and obviously a great fielder as well. Hits one stump. That's the same way I got out yesterday. Yeah, I feel for Adil there.
Very similar, and you're just out. I know the technology doesn't lie, does it? Unfortunately, Afsal, you can't really blame him taking that run. I think more often than not, you're getting away with it, but not this time. Thanks so much to Siraj, who says, give me a few little tips about what I can do while I'm in town. Well, I'm enjoying my time here, and I'm looking forward to making the most of my last few days before the end of this series. But if we go back to early on, and Hassan Yusuf batted really well in the first game today, but didn't last too long in the second game. I think it was a good decision. LBW first ball, and that just set off a chain of events that ultimately would see the Austrian Cricket Tigers bowled out for 64 in the 10th over. And although they were looking for a few kookaburras in there, there are a few out in the middle that weren't quite making the distance. There's Balwinder Singh, who had a bit of a life. This was a double toucher. Neither one of the touches was particularly friendly to Mohammad Kasim. And you know, the cross-handed bandit is a real dangerous customer when he gets himself going. And then we had to get the step ladder out to get you wired up. And Mark Simpson-Parker joining us in the commentary box. But what we saw was a big turnaround. And at one stage, you know, with the things going to plan, if you like, they were 28 for 1 and kind of cruising. Maybe not at the pace they were in the first game, but then this is a little bit of sportsmanship. I like to Imran Asif, but it kind of turned things around, and from there, things weren't quite the same. The Tigers having a fair few problems with the bat here in match number 8.
Yeah, big wicket that. Imran Asif is so important for them, but Rinku was still there, hitting them well until he wasn't, until he caught Shadnan on the boundary, and Shadnan doesn't drop many. He's a great player. Looking forward to watching him bat later.
Yeah. It's a small target, isn't it? 65, but just saw that one. Mirza was frustrated to go 6 and out. It was kind of the story of the innings, and this is what can happen when you've got such a dynamic batting lineup, is that, you know, some days it's going to work, some days it's not. This was pretty fancy work from Abdurrahimzai until he dropped it at the end, but yeah, apart from that, they weren't too bothered. And the approach didn't change. I think that's the experience of the ACT guys. They've played this at a high level. They know still you don't want to be too conservative. Even if you do lose wickets, because it's only a 10-over match. But you know, we saw PCC, everything coming up, even that stop from Skandar Hyatt. And yeah, ultimately, yeah, the wickets would keep tumbling, and ACT just kept getting in deep and deeper trouble. That one, he just knocks it away off the back of the wrist like it's nothing. And Pakistan CC, it's amazing how quick your fortunes can change. A bit like you guys yesterday. I know you dropped the first catch to ACT and got one over them in the last game of the day. Pakistan CC will be hoping to do the same. Even the crocodile style came out, as Corey Rutgers likes to call it. It's, yeah, everything was just coming up roses for Pakistan CC.
Yeah, Ahmed Chowdhury came and went, not really playing his game there, trying to defend the ball, playing the wrong line and getting bowled for a duck, unfortunately for him.
And this was a great piece of fielding, finish it off as well. Had to hit one stump and did. Naveed bringing it. And, well, I just got to say that it's been fantastic to have this man in the commentary box with me, Mark Simpson-Parker, the Austrian international, Austrian homegrown player as well. You know, I'm always interested in how you're going. We're always following along, no matter where we are. I know we were watching last week and towards the end of the last weekend when you were playing in there, cheering you on. A big member of our ECM Blue crew as well. So thank you. We'll see you on the park tomorrow. But right now, we're going to say goodbye to you. Thanks for spending some time with me in the commentary cube. And thanks to everyone else for all your questions. Mark Simpson-Parker, everybody, as we head back to the scorecard of this one. And you can see there some beautiful shots of Vienna. And I've got to say that Austrian Cricket Tigers, they batted pretty well earlier today for 8 overs at least, but their last 12 overs batting, not producing too much. Balwinder Singh ends up top scoring with 19 off 9, but nobody faced more than 11 balls in the innings. You see, Asif, he was the other player who looked good to me, but he gloved one behind and walked. Very, very sporting. 14 off 9 for him. No one else cracking double digits. And have a look at that. No wides or no balls in the entire innings. And not often you see that. Just one bye ruining the clean sheet for the Pakistan bowling and fielding unit. As far as the bowlers went, well, lots of good performers there. And particularly, I've got to say, Mohammad Kasim was excellent, 3 for 8 off his 2 overs. Dosterhill, we didn't get through his second over in the end, but he took 2 for 2 in the end. Ajmal with a couple of big ones early, and Shinwari just bowled the 1 over. But Zia only went for the 2 runs when he bowled the 9th, but they're already 9 wickets down at that stage. Join us just a few minutes away. Big thanks again to Mark Simpson-Parker for joining us, but Rico will be back for the last innings starting in just a few minutes. And when we return, it will be Pakistan CC hoping to split the points with ACT this afternoon. They'll need 65 runs to do so. Join us then. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside Mark Simpson-Parker. Back shortly with more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the C1 Cricket Ground in Austria. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with you for the European Cricket Network. Welcome to the last innings of day 2. And we're going to watch Pakistan CC. They're chasing 65 for victory after bundling out the Tigers for 64. I'll say it was a very, very good performance from Pakistan CC in the field after winning the toss and electing to bowl here in match 8. That's Naveed Hassan, who's out there to open the innings. I'm sure he'll be hoping to stay there for the duration. And also, we've got Mohammed Kasim, I believe, to face the first ball. And he's knocked over, very, very first ball. And, well, when you're trying to defend 64 runs, that is a perfect start. It just goes on with the arm. And, well, can you believe it? The left armer getting the job done straight away. And well, do you think that's you can't do much better than that as a first ball? Hassan Yusuf, and it isn't Kasim, in fact, that's the captain, Amar Naeem. Yeah, seeing it now, that's who is facing up, and he won't last too long. Just in it comes and knocks over the castle. Hassan Yusuf, one captain gets another, and so, well, can you believe that? That's both captains opened up and were out very, very first ball. You don't often see that in a cricket match. Something you do often see in a cricket match is Rico Full in the commentary box, and he's back now, and I'm sure you watched the first innings with interest. And what are your thoughts on that? And the fact that Pakistan CC have lost their skipper first ball.
Well, there was all sorts of talk when that low score is scored, saying, well, this looks like it will be an easy victory for Pakistan CC. But there is no such thing as easy. The word easy doesn't really exist. And they didn't account for this man. And Hassan Yusuf is an incredible bowler. And what I was saying as we were walking around, and was that one man, I think, that has to perform here. And that, of course, is the big hitter, Shadnan Khan.
Yeah.
If he can get the runs, they will win this match. But they lose a few more wickets to the likes of this man bowling here, the captain Yusuf. It will still be difficult to get. And 64, low score. What's the lowest defence now? 60,
now 60.
Right?
Yeah, but it would go into the kind of the top 10 for sure. Here's Hassan Yusuf. Oh, this is not a good delivery though. This is a rare one that gets away, and that's going to go the distance. Maximo! Hassan gets a present first ball, unwraps it, and takes 6.
Well, just as you pick up somebody, he comes and bowls a filthy ball that gets smashed away. Look, while that one's been retrieved, well done to Mark Simpson-Parker. Certainly enjoyed listening to him, and enjoyed a bit of commentary in German as well. They've been very good and very well done. He's a lovely young man. And we know that we've seen him on the road with us plenty of times, MSP, working for the ECN. But here, playing for his lovely NSCC, and having him on Comscam and also commentary.
He had to get up on the chair to put the headset on.
I did. He's a tall man, isn't he?
This one's pushed through a bit more. That is waiting for it. Should be stopped. He does just stay inside the rope there. They should get a couple. So, I mean, need to have almost a perfect performance in the field and with the ball. He always gets in trouble here. He has to release it. I think he does just make sure that he pulls up before the rope. Never saw the rope move or anything, so I think that one's going to be fine.
Yeah, still having a look at it here.
If there's any doubt, it goes to the
field
fielder
the
anyway.
match officials are there anyway, but he just has to make sure. I thought he may have just, he just released the ball just in case he does touch it.
Driven, and this one does beat the close in fielder. This is a bit of a chase as well. This time they'll just get one. I think they just had to hold up till they made sure it got through the field. So, yeah, just a single. So a bit of everything in this first over so far. That is the end of it, in fact. And the score at the end of 1. I'll get to you in a second. It's 10 for 1 after 1. One thing we have mentioned a few times is the lack of a golden ball. Up to 282 matches without a golden ball now. The longest streak ever. The last golden ball was the 31st of March in Portugal. Since then, we've been to the Netherlands. We've been to, I'm going to say, Romania. We've also been to Bulgaria.
Yeah.
We've been to Sweden in Landskrona. We've been to Stockholm for 2 weeks. We've been to Prague for 2 weeks. We've been to Hungary and had a week there. And now we're in Austria. All of these series, no golden balls. And no need to be sad because it'll come, Rico, when it comes. I'm sure it'll be very exciting. We had one here last year in Austria. Second overtime. And Lucky Iqbal is going to come in. And, well, big shy at the stumps. Good backing up there.
The one thing that ACT do, they're backing up. They really do fire in the ball. It's one thing that you just do as a team. It's something you practice all the time. You do it as drills. And then it becomes like you do it automatically. There's always somebody backing up. And they don't hold back. They absolutely whiz it in.
Tries to go aerial, but he hasn't quite got this. Asif's hunting it, but he won't get there in time. In the end, it's going to be a 2. So a couple of these kind of marginal ones just kind of essentially going against ACT. And speaking of lowest totals defended, they would make that list if they could defend this 64. It's been done a couple of times by Southern Crusaders and Korn CC. Southern Crusaders in Malta and Korn in Germany. Of course, we had the Tigers getting that record, 62. Stockholm Tigers, that was. And then we saw the Prague Tigers defeating that record, or essentially beating it. Only 2 weeks later to the day. Still have never seen a team defend a score in the 50s. And I'm sure that day is coming as well, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, what we're starting to see is teams getting a bit more competitive, starting to do their homework on each other. And yeah, I think it will come. You're absolutely right. And maybe, I think before the end of this year.
It's hit pretty well. I think it's going to be 4. Just chips it down the ground. So Hassan has always looked dangerous, but hasn't batted for that long so far in this series. And this is nicely done. So just use the pace. A good batting shape there by using the full face. Kind of turns Aqib Iqbal's pace on himself. And that was nicely worked down the ground for 4.
Yeah, nice shot. The only person in danger there was his own batting partner, Shadman Khan. Has to do a bit of ducking and diving. But 4 runs, beautiful timing.
Oh, could be trouble. It's a long way across, and he's out. And yeah, it was just a matter for me about if he got too far across there. Naveed will be so disappointed after playing such a good shot the ball before. This time he just tries to sneak across a little bit too far. Iqbal sneaks one through on him. This one nips back. That's out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's about as out as it gets. Hits him in front of middle and off. I think he probably has a feeling, Naveed, that he's in some trouble. Good decision by the umpire. I think the umpires have been very, very good today out there. And so, Pakistan CC, it's been a bright start, but they have lost both openers now, 16 for 2.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit of an unnecessary shot. We just saw him play a lovely shot straight down the ground, and this time he's trying to clip it away on the onside. It was full, it was straight, and yeah, you can see there, no doubt that's going to go on and hits the stump. So Aqib gets another one. I was chatting to Aqib a little bit, Aqib Iqbal, and he is saying to me that he's got a little twinge with his shoulder, which he's had for a little while, and that's probably, he said, why I'm not bowling at me full pelt. We did see in the match earlier that every so often he put the quicker delivery in, so he is nursing a bit of an injury, which he's recovering from, but he's right on the money there once more. So 2 wickets down, 16 on the board, and yeah, certainly not a foregone conclusion this match.
No way. Iqbal's fired up at the moment. Why not? End of his over. 2 overs down, 16 for 2. See this one just be leaving a little bit off the surface. Had Mohammad Kasim feeling for it. Flew through to Ahmed Chowdhury. And we know that these 5 teams all very, very evenly matched at the moment. And have a look at that. The Tigers, they were bottom of the table halfway. That was after match 6. After match 7, they were top. And that's how quickly things are turning around.
Yeah.
Just the nature of that win over Pakistan CC, who now have the worst run rate in the competition, despite having 3 wins, 2 wins out of 3 and being in second spot. So absolutely anybody could be anywhere on that table at any time. That's what makes it really exciting. Hassan Youssef bring himself back immediately in the 3rd. Gets driven, and it's a pretty good shot. I think this one will probably get to the rope, and it does. So just a good cricket shot that time. You know that Pakistan CC, still plenty of batting to come. And that time, Hassan Youssef just pitches up. And Shadman Khan, he was equal to it. Good stroke. And Shadman certainly won't want to miss out 2 games in a row.
No, this is a lovely shot from Shadman Khan, and he's the man that died back. If he gets runs on the board, then Pakistan CC will get the points and will go back to the top of the table. And it's also for me the question on how they go about doing this, because as you said, I mean, their net run rate has taken a bit of a bludgeoning, hasn't it? So this is a chance for them to, if they can knock these off pretty quickly, get them back into better shape with the net run rate as well.
This is hit hard. It'll take some stopping. In fact, it almost knocks Imran Azif's head off. Well, no good deed goes unpunished. Imran Azif, who walked in the first innings, got a tiny little glove down the leg side. Then almost, talk about losing your head when you're batting. Well, what about when you're fielding?
This is a Jeffrey. Look at that. That is a proper Tortuga. And that absolutely takes off.
Yeah, you have to have a bit of self-preservation in that style of fielding.
Yeah.
Where, I know they say get your head behind the ball. I mean, your reaction time isn't quick enough to deal with a bounce like that.
No.
So if you think it might happen, you just got to kind of stick a hand up and hope. Yeah, this is swept. A pretty difficult sweep shot as well, because that's almost Yorker length. Shadnan will get one. Yusuf looks like he can't believe it.
He thought this was going through. He thought he was going to sneak this one through but the shot gets played. But a very good bit of fielding there in the deep as well. It gets down low.
It's pitched up. Yusuf really wants to follow up. Now 1 wicket with another. Or now I think we'll just have just 1 ball to play. And we want to make the most of it. So Shadnan Khan, big player. He's not going to take a backward step at all, no matter what the target is. No full toss, just overcooked it. And Shadnan, 20% more careful, and they get to the end of the power play. It's 26 for 2 after 3 overs.
Yeah, I mean, they're just playing that one a little bit cautiously. I can understand that from Shadnan. I mean, when you think at the rate that they're going at, 26, but it's 2 wickets down. He doesn't want to be the person that ends up being the third. It's all about saying, right, okay, the runs we need here is under 6 and over, so you can do it in singles. He doesn't want to play an unnecessary risky shot, especially against a man that he knows is a wicket taker. Let's see him out, he says, and then see how we get on with some of the other bowlers. Well, one man who bowled brilliantly well, who supported Yusuf in that last victory, is a man coming on to bowl here now, Imran Asif. Imran started well with the bat as well. I think he'd be really disappointed the way he got out and started to play some nice shots. He's a big player for ACT. They certainly need him to be at his best. Can he pick a couple of wickets up here?
Yeah, well, they need to keep taking them. Imran Asif, got to say, still really impressed the way he walked despite hitting the ball so well in the first innings. Now, has the ball in his hand. First one's just worked away off the outside half of the bat for 1. I want to say a quick hello to James Stewart in the chats, and to Wazza as well. All of you in the chat, hello. And let's talk a little bit of food and drink, because it is game 4. We like to do that. I think I told you as well. I went out for a schnitzel last night in Stephansplatz, which is just right in the middle of the city, and St. Stephen's Cathedral, beautiful building.
Yeah.
It's from the 12th century, I think. Down the side. One thing that I couldn't believe is how ornate it was. Some of these buildings, they're huge. How did they do that with the technology they had at the time? And I was pretty impressed. I was saying that to one of the locals, and they said, "Well, how about the pyramids?" I said, "It's not a competition." I mean, this building's still pretty operational. Well. But honestly, it was a very, very special, spacious building there. Very, very tall as well. Imran Asif. And I got told, and I've got a few good tips in the chat from Suraj as well. Told me to get down to Crossfield. I'm going to look that one up. But he also, Mark Simpson Parker told me I've got to have the apple strudel. I think it's one that you mentioned to me as well.
Yeah.
The apple strudel. I didn't really have room for dessert last night because I went a bit too crazy.
Well, you didn't. I was going to say, there's no way you just had a schnitzel meal, did you? What else did you have?
Oh, keeping. So I think it's a bit low. Goes between the body and the stumps. Maybe got a bit of the back leg on the way through. Yeah.
Own up.
Well, they had some kind of, what would I say? It was like some sort of starter that came with a lot of bread. I got extra bread because by then I was pretty hungry. There's a bit of a wait for this place because it's pretty good, pretty authentic.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did.
I know.
Did have a bit of starter. I wanted to. They had a sort of. Oh yeah, I need to tell you this because I was meant to tell you this, and I was going to tell Siraj this as well. First, watch this ball. It's going to be a real touch and go. I think it's a catching opportunity, and it's taken. And so Balwinder Singh will take Shadnan, who tries to go downtown, but instead he goes uptown. It went up, and when it came down, it was still in the field of play. Balwinder does the rest. So Imran Asif, good reward for him. who's had a good start to the over. And that's another key player gone. Shadnan Khan goes for a dozen to score 29 for 3.
Yeah, this is massive. I mean, this is what I was talking about. I think if you were going to win this one comfortably, then somebody like Shadnan had to go big and carry his bat a little bit further than this with maybe 30, 40 runs on the board. He's gone here now, so it's now 29 for 3. And just as I was saying, I know when Yusuf, if he doesn't perform, well, another man they rely on a lot is this man, and Imran Asif gets the wicket. Important one, really.
Yeah, sure is. Still in a very good position to win this game because their run rate's good. That's the thing. They haven't dawdled. You know, sometimes the teams chasing this, they might only be 15 or so at this stage.
Okay, give it to me.
Okay,
What did
so
you want to tell
Siraj
us?
was getting Siraj was into you yesterday because you said
About the potatoes?
yeah, about the potatoes,
Uh-huh.
about having the schnitzel with boiled potatoes. You were saying
Yeah.
that. He says no, you got to have the potato salad with it. And I can tell you, I made sure to order the potato salad, and it was brilliant.
It's good?
Yeah, had the potato salad with it.
Is that like almost like a mash, but the potatoes still hard with some
No,
onion
you know,
and
it's like,
stuff in
it's
it?
actually fairly kind of potato
Routine
salad. It's
potato
not
salad?
really mashed. They're still pretty
Okay.
intact, but they're kind of sliced, I suppose, and nice kind of creamy sauce. I liked it.
You know what I want to try out here? As you see this, the first delivery laid out pretty well. A new batter that comes out here, it says Edmund Zai,
Yep.
is the mac cheese. Apparently the mac cheese in Austria is supposed to be fantastic, and nothing warms up your stomach like a cheesy bowl of macaroni cheese. And they always say that you're going to have some of it, have it with some special Austrian sausage, and there's different names for it. Something that's called the Spatznazel is the way it was given to me, and it's essentially soft egg noodle, and it's found in different shapes and different varieties. They look like nuggets, but they use that with general helping of cheese. And well, if you have that with a nice wine, that's one of the best things to eat.
Is this what
in
you were
Austria,
trying to say?
apparently.
Say it, I want to hear you say it again first.
Okay,
So I do love your
hang on a minute.
pronunciation.
Let's have a look
It's
at this
actually
first.
your German pronunciation is probably about as good as mine. To be fair, here's the next one. And it's going to be worked away. No run there. Abdur Himza stays on the rack. Hasn't scored yet. It's 29 for 3 after 4. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me in the commentary ice cube is none other than everyone's favourite, Rico Full. Now, Rico, you're mentioning that,
Yeah,
that delicacy.
Spatzazel. Or Spatzel.
Yeah, that's
Spatzazel.
I'm gonna do my
Spatzel.
best
There's different
to
ways
say
of saying
the
it.
same. Tell me who says it better, okay? I'm going to
Okay.
go with Ketzspätzle.
Oh, no, that's a different dish. I know which one you're saying. Yeah,
Spatzel.
Spatzel. Good.
Spatzel.
Try again.
No,
You got to
cat's got
roll
my
the
tongue.
tongue. Where is it?
No, I
Let me
don't
see what
think
you're
you're
trying to
rolling
say.
here.
I know what you're trying to say. I've got that down here.
Ketzspätzle. Ketzspätzle.
Spatzel.
Yeah. And what was the other one
Ketzspätzle.
you were saying?
The other one is the Spatzel. Spatzel.
Spätzle.
Spatzel.
Okay.
Yeah, different one. I mean, we could both be saying it
You know,
completely wrong.
in centuries to come, when scientists find this audio, they'll be trying to work out what we're talking about. And even I'm not sure, but I've got to admit, German is one of the languages that I struggle with a bit, just because there's no spaces between the words.
Yeah.
And I find it hard where to put the emphasis. But
But you should have had these conversations
do-
when MSP was here.
yeah, that's true. Actually, why didn't we? But I've
Yeah.
got to say that I do like listening to the German language. I just have a bit of trouble reading it sometimes because it's broken down. And even I've been talking to people that speak German all the time. So pass some of these German language tests. They've been quite difficult. Anyway, I'm looking forward to the feedback.
Yeah.
James Stewart saying the blind, leading the blind. That is true.
I mean, the Spatzel, what you're talking about, is basically like, it's a soft egg noodle which is found in different shapes and sizes. It's like nugget size, but it comes with generous helping of cheese. And it's very much, I mean, it's a cheese. And the cheese here, I mean, there's so many. I was going down at one of the supermarkets yesterday as we went for a walk. The cheese counter just went on and on and on. I mean, there's so many different types of cheese. But and the type of cheese that you have depends on what the dish is. But yeah, but the mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese is always
It's
a
the
favourite,
that's the
isn't it?
that yeah, and the Spatzel, that's their version of it.
Siva saying Suraj teaching German to the commentators. Gold. Well, don't think I deserve a gold medal just yet for my German pronunciation. But Suraj has said that I was pretty much spot on with my pronunciation of Kaiserspätzle.
Okay.
Yeah, so never mind, Rico. Your second comes right after first.
I was
Was it saying when this broadcast reaches out into space and the aliens see it, I'll say, what is this? This is awesome.
I suppose it all depends how you pronounce that A with the two doodahs above it.
Yeah, I like those doodahs. We could use some more of those in English.
I was trying. I don't know.
Air, like that. I always think it was like air, like
Yeah.
air. So cares sparsely.
Don't ruin it. You got it
Cares.
right. You got it right. Don't ruin
Yeah,
it.
no, but I talk a bit fast for some people, so I want to hear it a bit slower.
You know
so.
who you sound like? You sound like Manuel in Faulty Towers.
Right, everyone be quiet. Let's go. And this next one has gone for either 4 or 6. It's a little uppercut, and it has gone for 4. So after Himza, he was obviously just waiting for the 7th ball to get going. And when he did it with some panache. As he grabs a boundary, he's off the mark. And there's a quick game out in the middle. And right now there, it's 36 for 3 after 5 overs.
Yeah, that's a nice shot from Aduru Himzai. Just helps this along. The bit of the old uppercut there.
Siraj just saying that I'm right with that air sound. And thanks, Siraj. But I'm going to have to ask you just to tone back the compliments a little bit because Rico's feeling a bit left out. So I do appreciate it, though. You'll have to meet Siraj. Are you going to see you sometime this week?
Never feel left out. When it comes to languages and you, Vinny, I never feel left
you know
out.
What? This might be the only language skill I have over you. It speaks pretty much 7 languages. And also hello to Neville, who is saying he struggles with English the same way. Well, Neville, I believe you're watching from Australia. So I think some Australians, I'm not going to talk against my countrymen, but sometimes can butcher the English language a little bit. There, I've said it.
36 for 3, halfway point.
All right, let's get it back into the cricket here. And they still need, is that 29 off the second half of this. And, I think if you keep swinging, it's hard to believe that you won't chase these down. I think the only way you can back yourself into trouble is if you go a bit too conservative, and that's what they haven't done. Pakistan CC in the second half. We said that. 3 back in the shed. You lose another 3 wickets now might be pretty interesting. Imran Asif's a class player, and they do have a very good bowling attack, so no doubt about that. All down leg side. This will be a wide.
Yeah, not the best of deliveries. Well done from Amar Chaudhry. Gets himself down there again. We've seen some good keeping, and we've seen some a lot of deliveries that maybe in other series the ball would continue and go down and end up being 5 wides or so. But the keepers have done a remarkable job, and Amar Naeem and Amit Chaudhry in the Kukanta Sebi. Look, there you go again.
And one thing I would say, one reason it's making it a little bit easier for the keepers is because there is bounce, which means they can stand a bit further back. And if you're standing further back, you can just cover a bit more territory before you intercept the ball. You've got a bit more of a better look at it when it passes the batter and the stumps.
Hey, listen, MSP didn't get scared when he saw the spider, did he? Didn't think it was a...
For him, that's a small spider.
Yeah, I was going to say, he works around this ground. Doesn't he do a good job? I mean, this ground just looks absolutely... I took a little walk around and I was looking at some of the scenery around it. It's absolutely marvellous. It's epic. It reminds me of when I did some umpiring in Switzerland. It is such a beautiful cricket ground.
Yeah, it's pretty as a picture. But wait till you see it when the wind picks up, though. We had some of the strongest winds here. We had flags blowing on the field. But right now it's looking pretty good. So Pakistan CC to square this mini-series this afternoon. And really, got to say, it's can be a really entertaining week on and off the field, I think.
Hey, listen, do you know just how many times there is issues between the confusion between the players at your hometown, Australia and Austria?
Oh yeah.
Do you know the amount
of course I know
amount of muck-ups that it's made? I mean, I was reading some of the information and it is unbelievable.
Have you got some good ones? I mean, I've got personal ones.
You got personal ones?
Oh yeah.
Let's have a look at this. Well, this should just be a single. Look, for example, you get posts being sent to the wrong country.
Yeah.
People booking flights to Down Under instead of coming to the Alps.
I've heard of that actually. Yeah.
And even channels, big TV channels like CNN, they get it wrong as well.
Oh yeah. Love Americans, but they're not necessarily known for their geographical world knowledge. And the amount of times I was working in America for a little bit, probably 10 years ago. This one is for back foot in the end, and that's going to be 4. That's a really good shot. Drew Himza seeing himself in, but when he has hit boundaries, he's looked very, very good.
He picks his slower ball and he whacks it to the cover boundary.
This is a really good shot. I mean, look, it just makes a small adjustment, but the way he plays that, he basically puts the ball exactly where he wants it to go.
How often do we see people trying to hit that ball to mid-wicket and just getting carried away? That's how to do it. That was a beautiful shot. You know, in the US, I'd say, where are you from originally? I'd say I'm from Australia. I say, oh, your English is very good. I'm going to do the accent. Wait for it. All right, this one should be fielded actually. This one.
I would guess it's probably the same. So Austria, Australia is probably Bucharest and Budapest.
Yeah,
but
that gets
they're not so far away.
Yeah, exactly. 46 for 3 after 6 overs. They need 19 off the last 4 overs of the day. Yeah, so in Australia they'd be like, oh, your English is very good, and then they ask me to say things in German. And it must be a good skier, which isn't true either.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just one of those things. I love being here actually, to be honest. And going back, a lot of my Australian friends and family at home, when I told them I'm in Vienna this week, they say it's one of their favourite cities in Europe, those who have travelled around. So yeah, a lot of rich history here, and I'm certainly enjoying my time here. Rico, it's your first time working for ECN here, so I know cricket-wise as well, also one of our favourite countries to go to, I think, because just their approach. You know, probably Austria and Belgium, the two kind of continental teams at the national level that really, to me, emphasise what this T10 cricket's all about. This one is horned away into the gap, and this one is going to disappear as well. So this is another Maximal Abdur Rahimzai, showing you can go leg side as well. And so Pakistan CC, despite a couple of wobbles, looks like they're on the way to this target.
Yeah, nice shot. He's just starting to show a bit of class here, isn't he? Durumzai, he started to play shots to all parts of the ground. We saw him play a beautiful shot through extra cover, and now this one goes over mid-wicket. Back to the live action. Oh, this is beautiful. What a lovely shot. Well, he says, Rico, add this to the collection as well. Don't do it, don't do it, don't jump that fence. And I don't think MSP would like it if you knock it over. Well, we get the thumbs up. Nice to see some spectators enjoying the cricket as well. But this is a glorious shot. It really is. That is quality. Yeah. That is class.
He's played shots all around the wicket. That's the thing. I know he had a bit of a slow start, but you can see why he's up there in the top 5.
Durumzai, well, just saying, hang on a minute. Not quite ready here. So bowler has to stop at his tracks and make his way back. Balwinder Singh, he certainly needs to get the breakthrough here. And, this one takes the ball on the bat, needs to be stopped. It has been. This one probably one that perhaps doesn't need to play at. It hits right at the toe end of the bat. Get a single from it. Could quite easily have been a wide ball, and now he goes over to speak to, well, hang on a minute, what's going on here? They're swapping bats in the middle. I think this is Kasim saying, I like the sound of your bat, give that one to me. Well, Kasim is a good batter in his own right, but hasn't really got going yet.
Let's see if it works, shall we? Well, maybe it won't work as well.
Let's chop down on this one. No run there. Just sort of pops up, anyone takes one hand off it. Good delivery, straight at the batter. So almost there. You can do this. Well, you can do it in 2 shots, really.
Yeah, potentially.
I mean, they'll be wanting to. You wouldn't want to hang around. You want a good win here. Well, goes for it. Well, he says, I want your bat. Well, he has his bat, but all he's managed to do is give a catch to Imran Asif. So, well, he says, bat well, he just turns around and says before he walks off, actually, I gave it a try. You can have it back. I don't like it.
I'm surprised he might have said, I don't want it back after that. But, yeah, I mean, within sight of the target, he just got a bit too up and under this one, didn't he? And, yeah, Kasim going to have to go. But still, very much on course for the victory here. Score now is 57 for 4. Just 8 runs required for victory.
Yeah, nice catch there. And another wicket that goes down at the end of the over. And I think, is that the end of one more? Maybe one more to come here. Balwinder Singh's got one more to come here. So 57 for 4. I mean, you can't see the messing this up from here. A new batter comes in. And that's
I have seen a team lose 8 wickets for 4 at the end of one of these games. You see everything if you live long enough, but I find it pretty unlikely by definition. Last ball for cross-handed bandit. Good keeping. That's a good way to handle those. Often we see keepers just kind of like offering a boot at those, but he really makes sure he blocks it with everything he's got. So that's the end of the over. And the score's 57 for 4. Coming up tomorrow, we got more cricket action. Pakistan CC versus Vienna CC in the morning session. In the afternoon, we're going to see the Tigers against Donaustadt. And that's going to be a pretty power-packed afternoon of cricket as well. Join us tomorrow for day 3 from the Saban Cricket Ground here in Vienna. Starting at 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe. And it's noon in India. Bangladesh, it's 12:30. West Coast of Australia, 2:30. East Coast, 4:30. New Zealand, 6:30. If you want to go to New York, if you're in New York, it's midnight. And if you're on the West Coast, maybe you're in Hollywood, then it's 9:30 the night before, which is tonight. So don't turn on tonight, tomorrow. Turn on tomorrow, tonight.
Don't start doing that. You confuse people. Well, what's not confusing is today, longest day of the year. Summer Solstice Day, first day of summer, and we're loving it here in Austria. Certainly having a lovely time, and we've been treated to some pretty good cricket.
And, first day of summer, I was discussing this with my driver here today. And
you have a driver?
Yeah, my driver.
Yeah.
George.
Okay.
Lovely
George,
guy.
What did George say?
And he was telling me, and he's been collecting years and years worth of people that sign his guest book in his taxi. And he was talking about Ashok, and I think he's going to work out who Ashok is, but he was involved in cricket maybe 15 years ago here when there were only 4 cricket clubs. There were only 4. And so when I said I was working in cricket, this one's blasted, it should be out, and I can't see him keep dropping this, and he won't, so...
You did that on purpose. You're a naughty man.
Akib is cool.
You are a naughty man. Akib, I lit him for you. Come here.
Akib is a cool customer, and he is an immovable object, much like the hairs on his head. So, after Himza, after it, he essentially played a maiden out. His next 9 balls went for 21, but then he will go on that score. Pakistan CC, 57 for 5. But Akib's been around so long now, there's no way that you can put him off. He was always going to grab that. In fact, he probably could have done that with his eyes closed and his hair in his eyes.
Yeah, you knew he can hear you. The players can hear us out here. It's hardly surprising because I think we both know the loudest commentators that ever exist. I know that Quinton was talking to me and he said, I can hear you from behind the stumps. I said, both of us.
It is true. We could probably do this job without a microphone.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's a consolation wicket you feel at this stage. Well, you could look at it this way. 5 more wickets to win the game if you're feeling really optimistic. Adal Afzal has grabbed a wicket there.
Well, let's just say the 8 runs has stayed. Oh, well, this is a Gundy ball. A Gundy ball could get a wicket, Vinny. It has. I cannot believe it.
Make
this
that 4.
is, well, I tell you what. Andrew Ryan would say this is the Gundiest of Gundy balls. It was a dirty ball. The batter has put it straight down the throat of the fielder. Look, he doesn't try and hit it too hard. He just thinks, I'll just paddle this away. This is going to give me runs. And as soon as he hits it, he thinks, oh no, OMG, what have I done? I'll put it straight down the throat of the fielder. And the bowler, well, he's celebrating. I tell you what, I wouldn't celebrate too much. Just walk away quietly and say, yeah, okay, that didn't quite go where I wanted.
Well,
but the batter has gone and got himself out. Well, Vinny Sandhu, it stays at 8 required, and another wicket goes down. Are they going to blow this?
When I was studying my Masters, they talked about reframing problems. And so they got a problem here that they're going down in flames. I'd reframe it as an opportunity. They need 5 wickets, now they just need 4. And speaking of wickets, there's plenty on that list. That's our 11 hat-trick takers this year in our Hall of Fame on ECN. Naveen Gunasekaran was the last man to take one. Before that, Asif Khan, we were in Stockholm when he took his hat-trick, and Parminder Singh took 1. Well, he took 4 for 3 in Romania. But right now, we're still searching for that elusive 12th hat-trick of the year. And here's a guy, he's trying to practice a block, because I don't think he's ever blocked one in his life. It's Dosterhill who's going to face the hat-trick ball. And who are we thinking? He wants an early dinner. Here we go.
Oh, he's nearly played it onto his stumps. First question first, what is he doing coming in so late?
Well, he's coming in and he's practicing a block. Maybe they just think, okay, he's already up and about. So, we shouldn't. How's this?
Oh,
that didn't miss by much. I think they're giving opportunities to guys that maybe haven't had as much success with the bat because they're feeling pretty confident about Dosterhill.
Shouldn't they yeah, I know.
If he gets the runs in 2 overs, no one else gets a bat. That's why. Oh. So 7 to win now. It's more about the 4 wickets. You feel like you have to bowl them out to win. All right, over to Hyatt. Oh, That was pretty straight. But he's able to
Does
flick
this
this
hit
away.
anything?
I think it hits the bat.
Well, it
Yeah,
goes to the
it's
boundary.
gone to
yeah.
4. Well, that just kept on keeping on, didn't it? So I felt the fielder, we should have got across there. So he takes the risk. It's a fairly straight ball, but he gets enough bat on it to get it away. And then, I mean, this outfield, I've never seen it quicker, to be honest. And in the end, fielder, a bit critical of him, but he couldn't have done much about that. 3 to win now. Last ball of the over. And this one is heading out for another catch, but it'll be dropped. In fact, that'll be the game. So Hyatt goes back-to-back boundaries, and ACT, much like yesterday, they win their first game, they lose their second, and Pakistan CC, they'll go to the top of the table overnight. They're 3-1, another entertaining day, but probably not the close matches this afternoon that we'd seen in the rest of the tournament, but still, they've split them one apiece, and that just shows you again how evenly matched these teams are in Austria.
Yeah, I mean, you see a picture of the fielder there. And the bowler can't play. Oh, don't throw your glasses on the ground. Don't do that. He gets very, very annoyed. Well, I tell you what, if this was me and when I was little, my father would have said, right, you stay down there just like that, crouching down, and put your hands in between your legs and hold your ears, and he maybe stay there for a few minutes because this is criminal. It takes a catch here. The game stays alive. Stop it. The game is still alive. Let it go through you. It goes for 4 runs. So... well, that's the end of that. It's the bowler's reaction. Bowler's reaction sums it all up here. He just wanted to do something. He didn't know what to do. And thankfully, well, here we go. Just watch the bowler's reaction here. This is absolutely brilliant. He thinks, got a catch. Surely. And look.
He thought about it, though.
He did.
He thought about it. Those sunglasses are expensive, though. You don't want to snap them off.
Yeah, well,
to be fair, he was kind of looking straight into the sun there, that fielder as well.
Yeah.
Came in. Well, there would have been a lot to do, but after that, if they'd taken that, would have been 3 wickets to win. I mean, would have kept the dream alive, but instead, it will be a win to Pakistan CC. They're 3rd of the series. Just a reminder, if you are leaving us, to come back tomorrow for day 3. But stick around for some highlights of this innings and some highlights of the whole day. But earlier on, it was a highlight for Yusuf Asan. And he went first ball of the game. And then first ball of the second innings, he got knocked over his opposite number. And that just get the Tigers believing they could do this, defending a score in the 60s. And a little bit of a jump over the stumps from the keeper as well, Chowdhury. He was excited. And why not? The Tigers, they had a sniff early.
Yeah, look, you always had to believe. And every time they keep getting the wicket, it was nice work here from Akib Iqbal, showing his abilities once again. This little moment of play was exciting. I think Naveed Hassan, it just looked like he was timing his innings getting back into form to perfection, and then he goes to play that one, a straight ball down the onside rather than hit straight, which he did earlier. He had to depart. I think that was a straightforward LBW decision. And then, well, I think a lot relied then on the batting of Abdurrahim Zia. He batted really well, played some really nice shots, and but Shadnan Khan, I was saying that if they are going to win this comfortably, Shadnan Khan's got to play a big role. Well, he wasn't able to. He went for 12 off 11. So batters came and batters went. And we did see some nice shots being played. But yeah, this was the man I'm talking about here. Played shots to all around the ground. I mean, this was a classy shot. He plays over the top, outside, and goes over point, and getting a few of the spectators involved as well. Nice to see the spectators there. And of course, if you are in the area and if you are in Austria, especially this part close to Vienna, coming down to the Seabahn Cricket Ground, we'd love to see you here. Love to have a chat. You can mingle with us. And this one, well, I thought that's a good ball. That's going to be put away. And, well, the batter, he hits it straight into the hands of the fielder. Shinwani was disgusted, and that meant that this is a hat-trick ball.
Yep, saddle up Cowboy, practice the block, and then try to smack it away and survive the hat-trick ball. Dusty Hill, but this is the one when they needed 3 to win. Thought maybe it could be a wicket. Instead, it was going to be the end of the game. And Adil Afzal, he just, if he had the stress ball there, I think he would be given a fair workout. That's the nature of it. There has been some really good catching today, though, you have to say. Seen some brilliant catches. And, well, suspended in time at the end of the game, but it is ACT who split their series against Pakistan CC this afternoon. And just a reminder to all of you that we will be starting again tomorrow for day 3, and I know that a lot of you will be joining us for that. If you are sticking around, then we'll have a little bit of a chat to you and we'll give you some end of the day highlights. But tomorrow we do have Pakistan CC and Vienna CC first up. That should be a really interesting clash. And in the afternoon, we'll have ACT, the Tigers, versus Donaustadt. So we'll have the ECL representatives versus last year's champions in the afternoon. Starting all again tomorrow for day 3 at 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and noon in India.
We're certainly looking forward to that. And also, you can see just how important it was for Pakistan CC to come back with a win there towards the end. They would not have been wanting to return here tomorrow morning to be playing the host nation, Vienna CC, because Vienna, they look pretty good. I know they shared the spoils, didn't they, when they played yesterday against the Austrian Cricket Tigers, but they scored plenty of runs, put a decent score on the board. So Pakistan CC getting a victory run and cue, but still there's a few things there they need to iron out, and there's 1 or 2 batters I think that are still just a little bit rusty, just not quite in form, but you can see they get into form. And they're another team that can score big runs. Didn't see the big runs here today as we have a look at that scorecard. And batters making starts but not going on to make big scores. Still haven't seen an individual 50.
Yeah, but that also shows you that batters are pretty unselfish and going for broke. I think that they know they don't want to score only 50 in the 10 overs. They want more, and they're going to risk getting out along the way. And also the fact that the catching's been really good in this series, and that chances are being taken. Abdurrahimzai had a slow start. He faced out 6 dot balls before he scored, but he ended up top scoring for Pakistan CC with 21 off 16 balls. Apart from that, Naveed Hassan looked good early, 13 before he was LBW to Aqib Iqbal. Shadan Khan got a dozen, but it was pretty important. Just kept them on course and took the pressure off. They were never behind the rate or anything like that. And a very high-quality game, only 4 wides in the entire game. There were absolutely none in the first half. Just a single bye in the first half was the only extra. All the bowlers got among the wickets, though. They tried hard, and no one really got the treatment out of Afzal with 2. Could have had 3 in his over. And the other bowlers, Hassan Yusuf, Aqib Iqbal, Imran Asif, and Rinku Balwinder Singh with 1 as well. And you saw they lost 3 for none at one stage. We thought maybe we'd have some late drama, but ultimately Pakistan CC got over the line, and they were worthy winners here in Game 8.
Yeah, they were. I mean, it just goes to show once more that they are a team with plenty of depth, like all of these sides here. But I think when you don't get enough runs on the board, you're always going to struggle. ACT, I mean, they'll be disappointed. And their captain, Yusuf, he opened the bowling to see if he could pick up the all-important wickets early. But though they did get the wicket, you've got to give credit to Pakistan CC. The batters came out there and played the shots. Yeah,
they certainly did. And so it's funny, the Austrian Cricket Tigers started on the bottom of the ladder in the middle of the day, and then they found themselves on the top of the ladder after one single game. They knocked off Pakistan CC, but then Pakistan CC, they retake their top spot at the moment, or they have played a couple more games. Some of the other teams in this tournament so far, one of those teams, Vienna CC, we'll see first up tomorrow, and I think that'll be a really, really entertaining clash. So, well, once again, I want to thank all of you out there for your company today. It's been wonderful. Thanks to a couple of our guest commentators that stepped in during the day. Vienna CC having the day off. So to Quinton Norris and to Mark Simpson-Parker, big thank you to them as well. We had some German commentary. We had some butchered German by us in the afternoon. So hopefully you found that entertaining. Feel a bit like I'm working in heaven here at the moment when you get the sunlight on the way. And look at you as well. You're like the one that checks off people if they're in or if they're out.
Yeah, next. Nah, you got to go there. Yeah.
But okay. I want to say a big thanks to the Blue Crew here, all the ECN crew as well, all of our helpers from around the ground, from Vienna CC. I want to thank all the players, of course. You know, some of them have to travel quite a distance to be here. But I think that at the moment the entertainment is spot on, and really enjoying this Austrian series. And we'll be back to do it again tomorrow. Yeah, look, it's fantastic and a great day again. I mean, we saw some good performances. Some very good fielding, just not just catching, but the ground fielding is really good. We saw some good intelligent bowling as well. But once again, we've seen a number of bowlers take 3 wickets. Haven't seen anybody take 4 yet. Yeah. Only one bowler in Hungary took 4 wickets. I think these players are really unselfish, I was going to say. They're unselfish, but the other thing you're noticing, and you see it when you're looking at all the field movement, they know each other really well. Yeah. And that's another reason why maybe a few people are saying, well, you know, they were expecting the scores perhaps to be a bit bigger today. Yeah, I was as well. But I think you've got some very clever, crafty captains out there. They know what these players are like. They're setting the right field. And at the moment, I think maybe the bowlers are just on top. But I can tell you this, it's still early days, and we're going to see big scores out there. Anything's chaseable, anything's defendable. That's just what I think of this series, because the players are really entertaining, and they're pretty evenly matched as well. Got some superstars, but they've got a large kind of nucleus of players that can all change a game. So we're going to look forward to tomorrow. Hopefully we have your company then from everyone here at the European Cricket Network and European Cricket family. We're going to leave you with a few highlights of today, and there should be some really good highlights, Rico. Hopefully we have your company again. Big thank you to Spring Productions from our crew here for their work as well. It has been absolutely top class as usual. But from me, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, and Rico Full, hope you have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow for day 3. More Austrian action right here from the giant ice cube just north of Vienna. We love you guys, and we'd love for you to join us tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
Hasta mañana, mi familia.